on Fnatic, and we've got an interesting day ahead of us because we've got. I actually came up with a couple of really cool names. It's a 3 times doubleheader, a doubleheader cubed, that kind of a thing, because we've got a bunch of teams. We got 3 teams that are all going to be in action today, 3 best of 3, and of course we're just going to swap in, swap out who's playing who. But each team we see today will be in action twice. Now, as we wait on the initial bans to come out, I do want to apologize to you guys, to the teams, and everyone else. I'm not going to lie, the transit system here in San Francisco is actually phenomenal. It's one of the best I've ever used. Probably the only one that I like just about as much as the one in D.C. But, yeah, even good things break sometimes. And I actually had a breakdown in the transit system on my way to the office. And, yeah, you're kind of a slave to the transit when you leave your car in West Virginia, which was, obviously, I'll be getting my car out here, my Goldie, my gold Jeep. I'll get out to the Bay Area at some point. But for now, a slave to the buses and the trains, and one of those went wrong, and that unfortunately set me behind. So thank you very much, everyone, for being patient, and of course to the teams Virtus Pro and Fnatic, who were very patient, very understanding, and my being late here today. And of course, one other person who had to put up with me being late, that's my co-caster for the day. His name's Clairvoyant. CV, I am sorry, my friend, but I think good Dota is going to make everyone happy again.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I am really frustrated at you, AC, for not being able to fix the bus right away, man.
I'm a jerk. I should know, right? That's what I should have done. I should have got out, kicked the tires, just lifted it by sheer will of force for my love of esports and fixed what was wrong. So
yeah, and just fly yourself over to the office. You know how we do.
Exactly.
It's absolutely no problem, because VP and Fnatic say, regardless, the game is going underway. And both teams taking something that they're both rather familiar of, with the tree being banned and your movement starting to
and
take
the tree 2013, baby. Put it on a T-shirt.
So there it is, with the Wisp, Bad Rider tree, as well as the Gyrocopter. Very standard set of 4 bans as we speak. Darkseer Puck will be the pickup for Fnatic. And both teams, once again, just setting up a very nice draft ahead of them.
Yep.
With regard to the game plan, though, VP looks like... it always seems to me that VP have a better idea of what they do than the other team.
Fnatic's such a, the way Fnatic drafts and the way they run their games in general is I won't say totally unique. I mean, Dignitas kind of drafts the same way. Both teams like to run 2 and 3 core lineups, and, Puck to honestly, for a while, I think most of us, myself included, saw Puck as a control hero, and he still very much is. That's his purpose. He has reach, he has control over a team fight, and he can shape the way that aggression takes its form. But more and more often with players like Faitha, for example, and Dindy, another good example, racking up 15, 20 kills by the end of the game, Puck is becoming what I would consider at least half a core of a hero. He's the hero that if he gets way ahead can just utterly dominate a game. And Clockwork is kind of of the same mold, gives you the same thing. He's a control hero. But if he gets too far ahead, he just snowballs and can utterly dominate a game. And Fnatic grabbing the Darkseer is just a very stable pick. You and I have talked at length about how much Darkseer is 1 ounce at 6.78, and for good reason. He's so versatile. You can build around him in any variety of ways, and he's virtually guaranteed to give you a couple of things in every single game, namely an early mechanism because of his ease of jungling, so on and so forth. But when I look at Virtus Pro's first 2 picks in the Prophet and the Lifestealer, I really like those for them in particular. It's very well documented that they like to play aggressive, still remaining one of the few teams that will routinely run an aggressive tri lane, while the rest of Dota seems to be taking a much more defensive approach. And when you have a Prophet and a Lifestealer, there's a lot of things you can do with that. You can bounce the Lifestealer around with the Prophet, just infest him in, teleport to wherever you want him to be. That allows you a lot of aggression. It's very reminiscent of a relocate gank if you have good warding and good vision. But man, they are moving here in the draft. This is one of the faster drafts we've had in a long time. Darkseer going to be paired with the Jakiro again. You think maybe Fnatic's got a little bit of AoE?
Oh, most certainly. They have plenty of AoE to just back up everything that they want to pick up here. As you mentioned about the cores, it looks like their hard carry is what's missing from the pool, but they do have the option of taking another support hero to synergize as the laning and, just become a partner in crime kind of thing. But VP, giving us a little bit of surprise with the silence pickup once again. I think I've seen it a little bit more recently than not. Of course, with the new patch, it was kind of just it disappeared for a little while, made its remarks here and there. But aside from that, not too many mentions. This hero still has a lot of untapped potential, just because of the fact that if you have silences and if you have slows, they could somewhat function like disables and stuns. Because at the end of the day, if your enemy is completely reliant on spells and they can't cast them, then they might just be walking around as creeps, in a sense that they don't really react to you by damaging you with right clicks. So they'll be on the retreat. And most certainly, once again, against all those spell-intensive heroes of Fnatic so far, I feel like Silence has a really, really good opportunity to shine here.
CV gonna have to remind you to go ahead and make sure you're toggled on Dota TV. Apparently, it's just me talking to myself. For those who were kind enough to support us via ticket and don't want them just listening to me. God forbid that be the case. But
Oh dear.
hopefully, we'll get you back on. And usually, it's just a matter of toggling on and then off. Fnatic once again grabbing up a Naga Siren, even more AoE initiation. And the Naga Siren in response to the Silencer, I mean, it's an interesting pickup for a number of reasons. Like, when I see that Naga Siren come out, I'm not going to say that wasn't pre-planned, but she actually does a decent job of trying to mitigate the power of Silencer's ult. I mean, it's obvious what Virtus is going with the Silencer. I mean, he's a hero of considerable power on his own, and he actually can transition even from a support role into a semi-carry role if he gets enough kills, just because of the way the last word works. So, but the Naga Siren pickup is going to give Fnatic the opportunity to just initiate into Virtus Pro reliably, and given they have a built-in silence in the puck, if their timing is just right, they'll be able to get on top of the silencer, silence him before he can hit his ult, but that's very difficult to do. I mean, the timing on it has to be utterly perfect, because it's a guarantee that in that situation, the silencer player is just going to be spamming his R button or whatever button he has bound to his ultimate. But Virtus Pro going to finish up their lineup with the Rubik. The way their lanes seem to look, I mean, they don't have a dedicated mid outside of that silencer. And, you know, mid silencer was talked about for a while whenever he underwent all of his changes. He does have considerable one-on-one power, and one of the best counters they already have on the team in the Nyx Assassin. So Puck up against silencer in mid. Puck does have some low-cost, relatively low-cost abilities, especially if he maintains room control to help deal with last word harassment, to help deal with the curse of the silent, and so on and so forth. But I suspect we might see a mid silencer here.
Oh yeah, that's definitely one of the two options. The other option I would see is the Nyx Assassin, of course, being at the mid lane. But yeah, with the Silencer, I question it just a little bit, because while Silencer was known to be a really dominant solo with the new last word, just doing so much burst damage at the lowest levels, and of course his spells just synergizing with the Curse of the Silent, as well as Glaives allowing it to last hit very, very effectively. Puck is actually one of the best counters to this, just because you can phase shift through the last word damage, and all of a sudden the last word effect as a whole, yeah, it just gets completely negated. So I'm really wondering if VP will opt for that option, or if they'll decide to just give Crazy the Nyx Assassin, which will allow him to get a quick level 6, or a relatively quick one at that, and go around hunting these low HP or kind of semi-squishy heroes. I mean, Darkseer and Jakiro, once again, they have relatively remarkable strength gains, so not the squishiest, however, they are ints, and Nyx Assassin once again being a direct counter.
Morphling going to round out the lineup for Fnatic, and this is a Fnatic lineup. I mean, again, you want to talk about AoE. I mean, Morphling, known as a late game carry, fell off, of course, well documented after his nerfs, but I mean, he actually can contribute a hell of a lot to this Fnatic lineup if he decides to show up to fights early. And the cool thing about Morphling is if you use Replicate correctly and you're moving that replicated version of yourself or of an enemy hero or your friendly hero, whatever the case may be, if you're moving that replicate around properly, you could just show up to a fight via teleport, then replicate away as soon as you waveform in. Like, you can just contribute what you can, even if you're under farmed. And his waveform is a considerable amount of damage in an AoE, especially when you're talking about the potential for a coil, a Darkseer wall, or excuse me, a Darkseer vacuum into the ice path, so on and so forth. There's just so many ways for Fnatic to be able to line up a lot of burst damage early on. And they're going to need to. I mean, Naga Siren's not a bad carry late, but, you know, Naga Siren versus Lifestealer, she just has to get so far ahead to really be able to out-carry him in the late phases of the game. The one thing they do have going for them, though, is the ensnare. Such a great way to lock down the LS for at least an extended amount of time. It is a physical disable, so it does go through Magic Community, and they're going to be able to kite him out pretty effectively so long as she hangs on to that net for when the LS decides to come barreling in.
Yep, and I would imagine with the draft so far, they would definitely look to do that. And I was thinking with the Naga Siren pickup, they would actually pick up a support to synergize. But just before this draft, just before you show up the lines, I mean, I gotta say, man, Fnatic is really exercising the theory of Avarice here by getting really greedy with pickups. I mean, you see the Naga Siren as a core. Darkseer is gonna be probably looking to farm the jungle or the long lane, which leaves the Morphling as well as Puck, who both are also heroes that need to farm the lanes. And so the real hard support, or 4 to 5 positions, so to speak, will be Fly in this game. In which case, I say VP, we know the type of aggressive style they play. I mean, whether they go aggressive tri-lane or not, we've seen the other day how KSI as well as Airman were able to pick up a 5-minute Midas and just completely take over the game by the 15-minute mark. And so I do fear a little bit for Fnatic. They have amazing turtling power as well as amazing spells to keep the enemy at bay. But at the same time, if they give a slight leeway to VP, and I feel like if they're going to be forced to do that with their draft,
Right.
then VP might try to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. This is not a game that Fnatic wants to have dictated to them. This is a game where, with their composition, they need to get to where they want to be in the late stages of the early game and on towards the mid game, so far as farm and items and everything else. And then they're going to have to start just 5-manning, or at the very least 4-manning, to free up some space for Era. And you know, it's Morphling again. He has the ability to come to fights pretty early and to be effective in that realm, at least to a certain point. But it's going to be all about the chain of initiation. It's going to be all about Vacuum and Ice Path and the Coil into the Waning Rift. They need to hit those. And whether or not they like, something that I, just thinking about while we were watching the draft, Naga does give them the ability to initiate on the VP, but it's just so hard whenever you have, instant cast spells like the Global Silence coming out of Virtus Pro. It's so hard to do that reliably. I think they're going to end up having No-Tail hang on to his Song of the Siren as a get-out-of-jail-free card more so than an initiation skill. So we're going to see both teams spreading out, not likely to have any action. We'll run through our lineups. We're going to have Fly playing on the Jakiro. We're going to have No-Tail handling our Naga Siren. Era, no surprise to see him farming up the Morphling. The Darkseer going to be played by Trixie, and Puck taken mid by Hani. On the other side of the river, we got NS playing on Rubik. Lifestealer going to be farmed up by Illidan. Nature's Prophet going to be played by Kasai, and we've seen Kasai have good and bad games on the Nature's Prophet. You and I, in particular, have casted him a few times on the Prophet now. When he gets ahead and whenever he gets a nice bit of momentum, he can be dominant, but he is open to abuse in some cases. We've seen him just flat-out lose one-on-one lanes. Tame My Wild will be taking the Nyx Assassin mid, and the Silencer will be played by Arzar.
Yeah, I guess not too many surprises. I guess, once again, the real question was if it was going to be the Silence or the Nyx. They do opt for the safe option of trying to leave themselves a leeway for a better game, so to speak. And the two range supports here, they will look to probably pull the jungle and farm a bit. However, with Nature's Prophet also being there to compete, and knowing NS's nature of just walking around the map, and yeah, there it goes again. He's probably going to eventually rotate around to drop a lot more harassment than normally expected. So it could very well get rather aggressive really quickly. But I do also want to mention that Naga Siren being picked up by No-Tail, this is a full support Naga Siren, and it's actually been quite some time since I've seen it.
Yep.
But needless to say, with all of her amazing spells, she can provide to be a fantastic support with literally levels.
Absolutely, and she's, given her effectiveness at farming the jungle, even though she is a support who can get up some decent items that the team's going to need as you get down the road. She's the kind of hero that, from the support position, will often pick up a Vlad's, for example, and just to help the team out. So far as the rest of the support roles go, I mean, this is going to be another one of those games, I suspect, where it's going to be quiet for a bit, but just given how gankable the Morphling can be at times, especially once Arzard hits level 6 and has his Global Silence, and especially, again, the synergy that I think they're going to be looking to play on more than anything is going to be Kasai plus the Lifestealer. That's just going to, I'm surprised we don't see it more often than we do. There are a few teams who draft it more regularly than others. But whenever you talk about the power of an IO game with the CK or whatever, you get the exact same thing out of a Nature's Prophet. They just get a little bit more of a warning because they see trees growing. But usually by that time, there's no getting away to begin with.
Yep, pretty much. And it's something that not all the teams always look towards focusing, just because Nature's Prophet isn't always like, supporting your carry right beside them. He's kind of just off farming his own jungle and split pushing by himself. But once again, it could work both ways, because sometimes when you have that kind of advantage of having that ability to just be around anywhere on the map, then you can take over a lot more than normally you would just by hiding and sitting beside your carry. But of course, there are reasons why, once again, this hero does get banned in the first phase, and needless to say, when it gets to pass like this, it has its implications.
The only real matchup that's going to be showing us a lot of action here early on is going to be Hani versus Tame My Wild in mid. And we can see early on they're sitting about on top of each other. Quite a good performance out of the Nyx Assassin, but then again, as effective as Puck can feel, we can see right there. He's going to be able to impale. He's already got 1 point in the mana burn as well. So when he wants to do that, it'll be free to him. Fly has made his way over. Don't know that Tame spotted that. It was very close as Fly kind of poked his nose up there next to the river. Nonetheless, the Creep Equilibrium heading in the other direction. NS helping Kasai out here in the jungle. And up atop, let's see, they actually going to push this. Yeah, they're going to start to auto-attack. So looks like Virtus Pro might consider doing at least a little bit of free damage. The question, of course, is going to be when do they decide to go ahead and take that tower down?
Yeah, of course, if they really wanted to, I guess they could rotate the Prophet in there. But it looks like they're just trying to maximize the efficiency of getting levels in the jungle. As you had mentioned, NS is kind of just helping KSI in the jungling process. Of course, he's not taking the farm, but he is splitting the levels between the two. So far already, I think somehow VP is getting the better end of all this as they're getting more EXP overall, just by looking at the graph. But I think what Fnatic is doing is absolutely fine. The fact that Fly is in the mid lane means that he's not really getting EXP from the jungle, but that means No-Tail is getting that much more.
Right.
And of course, once again, the priority with Naga Sirens and hero melee cores like that who are trying to play a or a support, pardon me, would be that you want the levels as soon as possible.
Sitting at level 3.5. I mean, the experience seems to be pretty split across the board. NS is actually at 3.5 as well, with Kasai getting a little bit more XP. Lifestealer is going to be hitting 5 before long. And the Silencer is actually sitting at 3.5 as well. Now, to me, that's extremely important for VP. Very often when you see Silencer run as a support, what will end up happening, you know, for one reason or another, be it inefficient jungling, be it trying to push a little bit too early or what have you, you'll have a Silencer who's a little slow to 6, but he's sitting at level 4.5 roughly. At 4 minutes in. That's excellent for him. Once he hits 6, that frees this map up so much. And you want to talk about an effective gank strategy. How about you load up your Lifestealer into your Nature's Prophet, and then as soon as they land, a global silence goes off, and all of a sudden a Morphling's locked down.
Definitely something that Arrow's going to have to be careful of, or keep in mind of at least, because, yeah, with all those global things coming up, there is also the Nyx Assassin to pop out of anywhere as well.
Yep.
And yeah, it's just the global potential coming out of VP. Although it seems more singular targeted, once again, VP they're known for just picking up these lineups that rely a lot on execution, but they have a really versatile lineup when it comes to that sort of execution. Once again, just the global presence of some of their heroes, as well as the mobility coming out of the Nyx, as well as the global silence coming out potentially, could shut down a lot of Fnatic. As they have as much AoE as they have, if they can't cast a spell, then needless to say, that AoE goes out the window.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at them, especially with the only the Morphling, I mean, Morphling just needs so much farm to really begin to feel like a Morphling should feel. Again, he can contribute some decent damage out of waveform, already 3 points into it. 325 nuke in an AoE is nothing to sneeze at if he's adequately leveled, and obviously soaking solo XP here out of his defensive tri-lane, he's going to be on par with his levels. So, I mean, other than that, though, he's their only real sustained physical DPS. Heard a coil in mid. Tane gonna carapace through it. No Tails there, will not get in range for the ensnare, so a little bit of a misplay execution-wise. Fnatic missing somewhat of an opportunity, but they've still got 3 hanging around. And I actually really like this out of them because they're the ones who are beginning to dictate the pace of the game a little bit here early on, and that's got to be a little uncomfortable for VP. They're just so used to that. They draft for that. Ice Path's going to catch Tame by Wild, and S is behind him. Now he walks into some trouble. Reinitiation. There's last word Impale, and that'll be your first blood. And as good as it could go, really, for Fnatic, as the Silencer picks up that kill. That helps him out, standing around with his buddies, splitting the experience, and getting a little extra gold in his back pocket. So, took us 6.5 minutes, but finally a little blood spill.
And I gotta say, AC, that was a little bit of a surprise to me. The fact that Fly had a ward up there on the hill and it's only halfway down. He saw NS at the side, just camping the hill, and he saw, of course, Crazy walking towards the rune. He should have been able to gauge that there will be at least 2 spells coming out of the Nyx Assassin, and that already puts him at potential danger. So the fact that he even tried to Ice Path and go for that rune when he's only level 2, level 3, is, yeah, he's level 2, so his Ice Path only stuns for 1 second. That once again, just comes out as a real big surprise, and I didn't expect that out of him, because as a result of all this, along with the tower going down the top, VP's going to have a significant lead in the first nighttime.
Will be Glyph. They do have a Jakiro here if they want to try and force this back. It is within deny range now. The TP's going to come in. Trixie going to throw out the Ion Shell, but looks like they should have it pretty. Yep, they will get it. Silencer takes that as well. Now, in terms of who's going to be, yeah, it looks like it will be RZR building the mech. No real surprise there. I mean, Rubik, obviously, for the most part, has better things to save his gold towards. He's going to need to buy wards, but aside from that, a mobility item on NS, almost essential to playing an effective Rubik at this point. Teams are just so used to knowing how to position against Rubiks now that you really do need a Force Staff or a Blink Dagger to make sure you have the ability to steal some spells. And he's going to have a lot of good spells to steal, in all fairness. He's going to have Ice Path, he's going to have Ensnare, Waveform, any number of spells from Puck. So they're going to, yeah, Fnatic's going to have to make sure they don't give up too much, or NS is going to have the ability to take the game over as well. But it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Era takes the bottom tier 1.
Right, and the Nyx Assassin was able to get the pick off on Hani. It was a solo kill, and I think Hani was just playing a little bit too greedy, just because he wasn't sitting at full HP and just got comboed down by a level 7-8 Nyx Assassin. But Holdout Thought Arrow is going on NS this time.
And, oh, yeah, actually will make it away. Realizing he's in a bit of trouble. Here comes No Tail. Last word does a bit of damage. And NS, buddy, you better just head to the base. Sitting there trying to tango up whenever you've got a Morphling on the board. But no worries, he'll be safe as Morphling does withdraw. Nonetheless, VP already off to a decent lead on kills. I mean, it's been a quiet early game, but we expected that. There's going to be a coil on Tame in mid. They're going to go ahead and dust him out. Then the global silence is there. So there's no way for them to follow that up. So already we see the effectiveness of an early 6 on the silencer paying off, keeping Tame My Wild up one more, keeping him up and preventing another death.
Yeah, and that was that was absolutely crucial, just because he popped the DD, which is up for another 30 seconds, and there is a Vendetta. So if Crazy really wanted to, of course there is a ward, or there is fair enough vision to spot him out at the mid. However, if he gets lucky, he might be able to pick off, secure another kill. But it looks like Fnatic is the ones that are being really aggressive here. But hold that thought, because Airman, wow, he's really, really farmed.
Yeah, we haven't talked a whole lot about him because he's been so quiet, but like you said, he got a Midas up. Well, we didn't even talk about that. I pointed the cursor at it. But he's got a Midas up. He's already got a Helm of Iron Will on the way to his armlet. And yeah, I like Virtus Pro's just going to be able to take this over. I liked what Fnatic was doing, and now they've gotten away from it. The idea of trying to dictate the pace themselves and break this laning phase down. At some point, they need to hook up and start making use of their synergy. But Impale going to be dodged by Hani. Very well executed. Fly sitting in the wings as well. But for right now, I mean, we'll take our first look at the gold graph, and that's about what you'd expect to see. The 2 kills, it was a 1-for-1 tower trade, and the 2 kills don't account for that. 2,500 gold lead at 10 minutes is not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, nor is 3,000 experience. But that has a lot to do with just how efficient Virtus Pro has been in their farming and in their laning so far, and now they want to break it down. They're going to go ahead and smoke up. They're going to cut through the dire side secret shop. It looks like they're going to try to take a run at whoever's in mid. There's no one to dive here, at least no one that they see. There are a bunch of heroes coming together now in mid, so Fnatic might try to make a run at Tame My Wild. And this is what I was talking about with Fnatic. This is what they need to be doing. There's the coil. Tame going to be dusted out. Carapace is up. No global silence this time, and he will be brought down. NS is going to be there to telekinesis one back. No tail. Going to pop the Song of the Siren to buy himself some time. Still 20 seconds on the global silence, and no way he can contribute. But Fnatic finds their way onto the board, and it doesn't cost them anything.
4 heroes rotating in, and they did secure the kill. That's the most important thing. And of course, getting a little bit of EXP towards their supports, who are somewhat under-leveled. And by supports, I mean Fly, really. Because No-Tail did have the level 6 up, and he was able to follow up with the Song of the Siren, effectively shutting down the counter initiation coming out of BT. So, good execution by them once again. But they still haven't answered the 2 problems that are going around. We talked about it a little bit in the draft, how Illidan as well as KSI were able to pick up a 5-minute Midas just the other game. Looks like this game, they were unhindered in the process of doing something very similar. And I do fear, once again, Fnatic's late game is very, very potent, but at the same time, if you can't get to that stage just because VP can keep up such a strong amount of aggression, then Fnatic, they'll need something else to respond other than a really stacked Morphling, because once again, it just might not get to that phase of the game.
If this continues, I think you're 100% right. I mean, we looked at the goal graph. 2 Midases are going to account for a lot of that lead, and that has a lot to do with experience as well. You can't underestimate just how much you can get ahead with an early Midas if you're just left completely unaccosted. 100 CS for the Lifestealer played by Airman, and that's at 12 minutes into this game. He is very, very near perfect farm at this point. And already has an armlet up, has his Midas ready to go. He's going to go ahead and duck out, and yeah, I mean, he is just farmed beyond measure. And with the Nature's Prophet closing in on the Shadow Blade now, he doesn't need a whole lot more. Only needs about another 1,000 gold, and he'll have that up. This is, I mean, Fnatic came together. They made a run. They got a kill on Tame My Wild, but now they're falling back. And I worried that they're really going to miss their opportunity. I mean, if you have two heroes on the enemy team grab Midases, the way you punish that is the team fight, because all they have is attack speed, no damage, no survivability. But so far, Fnatic only 1 kill on the board and giving a lot of attention here to mid, but the tower's still in full health or damn near.
Yeah, and you know what, once again, this is just VP reacting with absolute perfection to the scenario that they're given. Once again, they didn't really draft the kind of greedy style that Fnatic did, but they're taking advantage of it yet again. And here is Crazy with the double damage at the bottom lane, just completely zoning out the 2 heroes that are really, really farm dependent at this stage in the game. So even though the Vendetta is not paying off with regards with a kill, they were able to keep the Morphling out of lane, and of course they have a status report as to what's exactly going on, so I wouldn't call it a waste by any means.
Not to mention the silencer. I mean, hell, we're talking about how well farmed they are with the Prophet and the LS. Hell, silencer's almost got a mech up, man. And this is a silencer who did nothing but stack and pull the entire game. He wasn't even helping the Prophet out. He's going to have a mech up and 250 gold. So this game very quickly. I mean, just look how steadily that gold graph is declining in favor of Virtus Pro. Fnatic has to do something. And, you know, obviously we have the advantage of seeing these metrics broke down, so we know how bad it is. Fnatic may not have the exact sense of that, but they still have to feel like, it's like, look, if they're clicking the heroes the way I am and looking at the items, they got to be getting worried a little.
Yeah, well, certainly. With the Rubik being up on level 6 as well, he has the ability to steal spells, and you mentioned it earlier how every single hero of Fnatic, like if you're NS right now, you must have a field day with this game, because literally any hero you click the Q or the R on this game, you're gonna have an extra spell that's either gonna give you more mobility, more damage, or any sort of game-winning spell. So it's once again, it's gonna be really crucial for Fnatic, really, to execute perfectly. And with Hani having a Blink Dagger very soon, but hold that thought, No-Tail is going in with the sleep, and maybe this is the execution they were just looking for.
Here's going to be a TPN. Let's see. Global Silence. There it is. Now they're going to be able to grab NS. NS will end up dropping the counter initiations. There's going to be an impale to catch us one. Illidan laying into Era. That's not the hero they want to lose. Macro Pyre's down, but it doesn't matter. Illidan infest out and will decide to go ahead and retreat. They go 1 for 1. Again, the tower remains untouched. 1-for-1 trade, but they traded a Morphling for a 5 support Rubik. And obviously, that's not what they wanted. And that's what I was talking about there. Like, the only chance they have to initiate like that is they have to have the puck sitting on top of the silencer, and they have to be within milliseconds of the proper time to get off the Waning Rift to silence it. If they don't, that's going to happen every single time. And now Virtus Pro charging back across the river, the Tier 1 Glyph, but still not likely to stay standing for long. Prophet just finished his Shadow Blade, by the way, so he's 8 miles ahead. Now they're going to jump and grab 3. Very well done. And the Ice Path. Counter initiation better than the first initiation. Tame's in trouble, trying to make a run. No-Tail taking damage. There's the waveform in. Illidan still being abused by Era. He might dive him. Nope, he's going to turn and chase the silencer. Hani's there, has the orb, and will. Nice Ice Path out of Fly. Era gets a double kill out of it. That's the shot in the arm they needed. They were really looking bad. They had to get a win somewhere, and they do. Make it 5-3 as 3 are down. And with the LS so low health, they should get this Tier 1.
Yep. Securing the Tier 1, I think, will be the biggest implication out of this exchange. Of course, they did pick up a lot of the kills they were missing. But at the same time, with this mid tower gone, that means they're getting a lot of map control back in their favor. But Trixie just keeps these up to the top lane, denies the tower, and there's a man fight going on.
Going toe-to-toe, and Trixie thought about charging out, realizing that maybe it might not be the best call. Nonetheless, he did get the deny on the top tower. And I love seeing a Darkseer deny a tower, because you have to time it so well because of the karate chop animation, but it is so cool. So, well played by Trixie, and Fnatic able to not just stop the bleeding, but again, showing some signs of life, cutting the lead in half. Tame My Wild actually eats a waveform there. Didn't even know he was there. Tame with eyes on the target. Let's see if they're going to try to hook up the LS. I think that's what they're trying to do here. Nope, never mind. There's the Bandana, Impale, Mana Burn. And, yep, Prophet not having any part of it. So the mechanism is now done on Arzard. There was a mech up on the Darkseer for that last fight as well. So, again, Fnatic, they were, this is what you love to see if you love good, close competitive Dota. That was a fight that if they don't reinitiate there and do as well as they do, very potentially this game starts to slide out of control. Instead, we've got a close one on our hands, and Era, with his Leaking Sphere done, going to start farming towards his bigger items.
Yeah, and once again, that's a very good sign for them. They're stacking up the jungle, so with the Leaking Sphere, he'll have a lot more survivability. But VP, I think they're reacting appropriately in the sense that they have the heroes at the bottom lane just sitting behind. I do believe they're going to transition this into some sort of a push to the bottom lane, because if they don't, they're not going to utilize KSI to the full extent of what he could be used as, which is just holding the top lane and split pushing elsewhere. Of course, that mid tower is also a priority target for them, because if you let Fnatic take the mid tower like that, once again, Fly can do this kind of thing where he just walks up to the enemy hill. And if the tower was there, of course, a whole bunch of TPs as well as a Prophet rotation would have probably killed that off. But yeah, it's just a tower advantage, and having that checkpoint that you can just teleport on, that makes a lot of map control differences. So yeah, it's a good job done by Fnatic, and we'll see how they respond to the smoke gank that's imminent right here, because I feel like Fly is going to get picked out.
Fly will be spotted. They can't get on top of him. There's the Vendetta. The Impale almost dodged, almost not quite. Horseshoes and hand grenades, and there's going to be the Curse. Meching through it, and the Naga Siren comes in. The wall already with 2 down, and they're going to reinitiate. Beautiful vacuum as well as the coil to lock the 2 down. Fnatic playing their way back into this remarkably well. Responded to that as perfectly as they could. Fly stayed patient, waited for his opportunity. The only problem is, while this has been going on, Illidan and Kasai are going to town on the Roshan. And Illidan has 4,500 gold and an Aegis right now. To say he's farmed, he's at 10,000 net worth. He's leading the Morphling by more than 2,000 at short of 20 minutes. That is such a wide margin for this stage of the game.
Wow. And it's basically the minus paying dividends again. But hold that thought. Crazy's getting picked out here at the mid lane with the ensnare as well as the combo from the puck. Wow, that's a lot of damage that Crazy has just taken just because he died at the bottom. Just came back in a crucial time after the Aegis was taken and died again. So for another minute, he's going to be looking to not do anything around the map. But here's NS at the bottom taking waveform, so there's a slight victory over there.
Desolator, the pickup on the Lifestealer. And, you know, when you look at just how dependent Fnatic's going to be on the Morphling, you can understand why. The problem is Morphling's just going to end up with a lot of armor when he morphs his stats anyway.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, I understand it. It's a damage item as well as an armor reduction item. If nothing else, the plan might be to try to capitalize on this window between 20 and 30 minutes and say, okay, we're not going to worry about the Morphling. His right click is not that scary right now. So how about Lifestealer? Why don't you just blow up Jakiro in 3 swipes? Blow up that Darkseer in 5 swipes. And I think that's going to be the plan. Just leave the Morphling standing by himself at the end and let the rest of the team clean him up.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's exactly the game plan here. Once again, it's a Morphling that's standalone. He will have an E-Blade since he looks like he's semi-rushing it, pardon me, outside of getting like treads or an extra upgraded version of boots. So when he has the E-Blade, needless to say, some of VP supports are going to have to play rather back if they haven't already been doing so. But at the same time, this Lifestealer's ability to just close the gap and burst down a couple of support heroes or a couple of crucial spellcasters might just completely change the game in VP's favor. So
and that's going to get dove real quick. Sorry, so they're going to try to take the tier 2. There might be some reinitiation coming in. There's the global silence, and they're going to go to town. Kasai brought a passage. Hani forced into the jungle. Their silence still active. Trixie going to get blown up. Hani can do nothing but try to leave. There's going to be 1 TP away. They lost Morphling plus Fly. And he's going to try to jaunt into the woods. Kasai looking for him. He blinks backwards, so giving him the old okey doke. He does not have a TP. He's going to phase shift away from the last word. And, yeah, that's a super dead puck. He just ate a ton of damage from that Vendetta. That's a 3-for-0 trade, even though they did get the Rubik. Now, this is the kind of thing that Fnatic's going to be very wary of. They looked like Arrow wanted to engage on Kasai. But, you know, they have this aggressive potential, but they have to always be cognizant of when that global silence is up. And right there, they had to know they weren't going to get that tier 2 for free. I'm actually surprised they sat as far forward as they did, because once the silence came out, it was all over but the crying.
Yeah, it almost seems like both teams kind of overextending that. We had that one time with VP at lane giving Fnatic the advantage, and now Fnatic just giving it back to them, completely turned it over. Really nicely executed by VP, of course, and an extra kill, which was the puck. Puck was TPing back to base, but decided to cancel his TP and orb. I have no idea why Hani did that. It might have been a misclick, but regardless, that's one of those kills that they really can't afford to give VP right now, because the Aegis is still up on Illidan, as well as their abundance of gold advantage, as well as EXP at 21 minutes into the game. Era is still looking for a lot more farm before he hits some critical mass, so they have to be somewhat careful, and they're looking to gain back more ground with this smoke gank right here.
Love this play out of Fnatic. They just gave up a pretty ugly fight, and you know, that's the kind of thing you don't, you know, I always love teams that say, okay, we just lost, let's go fight again, because we don't want them to have that lead any longer than they have to. We don't want them to have that edge on us and continue to build on it for 5 minutes while both teams fall back to par. And of course, finding someone, pretty essential to a smoke gank, and so far they're having not the most luck. But they are going to rotate up the top. Era's already there. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and turn this into a push.
Yep, it looks like with tier 1 being up and Era already being positioned, that will definitely be the case. I'm wondering how the reaction is going to come out on VP's part. if they're gonna try to re-engage on the Naga Sleep as well as a full 5-force of Fnatic in the same manner they did at bottom with all their ultimates, or if they're gonna counter push as well and force Fnatic to a reaction. That's something that's on my mind to see, and I do feel like VP, although they're downing kills, once again, with all their spells up, I feel like they will be in an advantage.
Yep. And, you know, again, it's so hard to just try to find a way to cope with that. You know, and that's, you know, the silencer pickup really showing just how brilliant it is. I mean, when you talk about Fnatic, again, we broke it down. They're going to be able to come out with the Song of the Siren. Illidan's way up front. He's got a lot of stuff to invest into. Ice passes area, rages through it. Silence immediately reinitiating off of it. And they're going to get the tower and a free kill. Again, the only chance they have to keep that from happening is they have to account for the silencer after the Song of the Siren. And to be totally honest with you, this is what I call the Tidehunter effect on that, too. For a while there, when teams were experimenting, like right when Naga went into the game, hold that thought, Era going to be initiated on. He's down to half health. There's a waiting rift. They caught a couple coil. Locked down 3, but there's the Infest getting back up and fighting. And NS actually stole Song of the Siren. Didn't even notice he'd gotten it. Now they're going to follow it up. Era will not make it away. So he's down for 57 seconds. Does he have buyback? He does. If they can force it, which I think they might try to here. Just grab this creep wave. Nope, Kasai's going to bail. And, yeah, I think that if I'm them, I want to force this buyback. Immediately picks up a Maelstrom. Wall's still up, so Illidan going to take the long road around. He's going to be ensnared down, taking some tower damage. Vacuum in. He's down to half health, but the initiation on the Trixie and Fly. There's a nice waning rift. Silenced out 4. Can they follow it up? Kasai back into the fight, but Illidan's hurting. Has the Aegis pop. Seemed like he was quite willing. Could have toggled the armlet instead, opting to just go ahead and come back with the 1-up. Call that the green mushroom move. Tier 3 down, now the Rax. They're going to sell out on it, and for good reason. 2 buybacks out already. If they can take this Rax and get out without losing a hero, it's going to be crippling. Illidan able to just barely rage through that ice path. Timing on that was a little wonky. Nonetheless, it's 9-9. They've lost the Rax, they've lost the Tier 3, and they forced 2 buybacks out of Morphling and Darkseer, arguably the two of the 3 most important heroes on the board right now. Don't know that could have gone much better for VP.
No, I honestly don't think it could have. That was actually just one of the cleanest victories that I've seen VP take. It's just taking 1 kill, taking another tower, taking the carry, taking another tower, forcing buybacks, and taking Rax. It's just a series of events that you normally don't see. A series of unfortunate events, rather, for Fnatic. And, man, I gotta say, they really are just playing to pure perfection. I mean, you mentioned about the silencer pick, and it kind of does remind me a little bit now that I look at it as a 4-position hero that could be used as a core.
Right.
That global silence, man. The fact that it's used in conjunction with the Naga Sleep, it almost seems like VP has a Naga Siren of their own without NS using the ulti. Because as soon as the Naga Sleep wears off, all of a sudden, instead of the ice path, instead of the giant vacuum, all you see is a global silence that's putting Fnatic on their tails.
Yep.
And man, all I gotta say is, with the Aegis coming up in a few minutes, VP look like they are ready to secure the victory.
Yep, that's kind of what I was driving at before that Tier 3 fight broke out. It's the Tidehunter effect. I remember when Naga first went in. Obviously, she synergizes with Tidehunter, but it got to a point where you would see teams draft a Naga Siren, and the enemy team would immediately draft the Tide. Because what do you do? I mean, if you engage with a Naga Sleep into a Tidehunter and he's properly positioned, because of the way that ability works, all he has to do is spam his R key, and he's virtually guaranteed, unless you're within milliseconds of silencing him or whatever other way you want to cope with it. Unless you have that up your sleeve and you're able to execute it every time, the Naga Sleep actually ends up doing more harm than good. You set up perfect silences because your team then groups up, then moves in range, and the fight's ready to go, and you're silenced at the perfect opportunity with a team that is heavily based on closing distance with the Lifestealer pick and the Nyx Assassin. Those are 2 heroes who have to get in and do their damage, and to do so safely is really their big weakness. And yeah, you're just giving them everything they want. So Fnatic using the Naga Sleep, but they, what they're going to have to do is try to take consecutive fights. I mean, at this point, I don't know that that's even possible. But take a fight, force a silence, fall back, and then take another fight when silence is on cooldown. But even that's going to be tough, as the silencer is working on a Scepter. He's already more than halfway done with it.
Oh dear. And yeah, once again, the Scepter duration buffing up the, the Scepter duration for the global silence just buffing up everything by 1 extra second. But really, 1 extra second is all it takes, AC. I mean, looking at this game thus far, every single second that Fnatic is unable to execute with their spells is just, it does way too much damage on their team as a whole. So, VP It looks like they want to sit back for a bit. I mean, if you saw Airman's timing there, you mentioned the armlet toggling, and yes, he specifically turned it off just to die. It was about within 5 seconds of expiry of the Aegis.
Yep.
So VP, yeah, they're really on the ball, man. It looks like they're in full shape. They took a couple of rather harsh defeats as of late, you know, losing to EG 2-0 and a couple other teams dropping games here and there. But man, they look in shape.
Absolutely. Yeah, they lost twice yesterday. So coming back in the D2L and firing back hard. Fnatic has been struggling quite a bit here in the D2L. And, you know, you can't help but look at Fnatic and start to worry a little bit. We all know how talented they are. It wasn't that long ago that Fnatic was considered by many, myself included, to be the hands-down best team, at least in terms of results, across the span of 2 or 3 months. I mean, they look so good. So you know how good they can be, but they just seem, you know, ever since they had that long period of downtime with Fly in Italy and with Hani relocating to the U.S., they just have struggled. It seems like they've struggled a bit. And, you know, it's not that I'm a fanboy. I love all these teams. Love Virtus.pro, love Fnatic. But I just want to see good Dota. So I hope they do get their legs out back underneath them soon. I don't, you know, it's hard to tell where they are in their development, but especially arcing towards TI. Both of these teams, very talented, and Virtus.pro playing some good Dota today. Roche gonna drop for the second time this game and give the Aegis to Nyx Assassin of all people.
Yeah, it's I guess for one, Airman doesn't have any more slots, and he doesn't really want to throw away part of his carry potential because every item gives him so much. And the other thing would be, as you mentioned, with Nyx Assassin and Lifestealer, the two main issues are kind of just the kiting issue as well as getting right into perfect possession. Of course, with the Blink Dagger on the Nyx, that helps, but he is rather secure when it flat HP. Even though Spike Carapace can, you know, keep you alive for just a little bit, it's not always the best option to rely on. So the Aegis is going to tame my wild. I don't have doubts on it whatsoever. The other person I would imagine it would go on would be the Prophet, but out of some KSI will have buyback money by the time.
Tell you what I love here. Taking a look at Illidan, he's picked up a Lincoln Sphere. What a great way to counter the ensnare from Nagasira. You know, it's effective for him in a variety of ways. Gives him good stat gain. Takes the one big disable they have up their sleeve that he has to worry about completely out of the equation. And now he can just barrel blindly forward and feels so confident that he's not going to end up making a mistake. So there it is. We just saw a pop, and now they're going to go in. They're going to silence them out. Lincoln Sphere popped on Era as well, meching through it. The siege underway, and there's going to be the Rage as the Ice Path is tossed out. He's going to open wounds, actually. There's going to be the ensnare, getting him on the low ground. Ice Path stolen by NS, one of the best spells he could possibly have. There's a good vacuum now. He's in trouble. Nice follow-up. Coming out of Fnatic, Illidan forced to scurry away. And the Aegis, here we go. Let's see if they can do it. There's the silence already. And nothing they can do but go ahead and scatter. Fly will be caught with the Impale. And he's blown up 100%. Kasai, by the way, did finish a Scythe device when all was said and done. And there it is. We're going to see Era scythed out. He's going to be bursting. No! Able to get away by the Ghost Scepter. Right at the edge. Nice vacuum. Grabs 3 from Virtus.pro. Still trying to follow it up. They just can't kill him. They're too farmed. The item's too big. They have too much health. And really and truly, Fnatic's execution in these fights has been pretty damn good. They just can't bring them down, and the GG comes out. There at the end, Fnatic was really doing well in terms of execution. They just let the burden get a little too heavy. 15,000 gold at the end, 14,000 experience, and Virtus.pro rolls to a 30-minute Game 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say about the execution? It was rather flawless. Just that vacuum combination as well as Hani's initiation with the puck was pretty much landed all their spells on all the heroes and left them, you know, at least half HP. But they just simply couldn't get the 0% done just because, once again, the items coming out of VP at this point are so big that they really don't care about the good majority. So Fnatic, it was a good final attempt, but it was just not enough to secure the deal.
Should see the Ancient Blow here momentarily. Once again, guys, want to thank you for being a part of the broadcast. If you just tuned in, this is the conclusion of game number 1 of our first best of 3 of the day. We got 3 more today, 3 more tomorrow, 3 more the day after. We got a lot of Dota here on the D2L. There you go. And the kill score relatively low, all things considered. Only 22 kills netted on the board by the time all was said and done. But Virtus.pro with a lead, and you know, the kills honestly felt like they didn't matter nearly as much. Virtus.pro was just so much more efficient. They were able to apply pressure in the right ways. Their reactions were great. Their ability to keep map control on their side maintained through the entire game, and in the end, Fnatic just kind of crushed under the grinding weight that Virtus Pro was able to show us. I'm Siege, joined by Clairvoyance. We'll be back with game number 2 of this best of 3 on the Raid Call D2L, powered by XMG, coming up next. game number 2 of the first best of 3 of the day. Fnatic and Virtus.pro both have one more best of 3 each coming up later on, rotating in and out with Alliance. That is our doubleheader cubed. Or however, I'm sure there's some much more cute phrase to use. Tweet one at me if you happen to think of one. But the idea is that Fnatic, Virtus.pro, and Alliance are basically in a mini group stage here for all it's worth. They're just going to be trading in and out throughout the day. Each team will end up playing the other 2 teams at least once. So anyway, game number 1, a dominant performance from Virtus.pro. And really what it all came down to was efficiency. Whenever you looked at the gold game, the decision of Virtus.pro, which is honestly, I won't say it's rare for them, but it's not what you always expect to see them grab 2 Midases. I mean, getting one on a profit makes a ton of sense, but to go ahead and grab one up on the Lifestealer when Virtus.pro has such a reputation for out-and-out aggression. And in the end, they got the Midases, and Fnatic just wasn't able to crack the shell at all. They weren't able to really put Virtus.pro under any pressure, and by the time the gold and experience advantage those Midases granted caught up with them, Fnatic just started to melt. And unfortunately for them, they were on the bad end of a sub-30-minute loss, or virtually a sub-30-minute loss. Nonetheless, going to be looking to force a Game 3 with a win here in Game 2. Virtus.pro thinking sweep, and they want to make sure they get their wins here today, as they did drop 2 series yesterday. One a little bit of revenge and a chance to move themselves back up in our standings a bit. If you're just tuning in, I'm Aaron AC Chambers, joined by Clairvoyance for the broadcast. And yeah, CV, I mean, we're going to see Fnatic get their hands on the Treant Protector, but the aggressive Batrider pick out of Virtus.pro should be a fun game already.
Oh yeah, most certainly, and we've seen VP demonstrate their Batriders with KSI. Of course, not always the most stellar performance, but if it does get in the hands of Crazy, he's really efficient with the Batrider rotations around the map. So, however, Fnatic do have something as a response already, which is an response actually to your Tree movement. Is
Yes.
that Tree is going to be literally moving around this game, and making his actually VP's life a living hell just by dropping that living armor and saying, well, VP, I know how you like to play. You like to play aggressive. You like to get kills, but haha, you're not gonna get any kills. As a matter of fact, we're gonna dive you for kills with the Weaver entry and Protector. Already picking up a wombo combo that is known to be one of the most devastating ones in the current metagame.
Absolutely, and you know, the only thing that worries me for Fnatic is you're doing it against the Virtus.pro squad that has no problem running an offensive tri-lane. In fact, they very often do that just for the hell of it, just so they can put some pressure on the opponent. And that's really the way to beat this combination. I mean, if you let the Tree and the Weaver just sit back and do their own thing, they're going to get in a great position, and they're going to be impossible to deal with. And the Leshrac pickup going to round out the first 2 for Virtus.pro. We'll see what they're going to put with it. Seeing a Lesh come out in the first 2 is a little unexpected, just because, I mean, that's a hero that occasionally he'll get banned out, but unless you're just obviously showing what you want to do, and I think that might be the beginning. And you know, you don't want to try to overanalyze, but picking up a Lesh there are so many heroes with which he synergizes. Any hero that has a dedicated slow or some kind of an early disruption, say from Shadow Demon or any sort of a lockdown spell, he's going to be able to fit together with that and can function very well out of an offensive tri-lane. So I think that's what we're going to see out of Virtus.pro, just based on that initial Leshrac pick and when it came out. But you know, it's much easier said than done. I mean, Tree in lane is really unspectacular. Leech Seed's not that great of a spell. Nature's Guy is more of a gimmick. And it does take a couple of levels. Usually around level 3 of Living Armor is where that spell just feels like, feels broken, for lack of a better way to put it. Level 1 and 2, it's a pain in the butt, but usually used more than anything to just regen some lanes. It helps out every lane, not just the lane you're in. But that's also something else that ends up happening when you put pressure onto a lane with a Treant Protector in it, is he ends up using his Living Armor on heroes close to him instead of those out in the off lane or out in the mid lane. So there's still a benefit of offensively tri-laning, even if you don't get a lot of kills.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, knowing VP's nature, I would just not put it past him at all, just because I've seen the Leshrac pick up as a counter to Tree before, and it's really interesting when you pick it up this early, and I'm glad you made some points about it already, because how it works is, with the Diabolic Edict as well as the Stun, 2 really fantastic early game spells, you can rip away a lot of Living Armor and its ability to nullify damage, as well as secure kills with the 2-second stun that's rather constant throughout all levels.
Right.
So, on top of that, if Fnatic does not ban out heroes like Shadow Demon or Enchantress, they're giving VP a lot of room to operate. And if I was in Ennis' shoes right now, as soon as I saw the Treant as well as the Weaver, I'm thinking similar along your lines as well, saying, you know what, Tree is a 4th position hero that is melee, and although he has a lot of damage, his lane presence is not nearly as strong as it would be if he's just freely spamming his Living Armor all across the map. So putting pressure in his lane is most definite. And I like VP's way of thinking once again. I feel like they're banning out the solos on the side lanes that could cause potential trouble for them. Because if they go aggressive tri-lane against Fnatic, and they go even in the sense that all the supports are level 3 by 6 minutes, and their carries are not both carries are not as farmed as they had hoped. But so long as they don't really lose in the kill battle,
Right.
they might have the setup in which case their solos, safe lane solo as well as the mid lane solo, might just come so far ahead that once they get into that nighttime situation, they might be able to rotate to the tri lane and secure a lot more kills that would have immense implications. So if that is the game plan that VP is running under the notion of, I would say pick up the SD, pick up the Enchantress, pick up Chant, do something and pick up a core that can survive as well as do damage just like a Weaver, and go aggressive tri lane. Because if you secure the lanes against the tree, you're going to secure a really, really nice spot in the mid game.
Totally agree. Could not agree more. And I'll tell you something, even when you think about it, that might end up being worthwhile is actually, I mean, Bad Rider's so good in in solo lane situations. That's no secret. But I want to say it was Virtus Pro. There were two teams that I've seen do it in the last 3 or 4 weeks who ran an offensive tri-lane with a Bat Rider at the head of it. And that is actually really hard to cope with. I love that Kunkka pickup for Fnatic, though. I mean, you pick a tree and a Weaver. That indicates that you want to fight early and you want to fight often. Kunkka, of course, going to benefit from tree armor, especially if tree is left completely to his own devices. In a defensive tri-lane, Kunkka will benefit from tree armor if he is run mid, as tends to be the habit. And another hero who can just fight like hell. And with living armor, we saw yesterday just how effectively Kunkka can dive whenever he's living armored. I mean, the hero is just so hard to deal with. But now the ball in Virtus Pro's shoes, and I do like the Naga Siren ban as well as the Slark ban out from Fnatic, by the way. Just banning out 2 heroes. The Dark Pact melts away the tree armor as well, and Naga Siren's ability to lock down a Weaver. Just playing to their strengths, just saying, you know what? We're just going to try to limit your options in terms of ways that you can cope with what we're going to be really depending on, which is Weaver's aggression early on. So VP actually grabs up the Rubik. Rubik can work in an offensive tri-lane. A little tougher to time the Split Earth after a telekinesis. You get the little marker on the ground, of course, but still a little tougher to time than, say, off of a Shadow Demon's Disruption. But we'll see how they want to play it out. I mean, Rubik is an excellent hero in that situation with the right people around him. And, you know, when I look, it's so hard to call. I mean, in terms of what kind of damage dealer you run there, hell, they could run a 3 support tri-lane. We've seen Virtus Pro do that before.
Yeah, or something like a semi-core such as a Windrunner would also benefit. But, you know, once again, the weird thing about the Rubik pick is while it's fantastic, and I know NS's notion is that one of the ways to deal with tree is you kind of just steal his living armor or his overgrowth, and all of a sudden you have a tree on your team as well. But more importantly, I feel like just leaving the Shadow Demon option for Fnatic, as well as Fnatic just not taking it, just picking up the Enchantress, means that there's a specific type of aggression that both teams want to apply. But you know what? Forget everything I had mentioned. They're going with the anti-mage. They're probably going to end up safe lane tri-laning this. And they want to actually find that timing in the 20-minute mark where Illidan, if he gets the safe lane solo, will get so farmed that Tree, Weaver, and Kunkka, with all of their lack of lockdowns, will have nothing to say about it.
Yep.
So it looks like the game plan has changed. VP will probably play a standard style of where they might sack the Bat Rider, allow Crazy a blinking or a mobile hero such as the Queen of Pain at the mid lane if Fnatic decide not to take it. And they might just go for like the Queen of Pain as well as Anti-Mage, wombo combo, split push all around the map. Or there's still the option of a Prophet. And although I have to say that I haven't seen Crazy on the Bat Rider anytime recently because KSI has been taking it up so much more often, it is definitely an option.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what Virtus Pro can do here, they can actually still decide to go ahead and run an offensive tri-lane if they feel comfortable with the anti-mage in his matchup to whatever hero they perceive will be running in the long lane from the enemy side. I mean, a solo lane anti-mage actually benefits a hell of a lot. I mean, yeah, he might get a little bit more harassment. He might be under a little bit more threat than he would be if he's purely defensively tri-lane, but his experience gain tends to be much better. So, and anti-mage isn't bad one-on-one. He has a good, one of the best escape mechanisms in the game, even with just 1 point into blink. Mana burn makes it very, very difficult. Mana break, I should say, makes it very difficult for a lot of heroes to really stand up against him if he decides to play aggressive and is able to get up an early ring of health to help out with his regen. So we'll see. I mean, VP has a lot of options. DK going to be the pickup for Fnatic. Now, where they're going to run all these heroes, it's looking like that may be a long lane Weaver with a Kunkka. I mean, Kunkka and DK, both melee heroes that can go mid. In this matchup, it depends. I mean, right now, I don't know that we've seen Virtus Pro's mid. We'll have to. It's really just so wide open for them that it's tough to call. And I think it's going to be the same thing for Fnatic. I think who they decide to send mid might end up depending on what Virtus Pro shows us. But DK and Kunkka both work well. One of those two will be defensively tri-laned almost definitely. with the Enchantress in the jungle, plus the tree support with the Weaver in the off lane. That's really the way that these lanes make sense.
Yeah, you know what? With that, I honestly don't know about that DK pickup last one. Once again, it kind of just forces your lanes to be significantly weaker than they could have been. Because I feel like in this scenario, if you don't put the Weaver on the safe lane, VP, who as you said, might still have the chance of, they can still choose to aggressive try lane, just pull the anti-mage and leave him solo. Of course, against Living Armor, even with mana burn, you might take a lot more harassment damage just because you can't win the exchange against Living Armor. But at the same time, the tri-lane, safe lane tri-lane potential coming out of Fnatic, which would be the Enchantress tree +1, it just seems so weak in comparison to Leshrac Rubik +1. So once again, man, I am really, really scared for Fnatic's situation right now, because in this situation, especially with the prop to pick up now, even if they do survive to a mid-game, late-game extent, that anti-mage is probably going to farm a lot faster than all those heroes on Fnatic. So I feel like their game plan right now, just by their draft, seems a little bit unstable, and will have to rely a lot on early game luck. Not simply just execution, but luck. Because if VP overstep, while they can punish it with damage, needless to say, if VP don't overstep, they have the better range, they have the better harass, and they might look to put you down early.
Fnatic is, what I think is going to be clutch here is, as good as the Treant and the Weaver are, what I think is going to matter even more is going to be the Kunkka. Yeah, it is going to be Hani on Kunkka, so he will be going mid. But we've seen it time and time again, and if you missed, I can't remember who they were playing. Yeah, actually, I checked that. I do remember who they were playing. It was Team Liquid versus Na'Vi. And if you want to see a well-played Kunkka who knows how to play aggressive and knows how to get the most out of that hero as soon as he hits level 6, go watch Korok's performance in Game 1 versus Na'Vi here in the D2L between Team Liquid and Na'Vi. It was just an utter beatdown. And granted, in fairness, it was Puppy who was running a DK mid because Dindy and Havost were out that day. They were prepping to travel to China, and they were laid up in an airport or something like that. But nonetheless, I mean, it was just a really good performance coming out of Team Liquid. And if Hani's, that's what they're going to need out of Hani. I mean, Weaver plus Tree is great for diving and great for aggression. But like you said, when you look at Virtus Pro's lineup, it's going to be another one of those lineups where, Illidan's going to find his farm, no doubt about it. The Prophet will be rushing a Midas. If they start trying to push towers, they start trying to group up, and they are unable to accomplish a set of goals, they're going to end up starting to feel flat like we saw in Game 1. And that's probably the best way to describe it. Like, Fnatic had great plays. They had some really nice execution. But in terms of the way the game just scaled out for them, it was a very flat line, while Virtus Pro just built and built and built upon their early laning phase efficiency. And that's going to be something they have to avoid when they have three heroes, the Kunkka, the DK, and the Weaver, who really do need farm, and with the Enchantress spending time in the jungle if she's going to hope to have any items at all.
Yeah, so here is the DD getting picked up, and this Enchantress, as soon as she saw three heroes, I would imagine, yeah, there she goes, looking like she is ready to take her talents into the jungle. But she's coming out here in the mid, and yes, it's just a sentry just to see if there's a ward. So it looks like the lanes are going to be on the safe side of things, with the safe lane trial lane on both teams. But I still do believe that this will heavily favor VP, as, oh my gosh, Trixie might just get first blooded right here.
And I missed that, couldn't find it. It was the Weaver. Okay.
Yeah.
Whoops, my bad. So Trixie, yeah, I for whatever reason you said Trixie, I wanted to bounce off the top. It's like there's nobody there. But anyway, first blood goes the way of Virtus Pro. Horrendous camera work. #FireAC. But I mean, what else can you say? It's unfortunate. I mean, Trixie, well, and in fairness, we did see Black end up giving her first blood plus another early death kill, and he managed to take over Game 2 versus Virtus Pro. So, not going to say it's the end of the world, but certainly a very nice start for VP as they set up shop in what should be an otherwise very quiet game.
Wow, this whole Living Armor, as well as the Satyr Hellcaller, Tormentor, pardon me, just spamming Shockwave on Crazy. Wow, do you see how far Hani and the Creep is diving at the mid lane? He's almost going down here.
Tame My Wild will make it into the trees just barely. In the meantime, we see Kasai coming over. Hani will be spotted. Now he's got Treants out. They're going to try to block him out. Hani through the Torrent. He is going to have the Living Armor melted off. Body blocking him with the Treants. They're going to try to cut him off. He's taking damage. He's got 3 stacks on him. The Satyr is there, and more Living Armor keeping Hani alive. He uses his wand charges, actually. Now the Torrent's going to connect, and the Satyr from the low ground adds a little bit more damage. There's going to be a kill on Tame My Wild. Kasai has a teleport, but no Sprout. 5 stacks of sticky napalm, slowing Hani down, but Living Armor, man, ban the tree. Seriously. Let's just break down what he got away with there. He dove all the way to right here almost got a kill. First Tame My Wild off. Kasai came over. He then proceeded all the way back up to here, got a kill right here, and then just casually walked his way back across lane with a Nature's Prophet and a freaking Bat Rider on him the entire time. Well, and he did have a little help. Did have a little help from the Satyr, but in fairness, still, ban the tree, dude. Just ban the tree.
Of all things, a Bat Rider, a hero who's slowing you and is pretty much the guru at getting one of the earliest solo kills in the game. Just a staggering effect that Living Armor has, and wow, No Tail's micro was really fantastic. Granted that his cast of the shockwaves really whittled down crazy, and you know what? It's not stopping, because you see this tornado coming in here with the Wildkin. That's going to completely win Hani his lane, especially with the Living Armor. He's sitting at level 4, almost level 5, and crazy with this tornado. Just can't do a thing about it.
Tame My Wild not having a fun time here in mid. The Anti-Mage getting farmed, but so is the DK. They sit atop the board at 3 minutes, 20 apiece. Very nice farm on both sides so far. Taking a look at Trixie, he's just looking for level 2, so not playing forward at all, recognizing the kill potential that exists here from Virtus Pro. And that sentry will be expiring momentarily. Trixie spotted out. Going to take a little right-click damage, but not a whole lot else to report. The Enchantress on her way to level 4, a little bit past halfway to level 4 right now, or between 3 and 4, I should say. And, you know, when I look at this lineup, you know, I wonder, is this going to be a defensive build or an offensive build coming out of the DK in particular? I want to say it's going to be an offensive build. I think we're going to see something like Treads straight into a Shadow.
Well, I gotta say, if he wants any chance to be with the AM in the mid-late game, I feel like he should rush a Midas. But if he gets the Treads, there is a good chance of pushing with the Enchantress as well as the Living Armor to allow you to dive a little bit further. And rely on Hani mainly just for those spells in the team fight to mitigate the damage with the boat, as well as, just the early aggression coming out of all the Kunkka spells. I wanted to bring into attention just one really brilliant play that BP just did. They rotated NS to the mid lane and just sacrificed, get a wave or two, as they let the Bat Rider, which is Tame My Wild, just take a complete 3 to 4 stack in the jungle, and he completely had caught up on all that he had lost. So that was a really good coordinated rotation coming out of that team.
DK will go ahead and grab him the Treads, and the reason I brought that up, and I agree with you, if he wants to go late game against the AM, he's going to need something like a Midas. But I don't think that's the plan here. When you look at Fnatic's lineup, what do they have? They have unbelievable mid-game potential. They have the absurd power of Weaver plus Living Armor. They have Enchantress, who once she hits 6 can contribute some pretty nice long-range DPS with pure damage from Impetus. But more importantly, you've got the Kunkka and the DK. Those are two heroes with the relatively, well, Kunkka in particular, with the short cooldown on his boat, plus the AoE potential that comes out of both of them together. The Breathe Fire, the Tidebringer, if he gets the level 2 Elder Dragon form, then you have the AoE Splash and the poison damage that comes off of that, and the magic damage in an AoE that comes off of Weaver. I just think the plan here is going to be to say, okay, they've got a Prophet, 2 supports, and a Bat, and they're really all in on the idea of the Anti-Mage just being huge as quick as he can be. And in terms of that, why don't we abuse that? Why would we build a Midas and try to take an Anti-Mage out late when that's exactly when that hero wants to be fighting? Why don't we just try to fight early? And getting the Treads up, I think, an indication of that. So we'll see what he wants to grab next. I still leaning towards that Shadow Blade.
Yeah, it looks like the most likely possibility here. I still do wonder if this plan is going to be executed to the full. Once again, it's just one of those strategies that will have to rely a lot on perfect execution as opposed to just running with the flow, you know what I mean? Because when you give Anti-Mage this kind of free farm, as well as the first blood that he had gotten, you see Trixie right now, he just can't do anything to the AM, who's level 6 already with the ring as well as Tread, and has begotten Tame with the poor man's shield, so needless to say, ranged harassment is not going to be an issue for him. And the good thing is that they are taking 2 towers at the top lane. That's going to give them a significant gold advantage, and it's going to rely a lot on their transition from this point on. Because once again, Era with a Shadow Blade is going to be a lot more scary for VP than an Era without a Shadow Blade.
Illidan given the... Can't catch him.
My.
Oh, man. And Illidan, these Legged, there's no creeps around. And we're going to see Hani up. Hani's going to spot him. He doesn't have X. Oh, Hani. You're level 7. How do you not have a single point in X marks the spot? That's not going to matter. What the hell just happened there to Illidan? He just ran, I mean, like, I was watching that entire pursuit of him. He ran in circles like 5 times. He blinked across once and got within 1 auto attack and just continued to run in circles. So Very nice play, I guess you have to say, from Fnatic, getting the rotation and getting a high-value kill on an Anti-Mage who, to this point, had not slowed down at all.
That kill on Illidan right there, which is basically Illidan killing himself, is gonna set him back so much more. He could have had a perseverance right now and still been farming, as well as just walking into the jungle right now as we speak. But the fact that he had died as a solo free farming carry to essentially nothing means that much better for Fnatic. And Trixie just picked up an entire level from that death. So, wow, they picked it up where they needed to, and it kind of just came to them for free.
Living armor, not going to allow, and that's something with this that we haven't really talked about. Anti-Mage, of course, while he's farming, once he gets a Battle Fury up in particular, a hero that will be able to give you some very nice split push. But with living armor, all of a sudden, split pushing is not something you're going to feel super comfortable doing. You're just going to run up and bang on some free armor, not get a whole lot else accomplished. But in terms of push, Era leading the charge here. The power of Elder Dragon form with push showing itself. They get another free tier 1. That's going to be 2 unanswered towers that have dropped. And yeah, this is not looking great for VP at the moment.
No, 3 towers gone by 8 minutes and counting, just because Fnatic looks like they want to keep up the aggression. Wow, this is starting to look a lot like what you were talking about. Just the fact that they really want to put the aggression out and they do not want to let Anti-Mage get that crucial state. I really thought VP was going to be prepared for it, especially the fact that Crazy's so close to his Blink Dagger. But Fnatic really taking advantage of fantastic timing coming out right now, and wow, almost secured a kill in the best trap with the stun, but looks like they will have to back now because they forced a lot of rotations from VP's heroes.
Trixie continuing to go back and forth here with Illidan. Like you said, made up a lot of ground there. Illidan's still sitting at level 8. He's still sitting atop the CS board even with that death. So he's not in horrendous shape. He's just not nearly in as good a shape as he could have been. And Kasai going to try to TP away. And there's the X marks the spot. Welcome back. And the Torrent to follow it up. So good for Ani. Got a point in X right when he needed it. That's going to make it 3-1, and Fnatic continue to just win in all phases of the game, really. I mean, again, Illidan's got his farm, but they don't have a whole lot else.
No, it really does seem like they're very reliant on him getting that farm, to the point where they've just, they said, we need another solution, and they sent Crazy to the top lane to just get the CS immediately where it was available. So he's almost got his Blink Dagger now, and when he has that Blink Dagger, Fnatic will have to be a little bit more careful. But really, once again, they're just not slowing down at all. They're taking every opportunity and seizing it when it comes to them. Just going for the Rosh right now, almost 10 minutes into the game, with just an Enchantress DK and a level 4 tree. And if it comes to pass, but hold that thought, because wow, that was a solo kill, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hani with a haste rune. He had a little bit of help. Haste rune tends to make it kind of easy to chase down a bat as fast as he might be. But, I mean, right now, they have to know what's going on here in the Rosh Pit. They saw 3 heroes run in, D-Ward, and now they have yet to resurface on the map. And, I mean, this is not a Rosh that's going down fast. They're going to be able to take this for free, it seems like, as there's absolutely no reaction. Which, again, is weird given that they did D-Ward it quite obviously. But there's going to be a boat spent, and looks like he's just trying to scare NS away. Nonetheless, 4-1, and about to have an Aegis in the back pocket of Era.
Wow, Fnatic is playing their cards just to perfection right now. VP seems like they're struggling, not too sure how to react appropriately, but I do believe that their game plan is just to sit back once again. There is 1.6k gold up on Arzart, and I'm not too sure what he's going to build, but it looks like he's going to a secret shop for an item, so it has to be a point booster, or no, it'll be the mana boots. And he will be going for just standard order of support items. As for KSI, of course, nothing nearly as fun as you would like to be. That one gank on with the X really helped Fnatic's cause out, and of course that Roach is going to help them out tremendously as well. So I'm really wondering how they're going to respond from these. They can really push the issue by going bottom and taking 2 towers and then take mid tower, and they can force all of these fights with, you know, their sheer fighting power once again, just because of the advantages that they have. But VP not letting up, not giving any more space, because they look like they want to do something at the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, this has really got to be their answer. I mean, they could try to play purely defensive, but I mean, we're at 11 and a half minutes. The gold lead's already up to 4,000. Again, not insurmountable, but this is that territory. When you start to see gold leads, the experience lead is actually in the favor of VP, which is a smidge surprising. A lot of that has to do with the Midas on the prop. And Ines going to telekinesis Hani. He's going to be X back. Here's Kasai and Illidan going to show up. Here comes the boat that will wash Hani. And Illidan trying to chase him down. Up, thought better of it. Low mana. Could have potentially man avoided him, but not wanting to get too far ahead of himself. In the meantime, Fnatic pushing down this bottom tier 1. It looks like there will be no reaction. The tier 1 top is still intact.
Yeah, Tristy's rotation as well as the fact that he has living armor means he's, once again, Weaver with Tree, sort of unkillable in the early stages. I'm wondering if they're going to go for tier 2 at the bottom. I really hope that that's the case. I really want to see them force another fight. And Hani here at the mid lane, he's not in full shape, but at the same time he has 11 stick charges as well as the Aegis to fall back on, as well as the Perseverance, which is regenerating him quite nicely. So I do think they should force the issue at bottom, and I feel like that's what they're going to do.
There's the Bad Rider with his Blink Dagger, showing it off. Trixie will be able to time-lapse it. Here comes the boat, and will they be able to clean him up? No detection. Nope, hang on. Do they have detection? There we go. Now, with Shikuchi off, he's got 3 seconds he has to survive. They can't get to him. Now they finally finish him off. Took a collective effort. In the meantime, though, Fnatic pushing in the tier 2. And they do have a glyph if they want to use it. Looks like they're going to try to bring this tower down, then glyph, and maybe respawn. Nope, not even going to spin the glyph. Little surprising. So they're running out of map control quick, fast, and in a hurry. Only 1 tower down on the side of Fnatic and only 1 tower standing for Virtus Pro. And yeah, 5,000 gold, now the difference between the two teams. The experience still remains slightly in favor of VP, but they got a long road to go if they're going to be able to survive this mid game.
Yeah, this is kind of looking scary for VP already. Of course, Anti-Mage has his Battle Fury up with regards to gold. Very, very soon. And he's just going to be looking to play a little bit aggressive at the top lane. But Fnatic, they're in position for another push. Once again, with the Aegis to fall back on, I don't think there's any reason to stop. And I'm going to say that the next engagement is just going to be crucial in determining what's going to happen with the rest of the game. Because Ereban is still getting his farm. Once again, almost finished his Battle Fury, which means that he'll start farming a lot more faster and just become a little bit harder to kill as well. Because Fnatic don't exactly have the best lockdowns, but they are keeping up the pressure at the mid lane. And what did Ennis just steal? He stole Dragon Form.
Ah, awesome. You can see the little baby dragon. That's what happens. Whenever Rubik turns into a dragon, it's like a little dragon. Up, and Kuka just finds himself another kill somewhere. Looks like it was down at bottom. Hani's just man-moding, man. And we talked extensively. Up, hang on. There's a lasso. Going to grab No Tail. There's the little dragon. Go to work, little man. No Tail will end up cleaned up. But Daddy's home. Big boy wants to engage. No dragon-on-dragon action. If that's what gets you hot, it gets the job done, right? But Virtus Pro able to hold the line. I love the little dragon. I absolutely love it. But Arrow will be able to survive. He did pick up an armlet. I highlighted that when he got it. So opting for that instead of the Shadow Blade. More of an old school kind of a build. There's going to be a Torrent, and that will catch NS. Breathe Fire's there, and Hani there to chop him down. Telekinesis not accomplishing much, and the bat forced to blink away. And just 6-3, only 9 kills on the board in a 15-minute game. But nonetheless, beginning to look like it has the potential to get out of control. Kasai doesn't even have a Shadow Blade yet. He's still got a ways to go towards it, in fact. Still has 1,000 gold. He has to bank, unless the courier has it on him, which he does not. But, yeah, this is not a safe place. This isn't your jungle. This is not your jungle, Kasai. This is one up. He's going to spot the courier. He tries to sprout. Yeah, that was a nice attempt. And neither Weaver nor No Tail having the ability to do much there. My Wild shows his face under cover of an Invis rune. Actually, I guess that's kind of antithesis, but shows us his face under cover of Invis and not going to engage them.
Yeah, this might actually just be a blessing in disguise, because if Crazy decides to go a little bit crazy and out of line, tries to grab somebody here, he might end up dying, but smartly enough, he's backing off, and the regen run spawns at the bottom, as Fly points it out. Wow. That's actually coming to me as a little bit of surprise. With the 5-man pushing strategies, it's a little bit normal to expect under-leveled heroes, but Fly is level 5 in 16 minutes.
Yep.
That's quite unexpected in my opinion.
He's just hanging around. I mean, it's like, what else? I mean, level 7's all you really need. I mean, obviously he wants his ult. He wants to be able to come into fights like that. But yeah, he just hit level 6. The Kunkka, more than making up for it, though, sitting at level 14, 11-11 on Anti-Mage and on Prophet, and Fnatic now going to smoke up. And, yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like they could just start to run over VP. They just have that feeling. Like, it's hard to see what VP can do, and there's going to be an X on Illidan. Torrent will be well-timed. They'll catch him out, and the immediate stun boat seals the deal. So Hani on a make-a-kill streak. The Lincolns popped on Hani just as he bought it. Just as he quite literally bought it. And but yeah, we're 17 minutes in, and this is another game that looks to be pretty lopsided.
Yeah, definitely getting the early game advantage from Crazy. Wow. I have no idea why he would engage into that. Oh, I see why his teammates are coming, but this is just going to be a bad fight for them if they continue to pursue the issue.
Yep. Lincoln's pop, No-Tail did get caught. There's going to be a flame break doing some damage. Flies on the low ground. And yeah, the rest of Virtus Pro forced to scatter. Tame by Wild, still being pursued out by Era. Working on a BKB next. Flame break accomplishes very little. Kunko will be there, has X ready to go, and just look how stupidly spammable that boat is. It's already back off cooldown.
Yeah, it's really fantastic spell. And I'm a little bit surprised that VB was able to secure the kill and just get out scot-free. But it's just these small things that they really have to do. Once again, with the anti-mage getting picked off at the bottom, that just hinders Illidan's farm so much more. Normally, I would expect a guy like Illidan, who farms so well, so fast, to have like almost a magic style by now. But Honey, wow, what's Zarzar doing so far out in the map?
Yeah, I mean, right now, Hani, I mean, he's finding his farm. He's at 532 gold per minute, but more than anything, he's just farming heroes, man. He's got 6 of them, 6 kills in an 18-minute game. It's not too shabby. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what they can do, especially when he has living armor on and a Lincoln Sphere. Like, how do you begin to cope with that? And he hasn't even built damage yet. Just imagine how bad this could look if he has when he gets a Shadow Blade up or when he gets up crit, if that's what he wants. It's just it's tough to imagine. And you know, this is why you don't usually see Virtus Pro run a 4 Protect 1, which is exactly what this is. I mean, you have a little bit of split push potential with the Prophet, but you get behind early, it becomes 4 Protect 1. This isn't their style, and I think it's showing. I mean, not to say they're playing necessarily badly. This is just not the same team we saw in Game 1.
No, definitely not. And Hani, here we go again with the X marks the spot and the gold connect.
There's going to be a lasso to engage in. S actually still alive. Gets his arc boots off right before he dies. Don't know that it's going to matter as the stun's there on the bat. Down he goes. And yeah, I mean, it's like it's beginning to look like it doesn't even matter how they engage. You know, good, bad, or ugly, you can't get away from an X marks the spot. And I think that's something teams are beginning to realize, and I really do think we're going to see a lot of Kunkka played between now and the conclusion of the International 2013. I really think this hero has so much potential that is as of yet still being largely experimented with and not really run on a consistent basis by most teams. But I mean, that's right there's a good reason why. If he gets off an X marks the spot on you, it's done. Like, you cannot get away from it. It is a guaranteed torrent and a guaranteed boat, unless you just have a BKB that you pop in the meantime. And, you know, right now, even in that case, I don't think it would matter all that much because Fnatic is just so damn far ahead. 20 minutes in, 14 kills. Now, what did he get? Did he get Dragon Form again? Nope, got Breathe Fire. Not bad. Here comes the boat. There's the X marks the spot. The torrent, and what did I say? Tame My Wild going to be burst down. Virtus Pro wants to try and reinitiate. NS going to be slowed down. Actually uses the overgrowth just to secure that kill. The Animage in no shape to come fight, trying to do something against Trixie, but Trixie will time lapse out of it. Trixie actually bought a medallion to show you how dedicated he is to being aggressive. The Tier 3 going to die uncontested. Well, that's a lie. They tried to contest it twice and just died a whole bunch. And by the time it did drop, there was no one standing around. But here we go again. Guaranteed a hit, guaranteed damage, guaranteed dead Leshrac. That's a monster kill. This is going to be a set of racks. Leshrac is bought back. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Let's see if he can get anything done. Not going to be able to save the melee rack. Split Earth going to catch one, but I don't think it matters. And yeah, all he did was say, oh, here's another kill, guys. Come get me. So that's a godlike with a double kill on the Kunkka. They don't have to leave the base. They can literally just sit here the entire rest of this game. We're going to see the lasso come back in. Nature's Attendants helping to keep everyone alive. They're burning to death in the Firefly Trail. So they are going to be forced to pull back at least for a moment. But with the lasso spit, they could seriously just fall back for 60 seconds, get back together, and decide to go ahead and go back to work. Trixie wasn't even a part of that, by the way.
No. He got bursted down by the Anti-Mage at the top lane with the Prophet. But yeah, well, needless to say, they didn't need him at all. Because, of course, after all said and done, there's a whole bunch of heroes on Fnatic that's banking anywhere between 2 to 4k gold. And needless to say, man, when they spend that gold, it's going to be a lot worse on the Anti-Mage, who's still scratching everywhere he can to find farm. So everything's in favor of Fnatic. It almost seems like they just started snowballing in a situation where they had capitalized so much on a couple of kills early. Especially that kill on Illidan at the bottom lane that just kind of came to them for free. It says it was basically their signal to say, okay, the carry just died. We're gonna take both and we're gonna take the tower, and they're not gonna respond because their carry is a hero that can't fight until 20-25 minutes into the game. So they took full advantage of the situation and have executed perfectly. And I did really kind of doubt the Lincoln Spear pickup from Kunkka because I felt like the Shadow Blade would have just paid more dividends. But at the same time, man, look at the way he's able to play. Like he's dominating everything right now.
Illidan will be able to blink away. Let's see if they can pursue him out. X marks the spot, 8 seconds. He's got a ship. And Illidan blinking through the trees. Almost revealed himself there. Came very close. And just shot a random torrent. Hope he hit a target. Not going to find one. Here in mid, we're going to have Trixie lassoed out. Virtus Pro trying to get something done, but the rest of Fnatic there to react. Swarm's going to be tossed. No Tail looking for an enchant. And we'll be able to catch. Came from the low ground. There's the blink dagger used to try and get him to safety. Trixie, though, with the armor reduction from Dalian. No Tail will be stunned by it. They mechs through it. So helped out with a little telekinesis action from the Rubik. Able to survive. 15-5, though. Now they're going to re-engage. No Tail extending a little bit too far. Finished off with a Mana Void. Much needed kill for them. And now this is where Fnatic has been showing some real weaknesses. Not to say they're going to here. Kasai will be caught with the Torrent after the X marks the spot, but with no detection, unable to follow that out. But we've seen Fnatic recently in a few series get into a position like this where they're dominating, and dominating they are. But if they don't continue to really press here, they could potentially let Virtus Pro back into this game. I mean, you've got an Anti-Mage who is finding farm now. He's going to have his Manta style up. Not the best time Manta style, but it's still actually really early here, CV. We're only 24 minutes in. It just feels like it's been a lot longer because of how much activity we've seen.
Yeah. Most certainly. Fnatic, they do have to be a little bit careful. And I think they realized that to a slight extent now. Hani had initially picked up the Sacred Relic, and I'm wondering what he's going to follow up with. So he hasn't spent any more of his gold other than just buying a TP, and they're gathering for another push. And once again, this is the right call. VP are very experienced in playing into late games, and we've seen how long they can drag out a game if they really desire to. So once again, Fnatic definitely have to respect that.
See the 4 staff done on the bat. Very important fight. Most likely, this fight's going to decide the outcome of this game. Virtus Pro needs to extend this game about another 10 minutes. And getting a win here, a big first step to that. Tame will be X. There's going to be the Elder Dragon form. BKB pop. Here comes the boat, and yep, Bat's blown up immediately. He will not be able to be a part of this fight. They're trying to bring the tower down, and there's just not a whole lot that Virtus Pro can do about it right now. They lost the Bat. That's a hero they had to have. Illidan. Just going to go farm, I guess. As not even looking to join the fight. Deso picked up on the Prophet. Desperation move for sure. Was hoping maybe him building a little right click might give them a chance. But don't know that they're going to be able to prevent the second set of racks from falling. There will be an X marks the spot. Leshrac actually, that was mistimed on the Torrent. One of the first he's missed all game. And the 4 staff on fly gets him out. Boat will connect and hit Kasai. The racks is still standing actually, so not the end of the world. And let's see if they want to push again.
Well, they have so much sustain that, yeah, there it is. They're just casting all the heals on themselves, but their Dragon form will be down, as well as the BKB for another 20 seconds. I do think that they should just hold off and pressure the Beast Wave or wait for an X, and there is the X right there.
And the Lasso's going to be there trying to drag Era back. There's a great overgrowth after the 4 staff, though. And Fnatic, nice, stolen by NS, able to turn it around, and Illidan re-engaging. That's just what they needed. The overgrowth looked to be the swan song, and Illidan's going to get a double kill after a Mana Void. And now Era in trouble. BKB won't save him. Kunkka back up off the Aegis. Gets a big swipe with the Tidebringer. Will he get away? No. Big turnaround. And Virtus Pro on the back of a triple kill from the Anti-Mage. Look at this. That Rax is still standing, CV. This game rolls on. I'll tell you right now, no doubt in my mind, NS saved that game. If he does not steal that overgrowth, that's GG. He stole it. It was just what they needed to allow the Anti-Mage to reliably re-engage. He got the damage done. 11-19, Fnatic still leads, but Virtus Pro all of a sudden back from the dead.
Yeah, now I see why they decided to opt for the Rubik instead of the Shadow Demon. There's TP rotations coming out at the mid lane, but we know how well a Prophet as well as an Anti-Mage split push all around the map. And this is just, after that fight, things are getting a little bit hazy now as we're going into the mid-late game transition. With the Prophet and Anti-Mage having their core items off, needless to say, Fnatic is in dire trouble just because they lack a lot of disables. I still do feel that Era, with all of his items, can still man mode into the base. But once again, that call without the Dragon Form as well as BKB, going in like that, they were not prepared for that situation. And the way they forced it inside the enemy base was just, I feel like it was just untimely for them. So needless to say, man, they gave away a big advantage, and BP are taking full advantage of it.
At this point, Fnatic has to be feeling worried. As big as that Kunkka is, he's doing damage. We saw him make it a little bit better than it could have been there at the end with one big swipe of his sword. But it's 11-19. That goal graph, they have had their lead cut more than in half. I want you to think about that. Just in the last 3-4 minutes, as dominating as Fnatic has been, they were leading this game 15-5 at one point with an Anti-Mage way underfarmed in terms of net worth. He's now almost caught up to the top. He and Prophet both are right on the heels of that Kunkka. And Kunkka can be a really solid late game carry. I mean, he just flat out can, just the way Tidebringer works. And the fact that you get guaranteed initiation on most heroes with X marks the spot, even if it's just a support, it still is well worth your while to guarantee that initiation. But that gold, look at that. It's still continuing to climb it. And it's not just on the back of the kills. The kills were part of it. Now Anti-Mage out on the map. Look at Fnatic. When was the last time Fnatic in this game was grouped up like this defensively on their own side of the jungle? They know that this game is back to virtually even, and they are going to have to reapproach this and start playing back to just playing safe, stable rat Dota.
Yeah, and honestly, I credit a lot of everything that's happened so far to the item choices here. Once again, this whole idea of Lincoln's thing, it's, oh gosh, Illidan just got X'd. I think she's dead. And the Torrent mistimed. Here comes the boat.
He will be stunned out and cleaned up. That's a big kill. That's a big mistake from BP. Fnatic twice has been given gifts in this game. The first was Illidan basically killing himself by running laps around the tier 2 tower. And the second, right there, just overextending a bit in mid. You have to be conscious of how quickly Fnatic can punish that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they do have so much source of damage, and Era popping the Dragon Form so wisely and getting the stun off, forcing the buyback out of Illidan now, and now Fnatic, yeah, on the retreat again. They're going to wait for the perfect opportunity without going in, you know, no more going in without Dragon Form, without BKB, and taking a bad fight or forcing the issue. Once again, VP's team fight, as well as, you know, the Bad Rider initiation and the burst damage coming out of Anti-Mage and Prophet, they have to be respected at this stage in the game.
Very important item. Or, excuse me, very important point for Era, not item. But very important point for him is he's going to be level 16 real soon. He's halfway there now. Level 3 Elder Dragon Form, the free Scotty that comes with that. That's when we're going to see his carry potential hit its maximum. The Shadowblade Desolator Maelstrom build on Kasai, very much meant to deal with that hero, I do believe. That's going to be his #1 job, is focusing down that Dragon Knight if at all possible. And, you know, not to say anything bad about Kunkka. He's only got 9 armor, but he's leveled 19 with an Abyssal Blade. So he's got 2,400 armor, 2,400 HP right now, as well as a dedicated advantage over the Anti-Mage, being able to lock him down with the stun on Abyssal. So AM did decide to go ahead and buy a Vlad's, by the way. And I think that's a bit of a desperation item. After being killed off in mid, he was banking much more gold. He had to buy back to make sure he kept his base alive. And right after buying back, he immediately bought the Vlad's. So knowing that he's going to have to hold the line a little bit longer. He just needs a little bit more time. And Fnatic, though, with a team that if they're able to get one more pickoff, might be able to close this out. Now, Weaver has a Desolator. That's actually a huge item for them.
Yeah, that means Trixie will actually be dealing a significant amount of damage in the team fights now. And Fnatic rotating with the 4-man smoke here. They're going from below the hill, so they might not be able to react so quickly. But they do drop the ward, and they're poised to look for another kill. So needless to say, if they find it, it's going to be fantastic. But I feel like it's just an attempt to secure the Roche to an extent. Because with this smoke, they gained the map control. With the Aegis spawning within the minute, I feel like that's definitely their option to take.
Roche back up, like you said, in about 60 seconds. They're all hovering around there. Virtus Pro, they're playing gutsy, man. They're moving in. They're not even smoked up, and they have been spotted. They ran right by a ward on their way into the enemy jungle. And Tame's going to be looking for a target. They're under smoke, and there you go. Oh, he used it on the Lincoln Sphere. Here comes Illidan, though. They're going to see the overgrowth used. KSI is there trying to do one right click he can. Trixie's already got himself a double kill, and this is probably going to be it. Total disaster for Virtus Pro. Total disaster. That's going to be a free Roshan for sure. Kasai will be cleaned up as well. And Fnatic now has the option to either rush the base or rush the pit. Looks like they're going to rush the base. And yeah, they walked right by a ward on their way in. And then we saw the lasso attempt on the Kunkka, who had a Lincoln Sphere. Either a misclick or a mental lapse. Either way, cost them dearly. And now Illidan's going to die again. So he's down. Kasai just next on the list. And yeah, he's got a gem, Kasai. Sorry, brother. And that's a double kill going the way of Hani. This will be your GG. Coming very, very soon, I have no doubt. Fnatic ready to clean this up. They're just doing too much damage. And, you know, I can't help but feel like Virtus.pro, I mean, they gave away just one gift too many. They had such a good fight defending this top racks, and there's the GG. They had such a good fight to extend this game, but that early death on Anti-Mage at the tier 2 bottom, and then that death after that defensive mid just cost them so much.
Yeah. The fact that Anti-Mage was forced to do a buyback in that situation, and Fnatic gets such a good secondary smoke gank off like that. I mean, really, what business did VP have in the enemy jungle there? I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
They should have known that the fighting power of Fnatic is so much stronger with the Kunkka Bone as well as DK and all of his tanky efficiency. So I think they got over their heads with that battle at the top because, once again, it was all under their favorable conditions, and they might have tried to capitalize a little bit too much on that.
11-29, the final kill score. 32 minutes, 50 seconds, the time it took. We're going to a game 3. Virtus.pro lost 2 series yesterday. They need a win here today, but, well, Fnatic needs a win just about as bad as anyone. They've been struggling so mightily here in the D2L. If they're going to get things back on track, they got to do it right here and right now. Now, just a reminder, this is a 3-way doubleheader, basically, the best way to put it. Both of these teams will play one more match today. Alliance will be playing both of these teams as well, so yeah, a lot of action on the way. 3 best of 3s, and we're going to be concluding our first in Game 3 coming up shortly. I'm AC, joined by Clairvoyance. This is the Raid Call D2L powered by XMG. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
He tells me that on this journey, you either hang on to your morals and die, or do whatever it takes to survive.
Let's get a move on. Rated M for mature.
PlayStation.
we're back for game number 3 of our first best of 3 of the day. Fnatic and VP showing, I can't even talk, facing off in a I was going to say North American. They're European. They're facing off in a European show. Now, my goodness, I am just out of sorts today. You ever just have one of those days where one thing goes wrong early in the day and you never really feel like you're on your feed for the rest of the day? To quote Al Swearingen, kind of one of those days today. Hopefully, you guys will bear with me, and you damn well should, because we've had a great series so far, and I have no doubt this is just the beginning of the great Dota we're going to see ahead of us. Joining me for the commentary, going to be Clairvoyance. Now, CV, I mean, in game 1. We saw Virtus.pro just take control. They played their style of game. They played the kind of game that they're known to play, an aggressive game that just went full throttle from the beginning. Then in game 2, they switched it up. They went with what turned into a 4-protect-1. I mean, it was going to be that in a lot of cases to begin with, and they just never really were able to keep pace with Fnatic. And, you know, what I mean, I think it's just showing us. Aggressive Dota, as much as teams want to play defensively, we're beginning to see that big switch in gears. And speaking of aggressive Dota, Virtus.pro says, that's fine, pick the tree. We're just not going to give you the Weaver. We'll grab the bat.
Wow, that was a rather fast reaction, of course. And, yep, we are seeing a match between two of the Western Titans. And honestly, saying anything less of these two teams would just be a slander to their good name.
Agreed.
The fact that they were able to bring us 2 games in those manners so far, yeah, they do demonstrate somewhat of like what I would say inconsistencies in performance. I mean, yeah, one game was a pretty convincing victory by VP, and then the next game, Fnatic seemed like they were in total control. But both teams, whether they come out as a loss or a win, as you said, we got a big day of series ahead of us, and the next teams that either one of these teams will be facing will be Alliance, which is arguably the strongest team in the Western scene right now. So they have to bring their A game. If they don't bring their A game, not only are they not gonna, one of these teams not gonna take the series, but they might also put themselves in a dire situation with regards to morale, and that's not something anybody wants to deal with. So with regards to the draft, I think everything is set in stone, in a sense that Batrider and Weaver, perfect reaction to the tree pick, and Lifestealer getting picked by Fnatic also tells a little bit of their game plan. I do expect the Nature's Prophet to be picked up somewhere along the way, because for some reason in this series specifically it has been so popular, and more importantly it's been getting through the ban phase. So with the Chen ban from VP, they're saying they don't want to deal with any sort of push that Fnatic has been able to put on them so far.
Right.
And I think it's a good approach, because once again, when VP is out of their comfort zone, man, they just don't look like it. And normally this team, they're an ensemble, but they didn't put out the perfect orchestra last game.
Totally, 100% agree. I mean, I was genuinely surprised to see them just go with the anti-mage in that last game. I mean, it's when and in fairness, it came very close to working. I mean, Fnatic dominated for the majority of that game. They led most of the time, but it was 2 big deaths from the anti-mage that really cost them a lot. He was having completely unfettered solo farm for the most part with his supports in the jungle during the laning phase in the defensive tri-lane that was utterly uncontested. And then he decided to dive a Weaver to a tier 2 and then just literally run in circles trying to find him. And he ended up dying because of that. That set him back on his Battle Fury timing. And then after that big win they had in defending the top racks where it looked like they were going to get their legs back from underneath them, they cut the golden experience lead in half in one fell swoop across about 180 seconds. That's all the time it took for them to make that happen. And then just falling asleep for the minute. I mean, just for 1 second. That's what a Kunkka gives you, by the way. And we do see the Kunkka banned here, and I don't think that's any surprise whatsoever. I've been saying it forever. That hero needs to be played more and will be played more, especially the way things are beginning to look in the current scene with the resurgence of a lot of melee heroes that like to go mid. He's one of the best in that regard. OD going to be picked up by VP, speaking of good mid heroes. But one thing I do want to touch on with Fnatic with their front 2 picks here, the Lifestealer, that was picked into a counter in the Batrider. Batrider does, in many ways, counter the LS just because all you have to do is wait for him to rage and then jump in, lasso him, and try to burst him down with all of your team damage after that. So that is pretty ballsy out of Fnatic. But with the Tree picked up to go with the LS, we saw this run a couple of days ago, if I'm not mistaken. Tree can actually make it so the Lifestealer is an extremely viable solo offlane to the point that he can literally get CS and still feel comfortable because he has the match community of Rage at level 2 or level 1, depending on when he skills it, to get him out of trouble. And, of course, Living Armor just guarantees free regen, especially if it's a calm laning phase that doesn't have a lot of action going on. But Fnatic, doing what Fnatic does, they pick up the Lone Druid, going to go ahead and add a second core to their lineup. And something they do much more than any other team that you at least want to keep in mind is going to be run that Druid mid. And I've seen them do it time and time again. The Druid just doesn't care that much about being Astral Imprisoned. So if you want to pick a hero that can do okay against an OD mid, Druid's a pretty good choice, and I think we might see him in mid here today.
Oh yeah, most certainly. And I do feel it's pretty much a direct response to DOD. Of course, it's not rare to see Fnatic pick up Lifestealer and Lone Druid as their two cores, and more so less rare that there would be a Bane in response to those two heroes, as we've seen that, of
Oh,
course,
yeah.
time and time after time. But yeah, just with a Lone Druid, the early game intel doesn't really put him at a disadvantaged situation, so to say, because he has that bear companion, and when you have a companion AC, you don't really gotta be smart. You just have to have a lot of love. So, needless to say, man, that bear is gonna look to harass the OD quite well, and of course, OD in response will be able to right click quite decently. I'm not too sure how the ganking is gonna go, because so far both teams don't really look like they're committed to ganks as much as they are committed to mid game kills and mid game team fights. So we might see a turn towards passivity, but at the same time, man, this is VP and Fnatic we're talking about. Whether you have a tree and whether you have 5 turtle heroes or 20 turtle heroes, it really does not matter because they can crank it up at any given time. So we have to be careful.
Totally agree. One thing that I think Fnatic needs to shore up with these last two picks, though, is going to be control. They only have Overgrowth right now. Overgrowth may be a root, Open Wounds is a slow. That's the total of what they're going to be able to do to try and control these fights. And they're 3 melee heroes. I mean, granted, it's a little bit of a different case with the Druid because the bear is the bear, and he can just run through whatever he wants to get to whatever target you want to put him on. But you do have to stay within a decent range to make that happen. You're talking 3 melee heroes against a Virtus Pro squad that is going to have Nightmare, going to have Fiend's Grip, they're going to have Astral Imprisonment, they're going to have the Lasso. So what I feel like they really need here more than anything is, okay, I mean, the Crystal Maiden helps with that a bit. You do have the one lockdown in Frostbite, and of course Frost Nova, decent spell. But what that tells me, and we talked about this the last couple of times, we've seen that CM picked up. She's not a hero that you plan to peak in the mid-game. She is most efficient levels 1 through 5. Unless you're Puppy, then you just build a million strength items and she has 2,000 health, which literally happened in a Navi game not long ago. And then she just does whatever the hell she wants because you can't kill her. But yeah, I mean, when you see the Lifestealer, you see the Treant Protector and the Crystal Maiden. Those 3 right there, I believe, are going to be very active early on. VP will go ahead and ban out the Prophet here, and I think that's a great ban. I mean, when you look at what they have, the LS could be tri-lane. Lone Druid, I think we both suspect will be mid. They were needing an off lane if that was the case. Having the global presence, the ability to infest the Lifestealer into the Nature's Prophet, taking that off the board. I actually feel like this is a masterful draft out of Virtus Pro because at every stage they have picked counters to what Fnatic has, including the Bane, which actually has the ability to shut down the Druid, his Bear, and Lifestealer all by himself in any given fight.
Yep, and counters is exactly what they have. As a matter of fact, that has been just the cherry on top is definitely the Leshrac pick right here.
Yeah.
I mean, I was really fearing a little bit about their control as well. I mean, if Fnatic are lacking somewhat of those big AoE Darkseer puck type of controls that just completely change the pace of the game, well, VP, they have a lot of control, needless to say, with Barrier and Bane. But they're reliant a lot, once again, down to single targets. And every time we have a lineup that's so focused on direct counters and single targets, it really comes down a lot to execution. And we've talked about it time after time. VP is a team that really loves to completely rely on their early game execution. And now that I'm looking at their heroes, I would not be surprised if they go aggressive tri-lane this time because we see the heroes KSI on the Weaver and Bane as well as Leshrac being such a good combination together. OD is the pickup on Illidan. I'm wondering if there's going to be a swap or if we're going to see a Weaver, if there's a swap, it'd be a Weaver aggressive tri-lane.
Yep.
If there is no swaps, then I have no idea. But I really do think VP want to crank up the aggression very, very quickly this game.
The Mirana pickup from Fnatic, now that's interesting. We actually got to see that, and we've actually gotten to see that used a couple of times to great effect. We saw Korok play a very effective Mirana, but we also saw Kuroki, and with the tree on team, play a Mirana that was helped out by Treant Protector with Living Armor. And when it comes to Living Armor and what that really brings to you, I mean, there are some obvious synergies there. I mean, Weaver being foremost among them. That's why you saw the immediate Weaver counterpick. Well, not counterpick, but just taking it away from Fnatic once they grabbed the tree. But the way to approach it from an analysis point of view or trying to figure the draft or just trying to think about it in your own theory crafting is you want heroes that fall into 2 categories. Heroes that are limited and or balanced, depending on how you want to talk about it, by the fact that they need to build survivability before they can build damage. A good example, the Weaver, a good example, the Mirana, so on and so forth. Gyrocopter, another great example. Or heroes who have some innate survivability that you can just take to the extreme, which is, again, the case with the Weaver. That's why that particular combination is more popular than the others. Mirana's actually in that same boat, in my opinion, because of the power of Leap. The fact that she can sit back, she has great initiation with the arrow, especially when it's led off with something like, say, a frostbite out of no tail. You can initiate with the arrow, you can charge in, living armor, you can tank through the damage, and then as soon as you get uncomfortable, as soon as you get below half health, turn and leap. Not only do you get that distance covered with the leap, but you get the bonus move speed, and it's just about as reliable as Shikushi. You don't have, obviously, the enemy doesn't have to. Hold on. We're going to have Era spotted out. Yep, what was I just saying? What was I just saying?
There it is. Speak of the devil.
But the leap gets it back to safety. Was probably only going to take some auto attack damage. But yeah, and I think Mirana with the tree is actually as good and in some ways better than the Weaver, because Weaver doesn't have lockdown. Weaver has time lapse. Weaver has Shikuchi. He has some nice magic damage, and he gets to be kind of nasty later on if he builds damage. Speaking of nasty and damage, Virtus Pro gonna try. Well, never mind. Thought they were gonna try to go for it there. Looks like they just got spotted. She did have leap off of cooldown. It had just come off of cooldown when she ran by. No tail now. Being zoned out pretty effectively. This will be that offensive tri-lane you were talking about, CV, and I think we were on the same page with that. And they're effectively just saying, nope, this is not your jungle. It belongs to us. We don't care. You will not get near this pool cave.
Yeah, and this is just a brilliant rotation coming out of VP. At first, Illidan was going down, and it almost seemed like, you know, when Illidan picks up the hero, it looks like it's always going to be the one position. But he has taken his talents to the mid lane and allowed the Bat Rider to go to the safe lane. And I see what's going on now. It's just because, once again, Lone Druid is really good against OD, you know, in comparison to a lot of other heroes. So Bat Rider being one of the heroes that are better against Lone Druid than any other, they sent him there, and yeah, VP is just constantly putting out the aggression. Weaver's not looking to die solo, especially against the Mirana as well as a tree, more likely so than not. So yeah, there's the jungle aggression, and here might be first blood on No Tail.
There's the Nightmare on the No Tail, and the Split Earth to follow it up. Gonna try to run for the trees, and tried to, denied himself. I was gonna say, it looked like that last auto attack was close enough, or was well timed, but denies himself on a neutral, so VP robbed of one there. Good play by No Tail.
Wow, that was really perceptive of him, just walking straight to the neutrals. And he had the brown boots at level 1, so if he didn't have that, of course, he would have probably died to the right click that was chasing him. Man, VP, there's no other way of saying it. They just got robbed of first blood.
Yeah.
That must be a little bit frustrating when you're in the aggressive trial lane situation.
Oh, it has to be. I mean, think about the difference that would have made and what they invested into that. I mean, Crystal Maid still has 0 XP, but now you have 2 heroes that have virtually 0 XP. The Weaver, granted, has been benefiting from it. He's sitting at level 2 right now. Has not really been zoned out, so he's right on par with the Mirana. Splits the wickets with the Sacred Arrow. But yeah, I mean, that's, like you said, frustration's about the only way you could say it. We are going to see No Tail stacking this easy camp up, and Hani's doing quite a good job here against Illidan. I mean, he is being astral imprisoned here and there, but for the most part, he's not too worried about it because he has living armor to bail him out, and Trixie out in the off lane. And, you know, this is just going to be, you know, Trixie just needs to be careful. You know, levels 1 through 6, a Druid can do just fine against the Bat. As soon as the Bat gets a lasso, though, you have to be so careful. Cannot allow 3 stacks of sticky napalm on you. You just can't.
Right. So it's going to be really scary for Trixie once again, but he is definitely most experienced in this matchup, so I do think he is going to be able to hold his own ground. I'm really curious about the mid lane, though. I mean, I'm watching Illidan. He's getting the upper hand when it comes to CS, and of course that is expected against the Lifestealer. But for some odd reason, I feel like he's just not doing enough, and perhaps it's just because of the living armor factor, as well as the fact that No Tail's so close in proximity that he's a little bit scared. But I do feel like he can just harass up the Lifesteal a little bit more, but as I say that, No Tail's coming in to try and harass, so.
And
top lane.
Yep, top lane. This is what I was talking about. He's not even level 6, just level 3, but Bane did rotate, and first blood for realsies this time, going the way of Tame My Wild. And that's, yeah, I mean, that it's just, you have to be so careful. You know, whenever you know, casters make a comment like he should do just fine, you know, it implies that, I mean, and obviously he's a great player, make no mistake, but Bat Rider is just one of the best heroes in history at punishing you being a little too far forward. 3 stacks is all it takes. 3 stacks of sticky napalm, and you cannot run away, especially once he gets a lasso. But we saw right there, a little bit of Bane, a little bit of help for Bane's all he needed, and that was all she wrote.
Oh yeah, most certainly. That Nightmare setup on for a couple seconds was just perfect setup, allowing that extra sticky napalm charge going in. And Trixie has actually gone mid to go specifically face up against the OD, and now things are looking more familiar.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we both expected to begin with. You know, it's annoying to be imprisoned, but at the same time, not the end of the world. And, you know, I'm a little surprised by the fact that they didn't start Hani up here to begin with. It's just a much safer bet against the bad. Having the rage to get yourself out of some trouble, and granted at 6, he can still lasso you. But the magic damage from the Firefly Trail just isn't a factor at that point. You can bang on him like we're seeing right now to regen, living armor. Actually makes a chance. You know, he's going to point in open wounds. And I was going to say he might think about it, but wisely he decides to pull back as there was help waiting in the wings. We do have Bane making his way behind the Tier 1 now. And Trixie in very real danger of being dove. No Tail just has half health. And there's going to be an imprison on the Druid. Trixie's going to be there. Trixie pulling back, and they're going to try to reinitiate. Illidan taking some damage. No Tail, though, going to be the target. He will be burned down. In the meantime, Trixie pursuing out Illidan. Illidan should be able to make it away. He's not level 6 yet, so doesn't have the ult. Tame My Wild still chasing down Fnatic heroes. He's got Trixie down to half health. 3 stacks. Flame break back. And, oh, the living armor's still not enough. Thought it might be. But that's a double kill for Tame My Wild, so redeeming himself for that first blood. Redeeming himself, or redeeming the team for being robbed of that first blood. Certainly doing a great job there. Piling on 2 more to go with his initial first blood. Great play by VP.
Yeah, that haste rune rotation, and this is actually the second time I've seen Crazy do this, where he gets the haste rune and goes to a different lane, as opposed to just going back to his lane and securing another kill there. Because the last time it didn't work out, but this time, the implications that had on that bear kill. I mean, Trixie's bear is still not up. It's going to be down for another 20 seconds, which means he has to play that much more careful. And of course, seeing that the living armor being not enough is just a rare situation to see living armor just not being enough to save somebody in the early game. So VP getting complete advantage of these situations. 0-4 is the score. And once again, the numbers might be telling a good tale, but they're in so much of a better position because the Era at the bottom lane has not been getting anything.
The speaking of the living armor, like you said, it seemed rather weak, and this is what I was talking about when when we were talking about the options available to VP, and not just the VP, but every team, and how you deal with the tree. This is how it has to be, because look at the tree. The tree is level 2 right now. He has 1 point in the living armor, 1 in the leech seed, and with No Tail trying to help out as much as he can in mid, they have not been able to bring him forward. Now they're going to go ahead and initiate on the NS. Nicely done after the frostbite. Kasai makes it away after the Frost Nova, but Crystal Maiden getting a kill, and that certainly helps them out quite a bit. Tree got half a level out of that.
Yeah, with 3 heroes in the picture, unfortunately 1 kill is not enough to give you that big boost. So Fly should be looking to go into the jungle now, and yeah, because the pull camp is up finally, he will look to pull probably, but as I say that, he's not pulling, and he's probably not going to get EXP just because he missed that pull.
Seeing a lot of movement here out of Virtus Pro. They're actually going to send Lesh towards mid. They've already got a ward down from the Bane. Taking a look at the easy camp. That's a really sexy ward. I want one of those. Might have to buy one on the shop if I ever actually get to play Dota. But Kasai going to be frostbitten down again. The arrow is going to be off the mark. Leech Seed slows him down a smidge. He's not level 6, so he doesn't have time lapse. Frost Nova slows him very close. But got his Tranquil Boots up just as that fight ended anyway, so he'll be able to... Oh, hang on. Lifestealer. Actually, getting a kill on Leshrak, and now Hani engaged upon. There's the Brain Sap and the lasso to hold him down. He has Infest. They don't want to drag him back to the creep wave. Hani with a set of phase boots will be off cooldown. Nice Nightmare, but he will be able to get inside and back out. Now re-engaging into the Bane. Tame going to be coming back down to earth, and he's a target as well. Has no mana. Open wounds available to him if he wants to use it. There it is. Going to be able to burst down Tame My Wild. And now, AA the target. Open wounds, 17 seconds. Not going to be off cooldown quick enough. Nonetheless, Fnatic making up some ground. Make it 3-4.
Yeah, that was a really good play by Hani. And that was a really important kill at that too, because once again, it is a kill on the safe lane solo Bat Rider, who is on his way to a really nice start for Blink Dagger. And I just wanted to bring to your attention the bottom lane engagement there. Era didn't leap, and he missed his Starstorm, which is why they missed the kill on the Weaver. And they invested a lot of heroes and mana, but hold out thought because, wow, engagement at the mid lane.
That's a double kill. Yeah, looks like he dropped the hammer. Seeing the Sanity's Eclipse on the cooldown. Hang on. Kasai trying to do a little bit of damage here, but yeah, that's what an O'Day, yeah, that's his name. His name is O'Day. That's what an OD gives you whenever you give him just a little bit of room. And getting the damage done with the ulti, and of course, following it up with the strong right clicks, and there's that leap out of Era as they make it away. Then that special mount makes a really weird sound when it leaps, by the way. That kind of bothers me. It sounds like it's screeching.
It's no problem. It's a cry of fear and a cry of victory at the same time. But you know, the weirdest thing for me in the last 2 minutes is that there was a two-man gank on the opposing hero and the opposing hero killed both of them. And in this case, VP had their OD getting ganked, and in which case the OD just turned on them and killed both of them. So something's wrong with these cores just dominating so far in this early game, and I'm not too sure if they should be owning so hard.
Little trickeration coming out of Fnatic. The Bear has more inside than he appears. There you go. Open wounds as Hani infests out. And Illidan had just used his astral imprisonment. Would have been great to bail him out, but had just used it. And it ends up with him dead. Very nice little gimmick there. Like that out of little creativity coming out of Fnatic. And especially in that matchup in particular, it works. So very well done. 4-6 to score after that. We're coming up on 10 minutes. How about we take our first look at the gold graph? And we can see 2,000 gold moving in favor of Virtus Pro. The experience about half of that, so they do have themselves a lead, but Fnatic still very much in this game. The tree is just level 3, though, and that's going to become a problem. You really need at least 3 points into living armor for it to feel as effective as you want it to, and we're already beginning to feel that effect, I think, of living armor just not being on par with where the development of the heroes on the enemy side happens to be.
Yeah, most definitely, and it just seems like every time Fly plays the tree, it's not so much focused on trying to get levels as it is just watching the map and trying to save someone. And that's, of course, a good sign of a dedicated support, but at the same time, he is very much a very, very important role in this game, not just aside from just the living armor. So, mid lane engagement on Crazy. He found No-Tail, and he's going to get the kill.
Nice lane break. No-Tail cleaned up free. There's 3 down at bottom for Fnatic. Kasai likely to be the target. Are they going to bend it? Nope. Trixie just going to hang out in the jungle. He's still playing catch-up. Trixie is not in good shape, to put it mildly. He is hurting quite a bit. Does he have any items on the way? He does not. So, yeah, to say he's in bad shape is to put it pretty mildly. 32 CS for him at 11 minutes into the game. And the net worth, he's down there below the Mirana. He's just barely above the Bane right now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, they're definitely struggling to find their farm, especially after the laning phase. The one thing that's really going well for them is Hani, who has rotated to the top lane. Once again, getting the 3 kills early, as well as having this many CS and being second on the board, means that the Lifestealer might get into a situation and a good spot where he can just go around snowballing with the CM, with the bottom, as well as the ultimate. But hold that thought, KSI
Nice
got
arrow.
arrowed.
Yep, nice arrow onto him. And Era leaps to follow it up. Got there just in time to see it connect. Very nice arrow, catching him out and punished off. That's a great kill. Anytime you can just get a free kill on a Weaver, it makes such a difference. It really does. And he's down for a while. He's only got an Aquila up, so his farm not that great either. Still ahead of the Druids, but a couple of these cores, Dragon, but trying to get to the top of the net worth. The OD is currently ahead at just south of 5,000. He has the mechanism up. Now, here comes the next question. What do you build on him? Honestly, against the team that Fnatic has, I would really love the concept of an Orchid.
Yeah, the Orchid sounds solid, especially against the Lifestealer and Bear. I do feel that Sheepstick as a whole will be a tad bit better just because it can do work on the Bear as well. But they do have the Bane for that, all sorts of these single target counters. So Lockdown as a whole and Silence, Orchid or Sheep would both definitely be a fantastic option. An obsolete option as an early game alternative to ODs in general is a Shivas. If he gets a Shivas, he can nullify a lot of damage coming out of Fnatic, but I do expect him to take the aggressive route and go for a Sheepstick or an Orchid.
And doing a bit of damage. They're going to come back up. I really like the Orchid, if for no other reason than aside from the Bear and aside from the Lifesteal, as you pointed out, we're actually going to see a little bit of do-si-do here as Kasai hooks up with the Leshrac, but they're not going to be able to get the kill. But I really like the concept of the Orchid, not just for them, but for the Mirana as well. Being able to
See what's going on at the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to do it again.
Yep. And OD, I think he's like, you know what? Last time I walked up to a Bear, it wasn't just a Bear. Now down at bottom, we're going to have an engagement, and this is going to be a big kill for them. Can they get him? They will. And, yeah, OD is definitely playing very much more cautiously against this Bear right now. So Weaver got that kill, and yep, he's like, oh, no, not again. Gonna mech. Save my imprison. I've got that. Here comes the reaction. The rage is going to wear off for Hani, and he's going to be frostbitten. There's the feed strip and the ulti. Hani locked down. He's done. Illidan might end up traded away, but now with NS back, if he can land good brain sap, gets the kill on Crystal Maiden. And NS, I thought he was going to shoot the split earth and maybe would have given them a chance to get Trixie. Tame My Wild walks right past him, but Yeah, definitely think Virtus Pro was ready for it that time. I mean, obviously still ate a lot of damage. Great reaction. They're now doubling Fnatic up. And this has got to be, this is where you got to start to worry, because you have the tree that has really not been as effective as you need him to be. And I think this just demonstrates the point. I mean, the Midas is going to be up on the Druid. That's only a 14-minute Midas, though, and he has nothing else. He literally doesn't have phase boots yet. So a 14-minute Midas after phase, not bad. Before phase, eek.
Yeah, it's quite troublesome even at this stage in the game. Of course, if they do survive, it'll definitely pay for itself. But VP, they're in such a nice spot, especially with all those kills and the mid tower with all their heroes, which can go around just camping the enemy jungle. So this lone druid might struggle a little bit for farm, but at the same time, VP's heroes are a little bit more lane oriented, as opposed to just roaming around and looking for kills. Whereas a Lifestealer, he's innately efficient, so he can just go around getting kills with the 6-second BKB, and he is getting pinged out right now. So I think VP are aware of the situation they're in. They're winning, but at the same time, Era is going to die.
Lasso on Era, and he took the bait. They were in position, came out, he just hit an arrow, was trying to do some damage, and unfortunately for him, ended up baited into a trap at top. Virtus Pro also getting work done. The tier 1 gonna die. Yep, they don't have glyphs, so that'll go to OD. Taking a look at what OD's building so far. He's got 2,700 gold. He could flat out buy a Force Staff if he wants one. It's another decent item, though I don't think, given how good of a start he had, he needs to go that mild. NS taking a lot of damage from Hani. He will be finished off with the Infest. The rest do manage to make it away. Kasai to the north and the teleport to the south. They end up getting the Leshrac in return, but that's 2 tier 1s they just lost in quick succession, and that gold has got to be out. Plummeting and cratering. Coming up on 5 digits now, almost 10,000 gold to the advantage of the Russians. The experience just south of 5,000.
Yeah, VP once again in such a fantastic position now. With the OD, they can always offer the Roche option anytime with Leshrac as well. And OD has picked up a Mystic Staff, but he just got a 5-second arrow to the face. He is going to die.
And the Fiend's Grip there on Hani. Not going to accomplish much, and Bane showing off his Blink Dagger. Kasai, in the meantime, manages to get a kill elsewhere. Looks like, yeah, cleaning up the Crystal Maiden again. Very clutch kill for them on the OD. And the arrow just barely gonna miss wide left. So Bane does manage to make it away safely. OD with the Mystic Staff will be pursuing that Sheepstick. Good call, my friend. And yeah, I mean, this is what Fnatic's got to do. And this is gonna, this is so much pressure on them, because they have a Druid and a Mirana who kind of like to ease into the mid game and ease into the late game. They're not heroes who just really snowball all that hard most of the time. I mean, they tend to just get there gradually. And speaking of gradually, the tree gradually burning to death amidst the Firefly and the Edict. He'll be cleaned up. Nightmare on Trixie, taken off by the Bear. The arrow will connect on the Bat Rider. And now Fnatic ready to re-engage. They're going to get a root on Tame. So they get a return kill. Crystal Maiden locking that down. Here comes Illidan. Illidan has the ult if he wants to use it. Going to disrupt, going to Astral Imprison the Crystal Maiden. And the Split Earth well-timed. 1 good Brain Sap's all it took. And Fnatic continuing to kind of hang around here. I'm surprised they're not just in full retreat mode. This is not a fight I feel like they can take. And now Hani finally is like, yeah, you know what? I am outie. Out like Ellen DeGeneres. 17 and a half minutes in. 8-14. Virtus Pro continues the roll.
Yeah. And rolling they will do as NS takes himself into the Roche pit. Looks like they do want to take it. Yeah, with the OD and the pure damage coming in from the Arcane Orb, they can certainly do so. But ours are almost getting picked up. Very, very close. Gets arrowed, but is able to pull out the Nightmare and just escape. So, yeah, man, they are leading not only in the kill board, but also significantly in the graph.
And there's going to be Tame waiting just in case there is going to be a challenge out of Fnatic. Doesn't look like there will be. And, I want to pop this back up again. Fnatic has stopped the bleeding in terms of gold. That's half the battle right there. The experience they've managed to cut almost in half. So they do have a winning formula here if they can engage fights on their terms. We're seeing the strength of that. And it's only going to get better as the Mirana and the Lone Druid continue to add to their farm. But Virtus Pro, I mean, again, the game is just in their hands. They have so much aggressive potential. The Blink Dagger on Bane is actually a pretty huge pickup. Guarantees he should always be in position to get the Lifestealer with Fiend's Grip. And that allows him to serve as off initiation as well. If he sees a target, he can just jump in and nightmare them, and that's so hard to cope with.
Yeah, most certainly. So they're looking to take the top tower here, and this is obviously one of the benefits of Autumn. If not her alter unique spell set that offers a lot of different utilities, it is her ability to split push with the leap and the guaranteed safety, so to speak. But once again, their heroes are semi-reliant on the early game, and it's just kind of funny how some of their heroes transition really, really well into the late game. Some of their heroes kind of just fall off in the mid game, and then of course heroes like Crystal Maiden and Tree, if you don't have a really good start, you're gonna have a hard time finding your spot in the game as a whole. So they are looking to push more towers. Yeah, they took the top at tier 1 at top, and they're looking to take the tier 1 at mid. If they're forced into an engagement that they're not prepared for, they might lose out a lot more than just towers.
They take down 2 towers in exchange for a tier 2, as this will not be contested. And here in mid, Tame going to be spotted out, does blink away. And Lesh getting the tower kill at bottom. They use Mirana's ulti, he will make it over to the Roche pit and over towards the secret shop, so very nice reaction out of him, getting the blink off just before damage would have put it on cooldown. They do manage to hold the remaining tier 2s up. Still a tier 1 standing in bottom for Virtus.pro, so they're in pretty good shape. Map control, not quite as pretty a picture for Fnatic, but certainly not the end of the world. And Fnatic, I love this. This is when I feel like Fnatic is really a team that, you know, they're known for their grinded out style, rat Dota, and all that fun stuff. But whenever they're behind, I feel like they're one of the better teams that plays from behind because they are fearless and doing this. Nice arrow. Gonna land from Era. That's gonna be a dead Illidan once again. Nope, he's gonna Astral imprison himself. There's got help on the way. Don't think it's gonna get there in time. There's the Infest, drops the ult. He knew he was gonna have the Aegis pop. And Kasai kind of got tangled up in the creeps there. There's gonna be a smoke to try and run them away. Bane has his blink up again in 10 seconds. Nice arrow and the overgrowth on Kasai. Bane with the brain sap, though, makes it at least a 1-for-1. A 1 for Aegis, even. But they're not done. They're going to continue to chase, and why not? Kasai's got a lot of movement speed, and Bane with a blink dagger. Looks like RSR does decide. Time to rejoin and maybe look to make something happen as a team.
And Hani's coming here to the mid lane with the Invis. He might actually just secure the kill on Bad Rider. Oh, unless... Oh, crazy. You know what? Does he see with the... No.
Tame, showing off his 4 staff, has blink in 3 seconds. Going to use the lasso just to try and buy time. And... yeah, that's going to be enough to force him off. Now the re-engagement even. Yeah, he's going to throw out a flame break just for funsies. At the same time at top, this tier 2, nice split. Virtus.pro, like pros, acting like they've been there before, dodging the Murano arrow, and no way to initiate off of it. So they lose their tier 2, 15-8. And now we're going to have another open wounds. That's going to be on Tame. Tame just cannot catch a break off of this lifestealer. He's going to be cleaned up, and now Kasai wants to re-engage. Scythe of Ice. Just picked up and showed off for the first time. Hani going to be caught with the Fiend's grip. Big kill there. He's down for 55 seconds. Here comes the Bear and the rest of the team undercover of Mirana ulti. There's the overgrowth to lock him down. Ines shoots a very nice one that caught Mirana. Ines going to chase him down. Good damage from Edict and Pulse Nova, as well as Kasai with the right click, but the Mirana ulti. Buying a little bit more time. She's going to leap away. Kasai decided to pursue. They've got Trixie and Hani right on top of the OD. And Illidan will be cleaned up with the Infest. Kasai going to be forced back. There was a buyback out of the lifestealer. One-shot route. Kasai going to read a time-lapse out of it. And move back to the north. Arrow does connect. Era has been money in the bank there, and it might get them another kill. Open wounds, though, not enough to slow them down. Make it 11-17 in a drawn-out fight. Did take a couple of buybacks, but Fnatic able to keep things together in that mid lane.
Yeah, that was just a really well-executed fight out of Fnatic. Picking up the crucial targets and isolating targets, as a matter of fact, just using Era as kind of like a bait. Of course, it was probably unprecedented that it would happen that way, but Era forcing 2 heroes to chase and isolating a lot of targets for the Lifestealer and the Lone Druid to just whack away at the mid lane. Man, everything went in their favor, and of course, Lilian without the Aegis had to fall once, and it was over. So, I'm really wondering, because now that VP has lost a fight like that, they know that, once again, with all their single target heroes, if they cannot find the perfect execution, they might find themselves in a pickle. And with the AoE coming out of Fly now, with the overgrowth, as well as the slow from Crystal Maiden, and the Priestess ultimate that they weren't wow. That Era at the top lane.
Kasai ends up cleaned up again. Era is single-handedly shooting his way into this game, basically. He has just been hitting arrows for days. And Virtus.pro losing some clutch heroes because of it. S&Y picked up on the Lifestealer. The Leshrac does finish himself a set of drums, so getting a little bit more tanky in survival. Has a Ghost Scepter up as well. And we had, it's hard to believe it's still just 23 minutes into action. Has felt like a much longer game. But the item progression really only just now beginning to show itself on everyone. Era has a Yasha up. He'll have enough for an ultimate orb sometime in the very near future. No Tail, of course, broke as a joke because he's a support. Still Trixie trying to play catch-up. Has picked up a Basher to go with his phase boots and his Midas, so not in horrendous shape there. We've seen Tame My Wild, his high mobility with the Blink and the Force Staff, another 1,100 gold in the bank, and a Ghost Scepter up on Arzard as well. So not only is he mobile, he's survivable.
Dire structures are fortified.
Survivability is the name of the game for VP's lineup once again. Just execution is what they're so reliant on. And the Bad Rider, no, that's KSI coming from the side. Oh man, he got 5-second arrow.
And there we go. There's going to be a lockdown on Illidan. Force Staff to safety. They're going to try to back. There's the overgrowth. The log only got one, though. Hani, Sight Device. There's the ulti that came out as well. A little bit of lag. It all came out at once. Not sure what was server side or what. Next, and a lot of damage done. Hani going to be lassoed back. And under cover of the Mirana ulti, trying to find safety. Looks like they do manage to get one more. But Era may end up dead because... And I think everyone got lagged there. Yeah. And that's unfortunate that it happened when it did, but it definitely showed through on my side. I heard sounds of the spells that I called about 1 million particle effects go off at once, and the video caught up. So hopefully I called it as close to the action as I possibly could have. And I love pauses. And by the way, how awesome does the lightning look? I love when this happens. The lightning strike from Leshrac, mid-pause. We are going to be back underway, and we'll see NS get the kill there on Mirana. And Fly pursued out as well. He's trying to heal himself up, going one-on-one with the Bane. There's the Flame Break to knock him forward, and that's going to be a big trade going the way of Virtus Pro. They lost their OD, but they dropped the carry plus 2 supports. 13-20 as the dust settles. The Tier 2 did end up dropping, so at least they got that out of it. And in fairness, Fnatic has actually continued to cut down on the gold lead of Virtus Pro, so they are making considerable progress here.
Yeah, the funny thing is, even though that fight went so far in favor in VP, or in numbers at least, it seems that way, 3-1 is the exchange, I do think Fnatic came out ahead overall, just because of the fact that they had the Lifestealer as well as the Lone Druid. Their 2 strongest damage dealers get out of that exchange. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that VP, for the second time they've taken an engagement, they had no vision in response to the Priestess ultimate. This Moonlight Shadow has been just putting everybody under disguise for 12 seconds and letting everyone who wants to escape.
Yep.
And for those who reveal themselves by accident, of course they fall to all the single target disables coming out of VP. But once again, man, the fact that Lone Druid with his Midas has just not died ever since, and this Lifestealer is just constantly raking up nothing but kills, means that VP are slowly getting on the back foot, and they need to look to do something drastic, say something like take the Aegis once again, or just force another fight under their conditions with dust, with sentries, and there it is. NS has finally picked up a set.
And that's kind of, you know, you make a great point. It really doesn't translate whenever you're in spectator mode just how unbelievably chaotic and confusing the Priestess ulti is in a team fight. Because, hold on, Bane locked down. He's going to be in prison. Here comes Tame, and that's going to be enough to force them back. And there you go. Ulti used. There's a Scythe device. It's actually going to catch out No Tail. Not the highest priority target, but a target nonetheless, one they're happy to take. The Lifestealer is inside the barricade. But the way the Priestess ulti works is if you, like you said, if you don't attack, you don't intentionally reveal yourself, you go back under invis during its duration. So when you have vision, and there's only, you know, the damage dealers showing up, and then they disappear because they just stop attacking. Hang on, arrow connects on KSI, but no follow-up, more of an escape arrow. But it is unbelievably chaotic, and I think that's hurt VP quite a bit up to this point. But like you said, they have managed to pick up a bit of vision now, and laying into the Tier 2. Weaver with his Desolator has become a much bigger threat now, and there's going to be the infest out on Tame. They do get the tower, but it costs them their Bad Rider, and they're charging out. The Bear not doing a lot of damage because he's enfeebled. Still looking for a root. And going to get the bash, actually. Now there's going to be an Astral Imprisonment. The buyback out of the bat as he wants to rejoin the fight. Kasai doing damage from the side. They're kind of funneled back now. Kasai going to pursue this, and here comes Illidan. Catching him on No-Tail, right-click down. He is going to stun out Illidan. There's the overgrowth, the lockdown 4. Flame breaks there, but the Fiend's Grip on Hani has him immobile. They're going to move back in. Can they burst him down? They mech through. Hani making a run for the south, flies right beside him, and Bane's going to spot him. Now, the Scythe of Ice used. Tame is there as well. Has not even used his lasso yet. A brilliant buyback out of the Bad Rider. There's going to be a Nightmare on the fly. Kasai there, ready to remove it, and down it goes. So a big turnaround going the way of Virtus Pro. And Fnatic just stretched a little far there, and now we've got Tame looking for a target. But, yeah, they overextended quite a bit. The Tier 2 was still up, and an arrow. Ooh, that creep right there took one for the team. as Tane was almost certainly going to be busted by it. There's going to be a time lapse out of the route. Now we're going to have a lasso on to Hani. The tower drops in the meantime. Hani being right-clicked down. He's going to infest in, infest back out. Illidan very low. The Priest Assault goes off, and the hammer dropped. Illidan hanging on to it. Crystal Maiden used her ulti. Everyone's hurt, everyone's banged up, and everyone is absolutely throwing haymakers. The tier 3 still not safe. The tier 3 racks, I should say, still not safe. Crystal Maiden going to be cleaned up. There's an enfeeble on the LS, so his effectiveness is down. They got the tier 3 tower quite a while ago. They're going to get the melee racks. A battle that's stretched, if you include all the way back to mid. Now, Ines re-engaged upon. He's going to be forced staffed ahead. He's going to end up dropping. Ghost Scepter buys a little bit of time. Split Earth going to be off the mark. He's still somehow alive, but not for long as he's cleaned up. Hani engaging on the Tame. KSI right-clicking so hard, though, going to force it back. The Overgrowth back off cooldown. We've seen 2 Overgrowths. This battle's been going on so long. Hani, or excuse me, Era, making a run for the well. Kasai's right on his tail. Force staff, and the Fiend's Grip. Off cooldown again. Holy hell, this battle finally seems to be over. We saw, and Tame with the most inglorious death ever right there, by the way. But
He died in battle, AC. He died in battle.
what a fitting conclusion to that battle. That went on so long. I don't get out of breath whenever I cast most of the time. I'm genuinely out of breath right now. It went on so long, we saw Overgrowth and Fiend's Grip come off a cooldown.
Yeah, twice.
Holy
that was
hell.
an extended battle, to say the least. But wow, a lot of interesting things happening in that fight. That moment when Airman decided to put himself in imprisonment for 4 seconds, Era had timed a perfect arrow, 5-second arrow with the 100 damage bonus that killed him off. And from that point on, with Hani buying back, I thought they were going to take the fight. But little did I realize that KSI was dishing out massive amounts of thieves, even without the help of Illidan. Man, that Desolator, as well as his ultimate orb in his inventory, just paying dividends, man.
Roshan, now the target. And target, he won't be for long. Call it a bullseye. Aegis goes into the inventory of Illidan. And I do want to point out, after that battle, I'm sure the viewers noticed I did something really weird. I moved the camera from the center of the map all the way back to the enemy base, and I did it like with arrow keys. The reason I did that is I was taking a drink, okay? So don't want to hear about it. I think I earned it instead of like clicking the mini-map. But Fnatic, not happy with the latest result, wants to get out and make some results of their own. They're smoked up, going to be moving through their own jungle. And Virtus Pro making no secret of the fact that they're grouped up as well. This might be the last hurrah for Fnatic. There's an arrow, mistimed. They saw that, I think. If not, it was right outside of vision. And yeah, it looks like, yeah, they're getting into combat position. So Virtus Pro aware. Go ahead.
They will have to back because Crazy has finally decided to pick up a gem. And this time, if he really wants to initiate on a target, he won't get fogged up by the fact that they're all in this. He will get the target he wants.
Manta style done on the Weaver as well. He's really coming to his own in the late game. They're hanging around just in the north. They're going to look to make something happen, and they need a big win here. Need it desperately. And they're actually just to the left. There's going to be an arrow. It will miss again. So Era, who has been so good all game, he has hit some great arrows. All of a sudden missing 2 when they really need it. So they're running out of time. There's a Nightmare onto the Bear. That's a big, big pickoff. The fact that they now have to defend one of only 2 remaining tier 3 towers with only 1 bear is huge, especially with a Bane on team. And we're going to see an arrow shot. We'll connect on Kasai. And they're going to go for it. Tame moves in. Lasso's back to Mirana. She's on the half health. Will be blown up. Illidan with a BKB up. He has mech. Didn't even have to use it. That's the buyback out of Mirana. And in my mind, that puts them all in. They cannot have her die again. If she does, the game's over. 17-30. Virtus Pro. What has been a thrilling 3-game series. Trying to finish this off. There's an arrow that connects onto the Bane. Can they clean him up? They're going to know. Beautiful. Astral Imprisonment. Buying him just enough time. And he blinks away from the Crystal Nova. Or the Frost Nova. So, very nice play out of Illidan. Quick on the trigger. And they can do this indefinitely. They're going to have no problem. And, you know, something that's worth mentioning that seems to get brought up once a match, but should be brought up more. Massive on the OD basically guarantees that all these heroes have infinite mana. That's such a big deal at this stage of the game.
Yep. Needless to say, this Bane as well as Bad Rider have never run out of. But he picked it up really quickly with the ODR as well. That hero as a whole just synergizes a lot, especially if he gets a good start at the early game. And of course, with the double kill exchange he had, as well as just that overall. With his farm right now, he's having a fantastic game. So looking like they want to continue pressuring the issue, man. Just as you said, Fnatic is semi-all-in with this because the arrow was forced into a buyback, and they don't have any items to pick up after this battle.
Heard an arrow. The Bat's looking for a target. And he's going to go and find one. He's got, who is that? He's got Hani. So Hani going to be cleaned up. There's going to be the overgrowth root on Illidan. Illidan popped the BKB, taking right-click damage to that bear. Is he going to have a resummon in 14 seconds? So they've held out long enough to get a bear to resummon, but they lose the tier 3. There's a Nightmare on the arrow. They're going to pop the Crystal Maiden ulti, but she's finished off. And the GG, just as OD drops the Sanity's Eclipse again. A great series. Fnatic looked to be in decent position, but in the end, Virtus Pro just a little bit too far ahead. I mean, I look at how good a job Fnatic did at that point of turning this game around. They were down almost 10,000 gold. They cut it down to 5,000, and they were seeming to be on the upslope, but in the end, Virtus Pro just a little too farmed, too many items, too many aggressive items in particular, and the experience basically the same story as well. Give me some final thoughts here on the series, CV.
Well, once again, the afterthought comes down to a lot of the initial lanes where VP had the advantage, forcing Fnatic to do a rotation that, of course, somewhat worked out for them, but their mid lane, which is one of the more important lanes, arguably did not go. And regardless of the safe lane having a tree in presence, it just did not go as well because Fly did not find the levels and Air was so far behind. They picked it up in the mid game with a couple kills, but once again, it was just too little, too late, as VP pushed the issue by taking towers, taking team fights, taking the Aegis, and pushing to the base.
34 minutes, 15 seconds, the official game time, 17-34. VP finishes off Fnatic, doubling them up in Game 3 and taking a very much-needed win. Fnatic, who's been sitting in the cellar of the D2L, still, I mean, they've got another series here today. They're really going to need to get a win against Alliance coming up later. Speaking of Alliance, they're going to be taking on VP in a back-to-back, run-back kind of a series for VP. And we're looking forward to that. So make sure you stick here with us here on twitch.tv/D2L. Make sure you hit follow, guys. We got many more days of D2L action to look forward to, leading up to our live LAN finals in Valencia. I'm here in AC Chambers. That's Clairvoyance. We'll both be back for our second series of the day coming up next on the rate called D2L, powered by XMG. Stick with us. Hey guys, just a quick reminder, in between series we're going to be getting Alliance and Virtus Pro kicking off here in just a few minutes. While we got some downtime, if you want to keep up with everything that's going on with the D2L, there are a variety of ways you can do that. First of which is Facebook. Just head on over to Facebook, hit like on D2L. Would love if you would do that. Makes our sponsors happy, makes me happy. But more than anything, you get all of the updates. Look at the cool art. I mean, you just get so much cool stuff coming out of the Facebook here. And if you're not a Facebook guy, though, or gal, I understand. I mean, let's be honest. Everyone hates Facebook. Well, I mean, not everyone, but everyone says they hate Facebook. About half of you do, half of you don't. But I make no judgments either way, because no matter if you're a liar or telling the truth about it, you can also find it on Twitter, D2LGG, at D2LGG on Twitter. Same concept. Keep up with everything that's going on with the D2L on a day-to-day basis. Have that sent straight to your smartphone or other mobile device to, just so you know, never have to miss a match. Also, our website, d2l.gg, for up-to-date standings, all of your VODs, results and VODs, league standings, playoffs, playoff information, any news, as well as some cool write-ups, by the way. I'm just going to go ahead and click through on this. Black Dishes on Balance and more. Always great content coming out of the D2L journalistic staff, and always look forward to what they have. Also, you know what? Since we're plugging social media, I'm plugging myself at AC if you'd like to follow me as well. Would absolutely love it if you would. That way you can take part in my random questions of the night. I started that just a couple of days ago. Every night, I'm going to be having a random question. My first night, the question was, what are your 4 number 1 seeds in the cereal world? And any other answer that wasn't Captain Crunch, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Fruity Pebbles, and what was my other one? Apple Jacks. If that wasn't your answer, it was the wrong answer, but still would love to hear from you. But yeah, you can see pictures of me, pictures of doggies, whatever. That's at AC if you'd like to keep up with me. Once again, guys, we'll have our second best of 3 of the day. Going to be our second of 3 coming up next. Alliance versus VP. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, or welcome in, as the case may be. Joining into our second best of three of the day in our doubleheader squared, as we've got three teams that are all going to be facing each other throughout the course of the day. Virtus.pro already took on Fnatic to open things up. Now they meet a bigger challenge in Alliance. Now, VP did get a win in their first series here today. They lost 2 yesterday, though, so need a win to end up breaking even over the last 48 hours. But Alliance going to be looking to get off to a good start here as well. They're sitting at 3-0 in our standings, and still very early on in their schedule, but can't ask for a much better start than that. They're going to look to make it 5-0 by the time the day is done. We'll find out which team's up to the task coming up here in our second best of three on the rate call D2L, powered by XMG. I'm Aaron AC Chambers, your host, and helping me provide commentary and analysis going to be Clairvoyance. Now, I think we both were in agreement, CV, in Game 1 that, well, the first series, I should say. Game 1, Virtus.pro dominated. Game 2, they ran a strategy that you just don't see out of them much, which ended up being a 4-protect, 1 anti-mage approach, and really they just felt a little flat. Game 3, though, they bounced back, got into the offensive tri-lane, put the pressure on, and really did a great job of holding Fnatic down and ended up parlaying that into a pretty impressive win down the stretch. So they're taking on a team in Alliance that, well, if anything, they're predictable. Usually you know what Alliance is going to be up to. They have a certain core set of heroes they always try to get for their players. They're talented at absolutely every position. Alliance will show you some creative stuff from time to time, but Virtus.pro, as volatile a squad as they happen to be, I really think it's going to be essential for them to play their game here in our second best of three. Don't worry about what Alliance is going to do. Instead, just play your game, set your own pace, and set your own tone.
Oh, most certainly, I see. And honestly, for me, Alliance is a team that needs literally no introductions, so I'm actually going to live up to that word and just not introduce them at all, just because you've covered them so nicely anyway. As for VP, you know, I wanted to talk about this matchup. This is actually the biggest matchup for me to watch for today, and the reason being is this, is that VP, the last LAN they had went to at DreamHack Summer, it almost seemed like as soon as Navi were out, for me, the top contenders really were VP and Alliance. But I say as soon as Navi was out because VP was eliminated before. And it was sad because they had just improved their track record of just simply repeating their LAN performances thus far. But at the same time, in my mind, it still resides, VP still resides as one of the strongest teams in the West, and they've just proven it in a best-of-3 series against Fnatic in some really brilliant matches. So, you know, even though it's LAN, the servers are, you know, fair for both teams. And I gotta say, man, this is a battle between two of arguably the eldest titans in the Western scene. And I am excited as VP have fanned out the Lone Druid, so they know exactly what they're going into. They know that giving Bulldog those 2 heroes that he's so good at is just for any team to face up against. And this is why they're struggling on the second ban, because normally you would say, we'll ban the Wisp. But first of all, we see if any team lets through the Wisp, it's definitely VP. And second thing, of course, if you let through the Wisp, there is a chance that Alliance might grab themselves the Prophet.
Well, the Prophet is in play, but so is Io, and yeah, I don't think there's any surprise there. They also have the tree in play if Virtus.pro wants to try their hand at that, so they could potentially pick up 2 very high-value heroes there. But, I mean, let's, you know, I remember a while ago, this is going back 3, 4, 5 months even, perhaps even that long. I did an interview, and I was asked who the hardest team to draft against is, and this was back when they were still known as No Tidehunter, even before the name changeover and all that fun stuff. And it has to be Alliance. Like in the Western scene, it is impossible to draft against them because they have so many heroes they play so well. I mean, like most teams have a certain core of heroes that they play well, and you can usually take out like 2/3 of them or 2 out of 3 or something like that. But when you look at Alliance and what they're able to do, you have so much to account for. Loda just has this very wide range of carries. He can play effectively in a variety of positions. Then you have Bulldog, who gets a lot of attention. Do not want to give him the Druid. Might be the best Druid player on the planet right now, quite literally. No exaggeration. China West, don't care. It's tough to come close to touching Admiral Bulldog, but he also plays a hell of a Nature's Prophet, as you mentioned. He plays a hell of a Bounty Hunter, and he can play a hell of a Darkseer in a pinch as well. Then you have S4, who has really risen to prominence in a way that I don't think many expected. He is, I would say, I won't say consensus, but I think the majority of people agree that in terms of having that nice balance of decision-making, consistency, mechanics, and the ability to take risks from time to time whenever it really comes down to it, he just has that beautiful elixir just completely figured out in terms of the mid position. He knows how to be high risk, high reward when he needs to, but his decision making is immaculate, and he's still as consistent as anyone else on the map in a given game. And I mean, when you have that many players, and those 3 alone, I mean, EGM's amazing in his own right, and Ake plays a hell of a support. Ake Chen is freaking amazing. So how do you even begin to account for all that? It's just so hard, even with 5 bans.
most certainly, man. This is basically Alliance is basically an all-star team that's actually gone right. So I mean that speaks for itself, man. Just you cannot ban against the team. And once again, the funny thing of the fact that you can't ban against this team is that they're not capricious in any way, shape, or form. Like,
Right.
you know what they're gonna take. But the problem is they can take so many different things and still play their A game that it just becomes impossible, as you said, to ban against it. Because yeah, all of a sudden you see the Nicious Prophet ban coming out of the BP as well as Darkseer. That's gonna force Alliance to what I assume to be a Clockwork pick for Bulldog, or even the potential Bounty Hunter, as you had mentioned. There goes the OD, there goes the Bane for the control, as well as OD in the mid lane, because I would assume that S4 doesn't want to deal with it. But just as you see CK Wisp, there are just so many different things that you can pick up. You can pick up a Kunkka,
Yep.
you could pick up, well, the OD goes out the window, but there is still the Magnus that still does synergize rather well, and
Oh, yeah.
has completely disappeared to an extent, but could possibly make a comeback. And there's the Nyx Assassin available for both teams still. There's just way too many options that Alliance and BP have opened up for themselves, and man, I can't wait to see. I do think BP will have to have somewhat of a game plan though, because as soon as they saw the Wisp pick up, they know that they're a team that has to have a game plan against Wisp, and Kunkka is the choice
Good pick.
for the AoE damage.
I like the Kunkka pick a lot. Kunkka, he's one of those heroes where, I mean, you can, one, the way X marks the spot in terms of responding to relocate ganks is excellent. Just X marks the spot, the CK. You know, if he relocates and you're able to spot him out, but to get to safety and you have a chance to respond, which early on tends to be the case. Early on, you can usually get a response team into position pretty darn quickly just because the towers are still up. Of course, eventually that gets whittled down, and that's not always the case. But, you know, so long as that's happening, if there's any mistimed relocate ganks, just casting X on the CK before the relocate goes off, it'll obviously bring him back. His ability to fight early and fight often, as we've seen on display quite a bit here today. This will be the third time we've seen Kunkka. So, ban the tree, pick the captain. That's my new slogan. Really enjoying seeing Kunkka get a lot more play, but Alliance is not going to pull any punches. They've got the high mobility, the high damage output of the Queen of Pain going to be coming out of mid. And, I mean, again, this is just typical. They're not doing, I mean, yeah, I guess they could throw us a curveball with the last two picks, but I highly doubt it. They're probably just going to farm Loda up to a set of drums and maybe even just go Treads BKB. I've seen Loda do that quite a bit on CK and just go, okay, now we're ready to go. And then they'll just fight until the game is over, no matter who manages to walk away with the win.
Yeah, and one of the things that are surprising me right now is that with the Kunkka pickup, they actually don't have very much sources for a counter push as much as they have just for defending and turtling in general. So I'm surprised that they have left the Chen for Ake so far, because you have mentioned once again that guy is a monstrosity when it comes to Chen
Stupid
plays.
good.
And you know, there are seriously no words to describe how efficient, how good, and how perfectly executed his Chen plays are. So man, I am afraid with this VS pickup, especially all the single target damage coming out again, BP going for something that they're so comfortable with, but at the same time, Alliance have been known to time and time abuse it, and they go for the Bounty Hunter on Bulldog instead of the Clockwork. That actually surprises me just a little bit, just because it gives so much more control with Clockwork, CK, IO, as well as the Queen. But BH, once again, fantastic for snowballing. If IO can TP into a battle and you get a couple track kills, all of a sudden you're way ahead in the gold lead. So not too much of a surprise, but a slight bit.
I'll tell you what I love about that Bounty Hunter pickup. If they send him to the off lane, as they certainly will, look what he's going to be up against. A Tree and Avenge. What is a Tree and Avenge going to do to shut down a Bounty Hunter? That should be a lane that he can challenge pretty consistently. Venge is very much a slave to her mana pool early. She's going to have to pick her shots with Magic Missile. Tree and Protector Leech Seed is at best, so if you're going to invest sentries, it's going to be tough going. I mean, we probably haven't seen the tri-lane farmer yet. Would imagine that's going to be Weaver making his way to the off lane with the Admiral in mid. But, I mean, when you see, like, the Bounty Hunter, just what that gives you whenever you have a CK and an IO in particular, because it's all about vision whenever you have an IO on the board. It's all about warding. And if you could just take that out of the equation and say, okay, yes, it's about warding, we'll still get our wards up, but even if we get counter-warded, we just have a roaming ward who's going to be able to set up shop in the enemy jungle. Look how relatively squishy they are if they do manage to get a lockdown. Tree of Protector's a free kill. Venge is a free kill. Kunkka, until he gets his items up, can feel like a free kill if he's engaged upon and stunned out. Kunkka's one of those heroes who functions best when he gets the drop on you, not the opposite. And now they're going to grab a Tide Hunter. So, okay. Yeah.
AoE solution. That
Yeah.
is definitely their AoE solution to the Witch CK. You were talking about earlier how if you use the Naga Sleep, Tide Hunter kind of just gets a free initiation. I used to think that Tide was one of the best counters to Magnus as well, just because these heroes like Magnus, Naga, as well as Bat Rider, they kind of go on you.
Yeah.
So for a spell like Ravage to be used as a counter initiation, I mean, once again, it's perfect. It hits the whole screen. So if you're, out of position, so to say, by diving too far, you're gonna get punished. I'm not too sure if it's gonna be enough, but another thing that just came to my mind as I was talking is Tidehunter is one of the best solos to counter up against the bounty. Because in a bounty versus Tide, the Tidehunter crushes the bounty just because Anchor Smash nullifies melee damage or any sorts of damage whatsoever. So your right click is gonna be significantly less.
Yeah.
And there it is. There's the Ake-chan. I am actually so scared of BP right now. Scared for BP right now, pardon me. I feel like they're just gonna get pushed. And Alliance, they don't even have the DK as they normally would, but they have the Wisp CK instead, and that's gotta be much better, man. So if Alliance play their cards right, I do feel like this might be a relatively short game, but I'm not counting out VP.
Oh, you
We've
can't.
seen the Kunkka play so far. We've seen the Tidehunter. I mean, we haven't seen too much of the Tidehunter, but we have seen the Tree and the Weaver in conjunction. So let's hope that they bring their A game because they will need it.
Yeah, it's. I can tell you, this game's going to be won and lost between 15 and 25 minutes, almost guaranteed. Maybe as late as 30, depending on how the laning phase goes. But this game. I would be shocked if the GGs weren't tied by 30 minutes into this game, and that's not because one team. It's not. I mean, when you look at the lineups, Virtus Pro has a lineup that needs to get ahead and stay ahead. Weaver and Kunkka want to be ahead of the opposition. That's why they do what they do and play how they play. They're going to have help from the Tree and Protector, of course. But when you look at Alliance, it's just go, go, go from the moment they get up whatever core item they feel they need. I mean, they're going to have such phenomenal damage output in a variety of ways. I mean, they're going to have good single target, obviously, with the Janata, the Shuriken Strike, CK, and what he has to offer. Then they have good magic damage in an AoE based on Queen of Pain. And they're going to have the Tether Stun. They're going to have the Orbs, by the way, on the Spirits, I guess. I always call them Orbs. I think it's much more descriptive, but Spirits from EGM, and depending on how he decides to build himself out, I mean, that actually, it's easy to underestimate how much an IO can, if he has a few points in Orbs and manages to get to a quick 6 and put more points into that. But Virtus Pro moving his 5 into the Radiant side jungle. Loda and company are a little bit split up. S4's by himself down here, and looks like they suspect something might be up. Man, it's Virtus Pro. They're right on top of each other. This could get real ugly.
Okay. This is so exciting, AC. Oh my gosh.
So close. Kasai gets an eye on him. There's going to be Io hooking up with the target, bringing down the trees, and Illidan leading the charge here. 1 point up. There's going to be the gush on Ake. Let's see if they want to follow it up. They don't. And S4's not even there. That's that's actually a bit of a shame. They probably could have tried to make something happen there, and S4 would have had to hoof it. Instead, they make it away unscathed. Let's run through our lineups as the lanes take shape. It's actually going to be S4, it looks like, down here. They're going to duo mids, what they're going to do. No, they're not. They're going to have, yeah, they are, maybe. EGM's there. Yeah, there's CK making his way back down. But they're going to end up duo midding. S4 is going to be solo farming the safe lane on the Queen of Pain. Ake on the Chen, setting up shop in the jungle. Loda on the CK as anticipated with EGM on the IO to hook up with him. Bounty Hunter going to be handled by Admiral Bulldog, already doing a little bit of creep skipping, and given there are no jungle creeps to pull, that's going to be a free wave going the Bulldog's way. On the other side of the river, we got NS on the tree, making his way up to top, it would seem. Loaded Storm Rage going to be farming up the Weaver. Right now he's in a one-on-one against S4. Kasai playing on the Tidehunter this time around with Kunkka, his nemesis. They have joined together, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria, as Kunkka, handled by Tame My Wild. And please tell me somebody gets that reference. Type it into the chat if you're watching here on Twitch. And then Arzard, of course, on the Venge. So these lanes are already beginning to shift a little bit. Looks like it's going to be a 2-1-2 out of VP.
Yeah, and this is just the highest level of plays coming to shape. If you see these kind of lanes, you see the lanes and you're just never going to see anything like this again. Just dual lanes on the bottom lane and the Queen of Pain rotation just to keep the target alive. Because if it was a CK Wisp, VP would have definitely tri-laned against it and try to shut down the Wisp as early as possible. And of course, S4 as well as the rest of Alliance seeing through that, being able to adapt appropriately. And here it is, Ake just farming up the jungle as he normally does for the first few minutes. And then when he gets aggressive, he gets hyper-aggressive to the point where he leaves no breathing room for the opposition. And once again, that's really what I do fear the most at this point. But so far, both teams really getting a good start on the lanes.
See EGM doing his thing here in the easy camp, going to hook up to the creeps. And actually unable to get the pull off there. Much more difficult to do that. Still trying to replicate the success. And no matter how much you practice it, it really does seem a lot more RNG based anymore. But
ooh, mid.
in mid, we're going to have the engagement back on the Tame. Tame, no escape mechanism. Living Armor helps things out, and a well-placed Thorn allows him to actually get one swipe off with the Tidebringer, so they do manage to force him back, but at the same time, ban the tree 2013, make it happen, otherwise this is going to happen over and over and over again.
There is also the pirate in question, and wow, Crazy is going to secure the haste rune. That is such a big deal, because that is so crucial to surviving up against the Wisp CK.
Yep.
And with the Living Armor, that means he's going to be guaranteed safety for the next 2 minutes. That is a really huge deal.
Here we go. Arzart likely to be our first blood. He's going to be netted down. Weaver doing what damage he can, and they actually can't follow it up. S4 took some damage there. Thought they were going to be able to execute that, but in the end, Living Armor, too strong, and Illidan doing good damage with Shikuchi as well as a little bit of right click, so Ake trying to get active comes up short. We're at 3 minutes in, had a couple of first blood attempts, neither of which have worked. And Kasai up at top, soaking up plenty of XP. He's already level 4, and there is no better feeling as a Tidehunter for it to be 3 minutes that you're level 4. Because you know, yes, as good as Anchor Smash can be, the armor reduction on Gush is kind of cool, lets you take Roshan and all that. There is no better feeling than saying, okay, I've got a set of Arc Boots, and he's not far from Arc Boots already. He only needs about another 300 gold. So he's going to have a set of Arc Boots up and be level 6, at least, at the very bare minimum, by 10 minutes in. Such a good start for him.
Yeah, and he's highest CS on the board, man. This is actually so well executed by VP. I knew they had a plan when they banned the Enchantress of the instead of the Chen. I knew they had a plan when they had decided to let the tree as well as the Wisp through. VP, I really hope that they can impress us with a victory in Game 1. And I'm being really biased here, but once again, giving Alliance some of their best heroes, like giving up the Wisp to EGM, the CK of course, as well as S4 getting the Queen and Aki getting the Chen.
Up 2-second Chaos Bolt, the engagement on EGM as he got the tether stun off, but the haste rune will not be, oh no, it will. I thought he had a, nope, he didn't have enough mana for a Chaos Bolt, was just a bit short. Spin his mana on the Reality Rift. And now EGM forced to retreat as well. So CK does manage to secure a double damage, and they're going to waste no time. They're heading up towards top. Let's see, are they going to double back? They will go ahead and drop a ward, and they're going to head back to mid. Thought they might go ahead and make a run for the jungle and see to make something happen at top. But for now, heading back to status quo. And S4 taking a bit of damage. Will be able to make it away pretty safely, though.
Ooh, Crazy at the mid lane.
And they're re-engaging on the Tame. And looks like, yep, that time, finally they managed to make it work. A lot of aggression early on. Finally, someone gets a killing blow. Give it to Loda. 1-0. Alliance leads, and Courier, woohoo, that Courier is so close to dead. He has 3 HP. How does that even happen?
Wow, that's definitely a close call. I'll tell you how that happens. It's double damage on one of the strongest right click heroes in the game at 4 minutes into the game. CK with that DD, like, if you saw Crazy, you had the Living Armor on him, but it's same issue again once again. Behold, I thought they were going to go in again. But basically, Crazy walked up because he had the level 2 Living Armor, and it just goes back to what you mentioned. That Living Armor at level 2 instead of level 3 Living Armor, it really does make a big difference. So,
yep, and then, you know, that's the key here. He's going to be level 5 soon enough. So we're going to hang on, re-engagement. No tether stun this time. Didn't spin the Chaos Bolt. Good instincts from Alliance. Tame is actually playing this very well in mid, I think. He's getting a lot more out of this than he has any business getting out of it. He's sitting at 19 CS to the 23 of Loda. That should tell you enough right there. S4 in bottom is struggling quite a bit, though. He's sitting at 17 CS. Weaver about 5 ahead, but usually you pick a Queen of Pain, you want her to be dominating because she is so good. But I really like the lane decisions out of Virtus Pro. They're getting their heroes what they need. Tidehunter's 1 creep away from level 6. There it is. Has his Arc Boots done. Plus 500 gold at 6 minutes into this game. Just a great play, great decisions out of him. Tree's about to hit level 5. It's level 3 Living Armor where things really get sketchy in terms of trying to engage into it. It's their efficiency, man. And we saw that in Game 1 against Fnatic. They won that game on the back of efficiency, and they almost killed Bulldog. Bulldog made it away with 22 HP.
Yeah, he invested a Solar Ravish on that, and Bulldog being able to survive with the last moment Magic Stick. Very good play out of him, and that's going to cost VP a little bit because, once again, giving up the knowledge that Ravage is not up on his level 6 Tidehunter means that Bulldog can move around that much more freely. And he's hard enough as it is to kill. 8 armor, 400 base movement speed. This guy is a slippery fish.
1-0. Still remains relatively quiet. Don't know that we can expect that to maintain for a while. In fact, we're going to see EGM heading up. They're going to go on Tide. Tide does not have Ravage. That's a track kill if they get it. And here comes the tree trying to help him out. Being healed by Living Armor. Now they're going to re-engage EGM. Ends up cleaned up. And they took a gamble, hoping the tree wasn't close by, but Living Armor, pretty good spell, especially when it is that level 3 we said was so important. 1-to-1, Virtus Pro makes it onto the board. And now a 2-second Chaos Bolt on the Tane. Don't think he'll be able to clean him up, and he won't. But, so a lot of damage, and this is where it's going to begin to break down, I think. And we're just going to see action everywhere. S4 takes the Shikuchi, forced to blink away, and woohoo. Geminate attack, just a few seconds off cooldown. Now he's going to be locked down. Living Armor helping out. Sonic Wave plus 1 auto attack gets that kill. So playing ultra aggressive, even with the Living Armor, not enough to keep him up. Alliance 2-to-1.
Wow. S4 just making the right plays there. Just got out with that 1 second blink. But hold that thought, because Loda's going on mid, and Living Armor
Good spell.
chases them away.
And Loda might die here. The boat's on target. It will be dodged. And now the Living Armor's gone. Loda still has to run. He's going to have a Tidebringer in 2 seconds. Nope, never mind. Chaos Bolt spin, going to be 3 seconds. Good job on the orbs. There's a track. Do they have the damage? They do. No way Living Armor out damages 3 of them. So that's a track kill. Very well done. Good reaction out of the Bulldog. And Loda, by the way, I want to point out something. When you play against a Kunkka, Loda just did. It's so hard to make yourself do it in games. But when you see the boat coming, you run into it. Run towards it and through it. That's exactly what Loda did to avoid it. He kind of skewed off a bit. But if you try to run away and to an angle, it almost always seems like it catches you. Loda ran through it, managed to get away from it, and managed to get a track kill because of it. So well played from them.
Yeah, and you know what? He's got a DD room with EGM sitting at level 5, so close with all this full half mana more than, so he definitely can use up his entire combo. I think they might just secure another kill if Crazy is not careful.
We got 3 up at top. Bulldog looks to be the target. Arzard is there, soaking up a little bit of experience, gets himself to level 5 at bottom. Illidan, I mean, we can already see the burst damage, and they throw the sentry down. Shadow Strike, not going to connect. But they are going to be able to push off of that. Do they have another sentry? Ake does have one if he wants to put one behind the tower. He's got creeps trying to zone Crazy out. Crazy makes his way over into the woods. Will be healed up with Living Armor. They spot him out. He's trapped. He can't go anywhere. Oh, never mind. Guess he can. Didn't think he could. But nonetheless, he finds another little cranny into which he can cram himself. And Living Armor allowing him to stay up and continue to soak XP. The tower did take a considerable amount of damage. Up at top, though, they've yet to make anything happen on Bulldog. And this is what's so frustrating about trying to late against Bulldog on a hero he knows in the off lane. His instincts are just so damn good that he's almost always takes a major commitment to try and bring down.
Yeah, seriously, the way this guy's able to put out somewhat of a passive-aggressive playstyle that just knows exactly when to go up and when to back out. It's so frustrating to play against him. So, which is why one of these heroes like that are conniving and just really flexible in the early game. Bounty Hunter being one, Mildred being another. Just really perfect for his playstyle. And here's the 3-man smoke coming out of VP. Oh man, EGM just picked up a haste rune. I don't think they're killing him.
He hasn't popped it yet. They're trying to track him down, but manages to hook up with his bro. And, yep, a little bit of unfortunate luck there for VP. Just being spotted out right at the edge of the IO's range. And they've got 4 in mid now. That's going to leave Bulldog to his own devices. Bulldog does have up a set of phase boots, so he actually didn't do all that bad there. In fact, he's on par with the Chin and the Queen of Pain in terms of CS. The Tidehunter is actually #1 on the board, so Kasai playing a great game of Dota so far. He's already got up a Ring of Health, which, I mean, yeah, that's useful in lane, but probably going to eventually want to build that into a refresher if his farming ways continue. There's going to be the X marks the spot. Loda going to be brought back. There's the Ravage, and the boat does connect. Mass reaction coming in. Loda will be able to continue to fight. Gets up a 3-second Chaos Bolt. The reinitiation out of S4 doing good damage. They finally kill off the CK with one well-placed Gush. But Tame My Wild and now Arzard forced to run. They're not going to be able to track down any of them. Or actually, no, did he get the stun there? He did not. And everyone manages to make it away except for Illidan as he's finished off with a Test of Fate. So actually, they got the tree there, too. So a 2-for-1 trade. And not too bad, all things considered. Loda should have been dead to rights.
Yeah, that's the problem. When EGM was able to drop the tether, the Tidehunter was in range for an Anchor Smash as well as Gush, but he got stunned up right away, and that delayed Loda's death, which forced VP to dive a little bit more than they'd probably wanted to commit to. So yeah, they lost 2 kills, forced a lot of rotations from Alliance, but really Alliance didn't lose much out of it just because they got the kills in response. And man, these small things, VP really need to come out at this stage in the game, because as the game goes on, we look at this Kunkka right now, he's 0-2 and doesn't have very much farm to his name, Whereas Loda has just died, but has almost finished his drums, and he's already bought a bottle for EGM. So, yeah, they're looking pretty good. And EGM's just at level 6, but hold that thought, Loda's getting engaged on.
Loda caught out, spends a 3-second Chaos Bolt. There's the Torrent and the hookup. He's going to be caught with the Magic Missile, and here comes the boat. S4 wants to re-engage, and Loda does manage to dodge it again. The boats have not been on the mark for the most part this game. EGM taking some right-click, will end up cleaned up almost certainly, and he does. Now here, though, Tame My Wild tracked out. They're pursuing him out. DD on Bulldog. That gets a track kill. So 1 for 1, but with the track, that's a win for Alliance. Kasai, who doesn't have Ravage up, now he's tracked out. He's taking the living armor. The Venge is ready to re-engage as well. There's going to be the Chaos Bolt and the Reality Rip. Very odd-looking, but they do get another kill with Test of Faith from Chen. And Virtus Pro ends up feeding 2 for 1, and worse yet, it was 2 track kills.
Yeah, the fact that it was 2 track kills is what really puts the hurt on them. Illidan is here at level 8 at the mid lane. All he's got is a ring, and the off lane Bounty Hunter is doing better than arguably what we consider as the 1 position hero. That is just not a good sign for VP right now. They need to make something happen, and the fact that their first smoke gank didn't go their way is just crippling them so hard, because these rotations coming out of Arsar, who's just picked up boots, as well as NS, who has level 7 and has the overgrowth up relatively soon, but could not find all the perfect positionings until now, means that they're still going to be forced into this 5-man situation. And honestly, Alliance just have a better 5-man when it comes to having the Chen and all his creeps in the fight, having the Queen of Pain and all of her arsenal being prepared, as well as the Wisps and CK's ability to be anywhere.
I'll tell you one thing that I don't think we've talked about that I think is just as essential, especially if and when Ake finishes a mech, if it is indeed going to be him building the mechanism, which it seems like it is, with the 2 gauntlets of strength on EGM indicating an earn. Hold that thought. I'll get to what I was going to say in a minute, as Virtus Pro has 3 moving under cover of smoke. They have a chance to catch a couple of targets here. Moving down to the south, EGM and Loda up by the tower. Looks like they're just going to wait it out. But what I was going to
game sense.
They do. They really, really do. Because there was no ward that they ran past there. And but Virtus Pro moving through the jungle, looking to find someone, and it might, well, Bulldog's in biz, so he's safe. And now they're going to drop a ward of their own. Ake's there in mid. Looks like that's going to be the target. They drop down the sentry behind them. Now Ake flees to the top. Illidan's going to be able to make the bend. He's got creeps to help him. Kasai gets the gush off from the low ground. Here comes Illidan re-engaging. They're going to clap with the Ursa creep and get the swarm off as well. And Ake pops his own ulti to keep himself alive. Here comes Bulldog to track out on the Weaver. And he will go ahead and time-lapse it off. Ake, re-engaged upon, will be cleaned up with Shikuchi. So that aggression we knew VP was going to bring to bear, not only getting the kill, but freeing things up here in mid, as the team looks ready to try to push the Tier 1 mid. Not a concerted reaction. Looks like Loda and EGM just want to trade it off, while Queen of Pain is making up some much-needed golden levels.
Yep, and Glyph gets popped on both teams, so it looks like, as you said, both teams not really committing to. I do get the feeling that what we're going to mention is important. I imagine it's something about the tether and the heals coming out, but yeah, just go ahead and iterate on that.
Well, basically just the heals in general. Regardless of how you do it, the tether, of course, a big factor in that. But once the mech comes out, but we just kind of saw it there a little bit. When you look at VP's lineup, hang on, Tame My Wild engaged upon. There's going to be the relocate, but the boat's going to be there, and it passes right through them. Tame caught with a sonic wave in the back, uses his wand charges. Let's see if Loda can catch him. He's got help on the way. Illidan's there. They got to finish him. They do. S4 spit the scream, but the relocate gets him out of trouble just in time. That's that magic missile, unfortunately, just a hair too late. And Alliance now doubling them up, make it 8-4.
Wow. Just in the nick of time, and once again, Alliance just getting the better end of all these small skirmishes. VP is drawing out the line by KSI, and they have 2 heroes smoked up. I feel like they really, really want to keep forcing the issue, and honestly, they might catch out EGM here, but no. EGM is too smart. He doesn't want to get kicked off, and yeah, once again, he saw the double damage rune spawn with a bottle in his inventory, but he didn't go for that. I am very, very surprised that he did that.
And Loda now going to pop the smoke. There's going to be a Ravage. Caught just Loda. EGM got away from a 3-second Chaos Bolt. The reinitiation. The 2 big green guys. Chen actually gets him out of trouble. I don't know that that was necessary. I think they may have just given away 2 free kills there. And yeah, Loda says, hey, come on, man. I didn't need that. But Kasai and NS going to be very thankful that Ake, he's a hover mom, man. A little overprotective, Ake. Let the boys play. Let them play. Let them get their skin their knees and get their shirts dirty a little bit. S4 going to be spotted out and will be cleaned up. Bulldog, EGM, now Lotus spins a 4-second Chaos Bolt onto Kasai. Tame My Wild is tracked, Sentry goes down. There's going to be a Torrent that catches at least one. Now they're re-engaging. There's Chen's heal. EGM nonetheless going to end up dead. Arzart, they spread the damage so effectively. Bulldog has to run and does manage to make it away just by the skin of his teeth. There's going to be another Chaos Bolt spin on Kasai. That'll get him a kill. There's going to be the X marks the spot. Torrent will be on the mark. No, actually shot it just a little bit off. And now Ake, the next kill on the board, and again sent home. That was the Bulldog, actually. No Loda that was sent home that time. But VP, in a kind of a bizarre fight, a lot of missed abilities, a lot of odd plays, but they'll take it. They close the gap 7-9.
Yeah, that was just the most bizarre fight, as you just mentioned. I mean, the Tidehunter ravaging, I understand why Aki sent back Dota. As soon as you see a Tide solo ravage, it kind of looks like the enemy team's going to commit to a kill. So, yeah, playing an overprotective parent kind of thing and sending Loda back. Of course, he returned, and the engagement kind of went head-on. But it was just in the most awkward position, and I dare say it was so much in favor of VP that they just came out ahead entirely, as all the abilities kind of just missed here and there. And yeah, as for taking so much damage at the start and Bulldog making a mistake in that scenario, I have no idea what exactly happened. I still think that I'm just most amazed by the fact that EGM saw a double damage spawn with an empty model and decided to walk away and just completely dodge the smoke gank. I think that was just one of the most impressive things I've seen so far.
Absolutely. And Loda, up to level 11 now, has level 2 Phantasm. About the point where that ability actually begins to feel worthwhile. He's got drums, working on a BKB, just playing a survivable build, and really, why not? And again, I will get this point out. I'm going to make myself say it. When you look at VP's lineup, it's very burst-oriented. You have, I mean, Shikushi is spammable, and there's actually going to be an X marks the spawn on EGM. The boat was actually spin on EGM. And, I mean, as spammable as the boat itself is, it's understandable. Someday I will make my point. Virtus Pro not going to let me, as they're going to engage right into Alliance. Pursuing them out, S4 blinks away. EGM with a haste rune looks like he should be safe. Bulldog makes his way to the north. Loda going to TP away. So they get the tier 4 for free. Ake, nope, check that. Ake says it ain't for free, man. It's going to cost me and Buttercup a little bit of gold. And EGM does manage to hook up with him. And they make it back to the tower. Let's see, is Virtus Pro going to dive it? They are just going to dive it. And there's the heal from Chen. It'll guarantee safe passage home. EGM's actually looking to re-engage here. And yeah, here come the Chen creeps. And S, though, Test the Faith gets the return kill. And the Menagerie, not liking their owner being beat up on, comes out, secures the kill on a tree, and now Kasai forced the TP away. So the cat barks at the dog, and Alliance adds another to their total, making 11-7. They're not done. Arzard spotted out at top. S4 pursuing him out. Arzard does not have a TP. Well, he'll go back to the base. Not going to be going back to, well, never mind. He's got help on the way. Can they get the kill? There's going to be a point-blank swap, because that was needed. And there's a Ravage on the 2 as they come in via relocate. Immediately healed up, though. They're going to be able to burst down Arzard. There's another track on Kasai. Here comes Ake and company. They're trying to track down Illidan. Illidan manages the time-lapse out of it. Kasai, who already spin his Ravage, can't do much of an anchor smash. Track out on him. Nope, no track yet. There it is. And trying to delay the inevitable. There's an X marks the spawn on Loda. He's pulled back right into the boat. Tame My Wild, reinitiating, getting the job done. Tide does drop, but Loda trying. Will juke down to the south. He might make it away. Bulldog, same story. One right click, not enough. And Illidan, though, will finally, via Shikuchi, get that kill. This is a bizarre game, man. Like, these fights are just so weird.
Well, that's one way to put it, man. I don't know what to say. Like, KSI, I mean, not KSI, pardon me. Crazy has been missing so many torrents in comparison to, like, completely on the contrary of what he's been demonstrating previously. I am so surprised. Like, he's not playing his A game right now. And Alliance is just taking full advantage of it. And that dive at the top lane, too, that was more, like, questionable in more ways than one. The fact that they had dove into a Wisp Chen under 2 towers that could have potentially had, like, 5 TPs on them. Dying to the Chen creeps like that is NS, and man, oh man, I feel like both teams are kind of giving each other extra steps that they really don't have to be. But Alliance is still getting ahead of it because, once again, the track gold as well as the map control they have from all the towers. It's quite staggering. 21.5
minutes in. We're coming up on 10 Gs in favor of Alliance. The experience right in that general range as well. So Virtus Pro gradually being ground down. 22 kills in a 21-minute game. About what you would expect. Average pace. But problem now, Bulldog's level 12. it's level 1 track gets you a little bit of an advantage. Level 2 track is where things can just go completely off the charts. Like if you're not careful and you're giving up 3 and O's, 4 and 1s, that kind of thing, and all 3 of them are level 2 track kills, it's just over because the enemy team's going to be gaining quite literally 5 G's advantage or something in that kind of silly range every time you do that. And Virtus Pro going to have to be very, very aware of that. Bulldog moving through the jungle, looking for a target. Virtus Pro, however, not wanting to split up. And this is the way you have to deal with this. You just have to be willing to stick together and try to 5-man when there's an opportunity. Problem is, your gold and your experience suffer in that case.
Yeah, and looks like both teams have assembled, but there is an X, and that's probably going to be the Falcon.
BKB, Phantasm Pop, Sonic Wave is there, and the Ravage goes off, as well as the Overgrowth. Everything going off at once. S4 locked down, cleaned up. Loda doing what damage he can, just has not built right-click. Triple kill for KSI, who was the most farmed hero on the board at 15 minutes. Bulldog's going to end up dead, and this is everything VP needed and more. Can they track down Loda? Illidan darts south, will be able to get him with one auto attack and helped out by the gush from Kasai. He's got 1,800 gold in the bank. He's got a Vanguard, and he's going to have a pipe here soon. And, yeah, this has been a pretty good Tidehunter game.
Wow.
Radiant's middle tower
The fact
is
that
under attack.
Alliance had 2 BKBs in that scenario and still came out with the loss is so surprising to me. But man, that Tidehunter bolt, Tidehunter Ravage with bolt,
Radiant's middle tower is under
we see a lot of jokes about Tidehunter and Kuka being arch enemies. What happens when you put them to sleep? This is the result.
The unholy alliance, man.
Radiant's
Unholy
middle tower
alliance.
has fallen.
It's like if
Man, oh man.
it's like if Russia and Germany had allied in World War II. It would have been
Oh dear.
no joke. Would have been no
Yeah.
joke. And anyone who plays, anyone who's ever played Hearts of Iron 2 will get that reference. 'Cause that is, it breaks the game. I'll put it that way. Hearts of Iron, amazing game, grand strategy. Play it if you haven't already, but don't go for the Unholy Alliance because it quite literally breaks the game. And S4,
S4 got X'd off.
yep. And didn't even need to spin the boat. Boat basically just supplying the wood for a casket. 14 to 15 in Virtus Pro. Look at that gold nosedive. Has almost cut it in half. The experience more than cut in half now. And yeah, sometimes that's all it takes. I mean, it gets to a point where if you draft a lineup that is as aggression-oriented as Alliance has, you can't afford to lose too many fights or you're going to lose all of your momentum. And Virtus Pro has done a great job of making that reality come to pass.
Yeah, and honestly, once again, with the Whip CK combination, I really thought they were going to snowball. But man, VP just picking it up all in one in that one team fight. And now they're going to respawn with a top tier 1 tower push. And this is once again the demonstration of one of the best teams in the world, coordinating in an ensemble, playing a
Dire's
fantastic
middle
orchestra.
tower is under attack.
Tier 1 going to drop uncontested.
Tower is up. Radiant's
In
top
the meantime,
tower
Loda
has
and
fallen.
Wisp
Dire's
just trying to
top
find what
towers
farm
are
they can now. Loda with his BKB and his drums up, he's going to need to look to build some damage. That was the problem in that fight. And the point I was trying to make, and I think I finally might get a chance to make it as the pipe is done on the Tidehunter, by the way, is that Alliance is really relying on chin heals and heals in general, be it via tether or mechanism, to survive through the initial burst from Virtus Pro, because they have a lot of it, with the boat, with the Ravage, with the initial Shikuchi, so on and so forth. And if they, whenever they're caught out too much, whenever they lose a chin early in a fight, whenever 4 or 5 heroes are caught with that combination instead of just 1 or 2, that's when you see Virtus Pro just snowball. They get a free tier 3. Now there's going to be another Ravage as they look to reinitiate. Loda is going to pop his own BKB, go to town. There's the Hand of God. That's going to get them back up and fighting. However, one's already down. That's the tree. Loda chopping wood, forcing VP out. Sonic Wave connects from the backside. An utter cluster here in the mid, and it looks like Virtus Pro's a little too tied up. No! The burst a bit too much. Loda's still there, swapped by Arzart. We're going to see Ake end up dead. Now Loda making a run for the well. That's a 3 for 1. The buyback on the tree, bought back just so he could living armor targets. I think we might see Virtus Pro walk away with a win here, man. I mean, they pushed straight down top lane, took 2 free towers, had the camera on the third as it dropped and anticipated Alliance to respond, but, I mean, what else can you do? They fought that about as well as they were going to be able to, all things considered. The Chen heal was immaculately timed. It came out after a lot of...
The fortitude of 300 Spartans. They did not care about the opposition. Dropped their ultimates, was able to manhandle every single fight. All of a sudden, from a 14 to 8 score, they picked it up to 15 to 18. VP, this is by far one of the most impressive. What I would almost, I dare say it's a comeback to an extent.
Oh,
and
dude,
man,
look at the goal graph. There's no question. It was 10 Gs. They swung it past them. This is the first time since 7 minutes into this game, first time in 20 minutes, that line has been south of the goal, of the 0 on the goal graph and the experience graph. There's no doubt. This is one of the most impressive comebacks I've seen since the International when I casted Eholm versus, DK. And, I mean, this is exactly how the goal graph looked in that match, too.
This is just, wow. I'm really at a loss for words, AC. I'm just speechless. Like, I cannot believe from such a disconnected position they were able to just cast spells, coordinate team fights, and win. And they're gonna assemble and do the same thing that they've been doing all game. Just 5-man push down the bottom, except this time they're doing it with a lot more important items. The Shadow Blade is up on the Kunkka, and they picked up the Desolator on the Weaver along with the Aegis. This is gonna be, if not already a hard Weaver to kill, pretty much an impossible one at the second time. Because factoring in Ravage, Bolt, as well as all the damage and disables coming out of the rest of the VP lineup, Alliance don't have much room to operate right now, AC. So once again, with Tier 2 tower going down, they better respawn, and they better respawn flawlessly.
One thing I wanted to point out was the maxed out Vengeance armor they have. The fact that, I mean, the Weaver and the Kunkka are benefiting immensely from that. I mean, you're talking 36% bonus damage. I hovered over it just to show how big the range is to the viewership. I mean, you know, it's easy to underestimate just how big of an influence that can have. And it is more of a late game ability than it is an early game, but they're just so farmed with the Deso now up on the Weave and a Shadow Blade plus an Ogre Club up on Kunkka. Just that they're hitting so hard comparatively for where they should be. There's the pipes. They're going to rush down the Tier 3, a true split push, as they already took down the top Tier 3 and set of racks. And now bottom Tier 3 is gone. Because then how can they engage into this? There's going to be the X marks the spot. There's the Ravage. Caught a couple. Bulldog's going to be burst down. There's a silence. Hand to God gets it back into fighting shape. There's going to be the Overgrowth Sonic Wave. Only caught one with that. Tame My Wild might get cleaned up. Will get cleaned up. Loda doing his work as best he can. We're going to see a stun on the Bulldog. And Virtus Pro continuing to run roughshod. Loda with his BKB expired. Now open season, and down he goes. That's a double kill for Illidan. The gem's on the ground. But it doesn't matter. As Kasai and company. And Kasai, usually I try to pick the name of a leader of a lineup. And usually for this lineup it would be Illidan. But Kasai has just had such a good game. S4 has been almost a complete non-factor. Even with his Orchid up, I haven't really felt his influence at all. And just look how much right-click he's taking. But that's going to be 2 sets of racks down. And they're just going to rotate straight back to mid. They may be able to at least get to Tier 3, maybe give them Megas.
Man, once again, you know, what's surprising to me is the fact that even during that middle of the team fight, I saw a lot of heals going out in favor of VP, and normally with the Chen as well as Wisp on the other team, you would imagine the heal is in favor of the others. But yeah, you know what, Arzar might go down here to the Orchid here. I think they're getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. It's 3v3 in the fight, and the fight does engage on, but there's the buyback.
Arzar buys back S4, they're going to pop the pipe. And here comes the TPN. Aegis reclaimed in 3 minutes. There's going to be the Reality Rift from Loda. Trying to, I mean, Kasai's just so tanky. He's got to plate mail in a Vanguard. He's going to go to town on him. Pops the BKB for it even. And now there's going to be an X marks the spot. Overgrowth almost bought him enough time. Here comes the boat, and it connects! Virtus Pro locking down another double kill. There's the swap to get 1 kill off. And now Ake forced back. GG, well played from Loda. And I'll tell you what, man. Yes, no joke. No joke. Tame My Wild, we talked a bit. He was missing some torrents, had a couple of misplays. He sealed the deal with that last boat in spectacular fashion. 31 minutes, 18-26, and the upset here in Game 1, the heavily favored Alliance finds themselves 1 loss away from losing this best-of-3 series. What a great game out of Virtus Pro. Look at that gold graph. A 15,000 gold swing in 10 minutes. The experience, the exact same story. What a comeback out of VP.
This is just a beauty to behold, man. This is just, it has been a little bit shaky at the mid stages, you know, a couple missed torrents here and there, but once the team fights, once the 5-man started rolling, every single hero from VP came into play and did so much work. If it's not just the Weaver doing right-click damage or the VS casting the nice swap as well as the Wave of Terror and the stun, it's her battle method, giving the Commando the Bolt as well as the Ravage. Oh my goodness, all these things in conjunction just won them the game. They, oh, I got nothing to say, man. Just, oh my goodness. They just took out Alliance in one of the best lineups that Alliance could have gotten. Wow.
Very much agreed. And in the end, when you look back at it, of course, you know, retrospect is 2020. Hindsight's 2020. Non-pretentious way to say that phrase. But when you look back at it, you know, maybe you get the impression Alliance may have just gone overboard on the pressure. They got heroes they wanted, make no doubt. But they just picked a high-pressure lineup that the moment it stalled out, Virtus Pro just came charging back. And the way Loda built as well, he built ultra survivable with the drums into the BKB instead of going something like Treads BKB. I mean, he went Treads, drums, BKB. But the Armlet, I think, if that had come out earlier, it might have been a bit of a different story. But Virtus Pro doesn't care what items they build. They just rolled and really earned one here. Game 1's behind us. Alliance trails 0-1 to Virtus Pro. They're going to look to turn the bagel into a breadstick and force a Game 3. VP, though, already one series win under their belt today, looking to make it 2. I'm here at AC Chambers, joined by Clairvoyance. We'll be right back with game number 2 of this best of 3 coming up next.
The vastness of space intrigues and terrifies us. Seemingly unconquerable and unending, the universe dares us to explore. This is our Odyssey.
Rated teen.
The vastness of space intrigues and terrifies us. Seemingly unconquerable and unending, the universe dares us to explore. This is our Odyssey.
Rated teen.
The universe dares us to explore. This is the age of discovery. This is our Odyssey.
Rated teen.
The vastness of space intrigues and terrifies us. Seemingly unconquerable and unending, the universe dares us to explore. This is our Odyssey.
Rated teen.
The universe dares us to explore. This is the age of discovery. This is our Odyssey.
Rated teen.
He tells me that on this journey, you either hang on to your morals and die, or do whatever it takes to survive.
Let's get a move on. Rated M for mature.
PlayStation. tells me that on this journey, you either hang on to your morals and die, or do whatever it takes to survive.
Let's get a move on.
Rated M for mature.
we're back for game number 2 of this best of 3, our second best of 3 of the day, nonetheless. Virtus Pro got a win in their first matchup against Fnatic, looking to make it 2 in a row, and they move 1 game closer with that victory in game 1. They gave away the IO, CK paired up with it, they gave away the Chen, they gave away the Bounty Hunter, they gave away the game. In fact, that's how most people would look at it. It's like, well, obviously they're just going to dominate. Not so much. Alliance looked pretty good in the early and mid game, but once they ran out of steam, and it was something that we knew and talked about, given the lineup they had drafted against what Virtus Pro had brought to bear, when they ran out of steam, it had the potential to turn violently against them, and it did. I'm pretty sure that was the most lopsided turnaround I've seen since the International 2012. I'm almost positive that no game I have casted in the intervening year was as big a comeback as what Virtus Pro just showed us, and they're going to be rolling into here to game 2 with a lot of momentum. Alliance going to have to watch their step and bring their A game, otherwise VP going to roll them up and give them their first loss in the D2L standings. If you're just tuning in, by the way, I'm Aaron AC Chambers, joined by Clairvoyance for the broadcast, providing the analysis and insight. And yeah, man, I mean, I think I hit all the high points, but Virtus Pro, like you said, I mean, you were dumbfounded at the end of last game, and weren't we all? Virtus Pro just had it in spades. Can't even tell you what it was other than a winning formula.
Seriously, AC, I seriously have no other words to describe it. I mean, they swallowed the torrent from the Red Sea, brought back the Leviathan straight from the Nile, and as you had mentioned, they might be the first team here to give Alliance an untimely exodus in the D2L here. So, wow, I am so surprised. And Alliance, once again, picking up the Nature's Prophet, having no rush this time, giving Bulldog his second best hero, as well as the Keeper of the Light for Ake. Man, we have reiterated on that point several times. It's so hard to draft and kind of ban out this team's favorite lineups. But they beat it last time, and with Bat Rider and Nyx Assassin, most of the time that's a fairly good setup to beat good lineups. So let's see if VP can pull the punches again.
Right here, if I'm Virtus Pro, I'm taking the Lifestealer or banning it, one of the two. Whenever I see what Alliance already has here in the Nature's Prophet and the Keeper of the Light, the global strategy that Alliance runs, they can run it effectively with a variety of heroes, a variety of carries. Loda tends to work really, really well whenever he's given the freedom to split push and still be able to show up to fights with a well-positioned Keeper of the Light. And when Keeper is played by Ake, it's always going to be well-positioned. I mean, there's just no one who knows how to position himself in fights better than that player. And Alliance actually going to be the one who bans out the LS. That's a little surprising to me because, again, the hero would have worked so well being bounced around by the Keeper of the Light, infesting into the Prophet, but at the same time would have worked well for Virtus Pro, being able to infest him into the Bat for initiation or into the Nyx Assassin as a roaming gank squad. Both teams are really wide open in where they want to go with this, but, we talked a bit about it, how hard it is to draft against Alliance in Game 1. Loda has just one of the widest hero pools of any main carry player, any one-position player on the entire planet. And PA, a hero that could work well here, at least in terms of abusing mobility, not just with the Prophet, the Keeper of the Light being able to TP her around. She can split push effectively if you really want her to, but she's great at single target DPS, and against the Bat Rider and whoever else Virtus Pro wants to pick up, that could work. However, they will see it's actually going to be a Clockwork that's picked up. Probably, it's hard to tell with who's going to run that. I would imagine Bulldog will be on the Prophet, but Bulldog tends to run Clock too.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm going to cheat a little bit and say it's going to be S4, just because I've seen S4 run the Clockwork a couple times in the recent matches I've watched Alliance. But BP, once again, perfection to the bans, taking out the DK, and we've seen the DK being picked up by Alliance in conjunction with the Keeper of the Light as well as the Prophet. The split pushing as well as just general pushing power potential of that combination is ridiculous, to say the least. And the PL, of course, we know, as you mentioned, Loda, he's very most carry. And PL with the Keeper, of course, it's always a dreaded combo. So VP, playing the cards right, once again, setting themselves up in the best situation possible. And they pick up the VS again just because they met such a good success with it last time.
Yep, RZR played a pretty good game on the Venge last time. And, when you look at what they're trying to go for here, it's kind of a grab bag. Venge with her aura does give you a lot. And again, it's one of those things that you don't really see visual feedback on it, so it's easy to underestimate just how big a deal it is. But it's 36%, man, when it's maxed out, her Vengeance aura. And that can make such a huge difference. And when you look at Alliance, the one thing that they have in the Clockwork, at least, is some survivability, especially the way he tends to build. But the Prophet and the Keeper, Prophet tends to build glass cannon-esque now. You don't really see a lot of tanky Prophets. Not many Prophets build BKBs. is a good example. So having the bonus damage eventual grant to whatever carries they want to run, certainly going to be a benefit to them. I still think they're looking for their 2 cores, though. I'm pretty sure they're still looking for a mid and for a carry, most likely in the back, going to wind up in the off lane or in the jungle. Alliance, in the meantime, likely has their mid and their off lane. They're just looking for another support and a carry for Loda.
Yeah, most certainly. And the pick is about to come out as both teams are taking somewhat of an extra time. Of course, last game it kind of went down to like 20 seconds on their main time, reserve time, as opposed to just the bonus. And yeah, they gotta be thinking hard. And Rubik is the pickup, so it's gonna be EGM's Rubik as well as Ake's keeper. Now, once again, this kind of standard setup by Alliance leaves so much room for Loda to pick up whatever he wants. And most of the time when I see this kind of lineup, yeah, it's either the PL, which is unfortunately it's banned out. So I'm gonna go ahead and say it's probably an anti-mage and possibly a PA, just because I've seen them run it so often, those heroes. And of course, we see the AM mixed with the keeper as well as the Nature's Prophet. How much split pushing can be done around the map, and how hard it is to just pick off those heroes one by one, just because of the sheer ability to globally react. So Leshrac will be the pickup as a follow-up with BP. And their lanes are starting to shape up as well, and I'm sensing something like a VS Lesh combined together for the combo. The Nyx Assassin might be picked up by Crazy to go mid lane against the Clockwork, and the Bat Rider, probably on KSI, will be a long lane sack, probably straight into the jungle with that quick blink dagger.
I think you're 100% right. Most likely to see the Nyx Assassin mid, Bat in the jungle. And with Venge and Leshrac, I think they might try to offensively tri-lane this. If you can get in a keeper's face early enough and just abuse him and keep him away from levels 3 and 4, he actually can feel kind of weak in the defensive tri-lane. And when you look, I mean, they're going to have help coming in from the Prophet. He'll be able to TP in very, very early. But even that's going to be chancy until he gets up at least some kind of core item. And, by that time, the laning phase is over most of the time anyway. So, just knowing Virtus Pro, they have the momentum. They got a good win in Game 1. Don't see why they wouldn't want to try to put it together here in Game 2. And they actually banned the Spectre out. Now, seeing that Spectre ban actually surprises me a bit, because that makes me rethink what I just said. If they were going to offensive tri-lane, Spectre's one of the heroes you want to hit in an offensive tri-lane most of the time.
Right. And I do think it's going to end up just being a safe lane. They do want to give somewhat of respect to the Ake EGM combo. If it's not just the hero picks, it's just the fact that Alliance are so experienced with those heroes that the slightest mistake in the aggressive tri-lane can just become the biggest disadvantage by nighttime, to the point where making a comeback just becomes so much more difficult. So yeah, with the Spectre ban, they are kind of forcing Alliance, and now Alliance going into their reserve time. My take on this one is that they're thinking, okay, if we pick up something like the anti-mage here, they might just be forced to aggressive tri-lane, so they might be thinking of reactions with that regard. But also, if they take the PA, they could also, and you know what, that hero just completely passed me. Why not the Alchemist? One of the best farmers in the game. Why not?
And also works really well with the Keeper of the Light and the Rubik under pressure. It's really hard to put pressure onto an Alchemist because of just how strong Unstable Concoction is. Then you have Telekinesis. Then you have an Illuminate that's going to be easy to hit off of the long duration stuns you get off of Unstable Concoction, even very early on into the game. And Rubik and Alchemist actually make for great bedfellows. Just by the nature of how Telekinesis and how Unstable Concoction work. Unstable Concoction with the small AoE stun it now grants on top of the single target stun and damage. Rubik, by nature, when he Telekinesis, wants to throw one hero into another. So if you time that out right, you can almost always get at least 2 heroes with an Unstable Concoction. And yeah, I think that's going to be enough to make Virtus Pro rethink the idea of trying to offensively tri-lane. So they're going to be looking for a hero of their own now that's going to be looking to go late game. Or maybe not, who knows. Maybe they'll just do one of those crazy Virtus Pro strategies where they just pick another mid-game hero, pick a Juggernaut, and just say go, 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 go.
That's very likely, and I mean, it's highly possible, of course. I do, for some reason, think that they're going to try to play this one safe and pick up the AM. Yeah. And I don't know why this AM thing keeps popping in my head. I guess it's one of the reasons because Anti-Mage can actually keep up with the Alchemist's farm. Of course, in the first 10 minutes, the Goblin's Greed will outdo an AM's farm any day. But at the same time, once that Battle Fury starts kicking in, Anti-Mage can split push, and it's one of the better heroes at reacting versus the Clockwork as well as Nature's Prophet. Because this AM, about 15 minutes into the game, even though he's not that farm, he can react alone and just blink on top of any of those 4 heroes on Alliance, with the exception of the Alchemist, and do enough damage to follow up with a Mana Void for a solo kill, pardon me. So, yeah, I do feel like AM is a really good option. But as you mentioned, man, VP, they're known for their crazy aggressive style, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like a Juggernaut just to go hyper aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, basically up against what they're seeing out of Alliance, he was the only hero that really makes sense in an offensive tri-lane to me. I guess maybe you could go with a Luna because you're going to have a 3-ranged offensive tri-lane at that point. The bonus damage from Lunar Blessing, nothing to sneeze at. Also does fairly well against an Alchemist. And, nope, Shadow Fiend.
Wow.
That will be
Another.
a Shadow Fiend, Illidan Stormrage, going to be farming it up. So, yeah, it wasn't a Jugger, but it was not a standard hero, not the anti-range.
No, definitely not. But okay, so the interesting thing about SF is he's basically the prime definition of a glass cannon.
Oh, yeah.
And back in the day, of course, when Alchemist was really, really popular, Alchemist versus SF was something that you would see in every single game. And of course, as we talked about briefly the other day, the BS, Beastmaster, those aura providing heroes were really popular with the Chen because it came to like the 10-minute mark where this push was kind of unstoppable entirely because it had everything. It had the stun, it had the burst, it could clear creep waves like nothing else with the Shadow Demon, Shadow Fiend raises of course, and the pushing power from Chen. All these kind of things added up to a really powerful game style that was kind of hard to refute. But man, SF as a whole, his natural minus armor, which is up to 6 now because of buffs from some time ago, as well as his ability to get extra 60 damage early on in the game, makes him for a really, really good counter to heroes like Alchemist and Gyrocopter, who take a lot of time to farm up to get really, really big, and that's basically their carry potential. Like a hero like Alchemist, for example, his carrying potential is entirely reliant on his ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, some of it's on acid spray. Of course, that minus armor is really important, as well as the stun. But he really needs to get into the middle of the fight, right-click down somebody without dying. And SF is pretty good at killing you. So let's see how this one pans out.
Without a doubt, this is going to be a game. I'm calling it right now. Loda's going to build Phase. He's going to build a Shadow Blade, and then he's going to build a BKB. That's what he needs, and he needs to get those items up very, very quickly. If he's able to do that, they're going to be able to take the fight to VP in a huge way. I mean, look how magic damage dependent they are right now outside of the SF. SF, with his ulti as good as it is, Shadow Ray as good as it is, magic damage. When you talk about physical, yes, he's going to be able to build right-click, but he also needs survivability items. But when you look at the rest of the team for VP, Leshrac, composite damage on the Edict, other than that, magic damage. Venge, not going to be giving you right-click, relying on a little bit of burst in the nuke. The semi-nuke, I guess you could call it, in the Magic Missile, doesn't really scale all that well in the late game. But, I mean, Mana Burn from the Nyx Assassin, that's nullified. There's just so many ways that a BKB changes the way this entire matchup feels when it comes out on the Alchemist. And, of course, Loda going to be willing to put some points in the Goblin's Greed very early on and should be making some very good progress towards that. We did have an early smoke here. NS is moving into the jungle. He's just going to go ahead and ward up.
Yeah, you know what? That had so many implications just now. What happened is they smoked up the 2 just under the Radiant Ancients, and they accidentally caught Crazy in the smoke. So when S4 came to the lane with his daytime vision of 1800, he was able to see the smoke wear off, so he was really scared of walking up. And what that allowed the mid laner to do is Crazy decided to get, he's got 7 CS, he's about to get the last 2 creep wave. He got every single CS, and it shouldn't have worked out in his favor, because I felt like they kind of missed the free kill. But they got it up just by Crazy getting the free farm, and wow, VP, I don't even, if that was calculated, man, that's brilliant. And if it wasn't, then, well, regardless, they made the best out of it, so.
Like you said, it could have been a free kill, but whenever you figure in 8 free CS, S4 trapping himself in with Crazy. Do want to make that clear, by the way, these crazy CIS players love to change their name. He's been going up by Tame My Wild for a while, so that's usually what I call him, TMW.
Yep.
But that's who we're referring to when we say Crazy. This is our second series of Virtus Pro, so I bet you and I have confused the hell out of some of our newer viewers today, because I have consistently called him Tame or Tame My Wild, and you've consistently called him Crazy. It's like, no, they don't have 6 players. Not permitted. But S4 are going to take a little bit of abuse here. For the most part, though, this should be a relatively quiet laning phase. Bulldog's already at nearly level 3, though, on the Prophet, so he's looking to be in good shape. Bat Rider, handled by Kasai. Standard stuff for the Bat. Starts out very slow in the jungle, struggles a bit, but once he hits level 3 or level 4, that was actually a nice CS steal from S4. He just stole a CS on a Centaur, so slowing Kasai down just a little bit. But yeah, once he hits level 3 or 4, that's when he goes nuts and can get up in a 8 to 10 minute blink dagger.
Radiant's top
And
tower
they will
is
have,
under
Alliance,
attack.
of course, will have to be careful. They're making the right moves. S4 is constantly being a nuisance with the rockets, but Ake is also taking out the ward, and they look to take a little bit of the map control, more than I'd expected. As you said, it seems to be somewhat of a quiet game, but there is a smoke at bottom, and Bulldog is walking out rather far. So I feel like this is going to be a first blood right here.
Should be. Bulldog, a little too far out. Going to be caught with the magic missile. Splitterus on the mark. Few right clicks, and that'll be a nice first blood from Virtus Pro. They lead the series 1-0. They lead this game 1-0. Great start for them, and it went to the person they wanted to have at Illidan.
Yeah, and the big question in my mind earlier was what Dota was going to offer first. I do agree on the Shadow Blade, but at the same time, he's bought the recipe already, so there's no question. He's going to get the Midas.
Yep, Midas, well, that's one of those situational things, and that doesn't really surprise me a ton. Because, I mean, when you look at his skill build as well, with him putting points into Acid Spray to begin with, I mean, you see that. You see Acid Spray being max before Unstable Concoction, and that means he's not going to be wanting to fight anytime in the immediate future.
Right. That has got to be one of the most greedy builds up to level 4. And, yeah, well, aside from the fact that you can get stats instead of the Acid, but, yeah, there comes the Midas. He's picking up level 6 in almost 4 minutes. That's really, really good, and he's looking really strong in that regard.
A sub 4 minute Midas, by the way. Sub 4 minutes. He had that up. He had up like 350. So after this, though, I feel confident he's going to grab himself at least a Shadow Blade BKB. But the thing is about an Alchemist who's building like he is with the like you said, it's greedy as hell. The Acid Spray, he's going to start being able to do Ancients with Acid Spray. He's going to be able to do stacks with Acid Spray. I mean, it's Loda. Who knows? Maybe he'll bid a freaking BKB just so he can farm even more. Or not BKB, Battlefield, excuse me.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's definitely an option. Something that the Chinese have been doing rather often. I think Loda as a person just doesn't like the BKB build. So from what I know, I've never seen him get it, but it is definitely a possibility. S4 is constantly pinging out KSI, and he's throwing these level 3 rockets non-stop ever since he got that first Centaur. And this is what KSI is being forced to do. He's forced to just sit up here, wait for the respawn one by one, and just right-click him down. Slower than a turtle, but getting the job done.
More rocket spam? Yeah, so far as the BKB on Loda, I've seen him do it a few times. He does switch it up. He's very much a Shadow Blade kind of an Alchemist. But after that, it just comes down to how comfortable he feels against magic. And I can very easily see against this lineup him deciding to go with an Assault Curious. Like, that would make a ton of sense, too, right after a Shadow Blade. So, right, whatever he wants to do.
E aí?
Quem morreu, velho?
E aí, velho? Ô, e aquela surra lá de ontem?
Ah, se fudeu, né?
Eu botei 3 itens, hein, velho, no Vitor's Pro.
Contra o Alliance?
Aham.
Vai perder os itens, velho.
Acho que não, o Vitor's vai ganhar a primeira, fi.
Mano, é sério?
É?
O jogo de agora, o Virtus Pro ganhou da Alliance?
Ganhou o primeiro, fi. O primeiro jogo ele ganhou. Deu uma surra, velho, não foi tipo ganhar facinho.
Caralho, Alliance, velho. Mas você postou o quê? 3 comum, 3 raro? Alô? Defa? Defa. Deixa eu ver se eu acho sua aposta aqui. Nem fudendo que eu vou achar, mas... Defa.
Aí, eu voltei, oi.
Você apostou o quê? 3 raro, 3...
3 raro, mano. 3 raro e se eu ganhar, eu vou ganhar
Você
tipo
vai ganhar 9.
13, uma coisa assim, mano.
Você vai ganhar 9 raro, velho.
Falou, deixa eu ver aqui, minhas apostas. Tava valendo 10. Ah não, 9.3. É porque agora aumentou, antes tava 75/25, velho.
Mano, você vai ganhar 9 raro,
Tá
cara. Se
maluco.
desganhar, muito raro, mano.
E olha só, o Vitor's Pro tá 1/0 já no jogo, hein, velho, da Alliance.
Caralho, mano. Eu não apostei nessa porque eu tinha certeza que o Alliance ia ganhar os dois. Tipo, colocar 4 raro pra ganhar um, nem vale a pena. Nossa, velho,
Ah,
caralho.
agora a Alliance matou o cara aqui.
Não, e ontem eu tava picando, eu falava, ah, mano, acho que eu vou banir SD, os caras vão pegar SD. Que SD o quê, mano? Não sei o que, né? Falei, ah, mano, Pandão, vamos pegar Pandão. Pandão é mó bom mid, dá pra gankar, não sei o que. Que Pandão, velho, não sei o que. Falei, porra.
Eles foram espancados aquele jogo lá, hein, velho.
Alô?
É?
Ei, cortou o seu microfone?
Alô.
Aí.
Aquele jogo lá vocês eram espancado, hein, velho.
Mano, e o Catávio falava assim, não, girocóptero é nosso, então nós vamos pegar girocóptero aqui. Bane quem pode girocóptero aí. Nós banindo aí, ó. De cara tomamos girocóptero na face, assim, ó. Plau!
É, então.
Nossa, não tem noção quanto eu te xinguei, velho.
É, então, a gente já tinha visto que o girocóptero era o hard carry. A gente tirou uns que podia fuder e tal, e GG, filho.
Cê é louco. Ah, vai ser...
Teve um ban que você deu pra gente lá, velho, que a gente falou assim, não, eles vão pegar, vão banir. Aí vocês pegaram e baniram. Eu falei, easy breezy.
O quê?
Eu nem lembro qual herói que era, velho. Eu sei que a gente ia banir, aí vocês pegaram e baniram em cima, tá ligado? Da gente. Eu falei, nossa. Easy game. E assim foi. Hã? Alô? Que hora que sai pro inglês?
7 horas.
Ah, velho, nem... Ô louco, velho. Dá pra fazer um Dota, hein?
Mas eu tenho que tomar banho ainda, mano. Não tomei, velho.
Você tá... vai fedido, velho.
Você é louco, velho.
Cheirinho de bacalhau.
Tem umas Kenga, velho. Não pode não, velho.
Ah, então tá certo. Tá bem.
Tem as Kenga, velho. Pode deixar minhas Kenga assim me ver fedido não, velho.
Ô, eu tava tão expectativo pra assistir esse jogo, velho, que eu coloquei em live stream e fiquei assistindo lá do trampo. Sério mesmo, velho. Nossa, velho, o Vitor Pro vai ganhar, velho. Eles estão jogando muito, cara.
Filho da... O Virtus Pro me fudeu, mano. Tá jogando Virtus Pro contra Fnatic, velho.
Eu vi.
Falei,
O Vitor Pro ganhou também.
É, eu falei, mano,
Você apostou na Fnatic?
o Virtus Pro perdeu pro Tiquinitos, né, velho?
É.
E o Fnatic ganhou, e tá jogando muito Fnatic esses dias. Essa porra vai lá e me perde, velho.
Ah, eu tava torcendo no Vitor Pro, porque eu sabia que depois ele ia contra a Aliança. Falei, não, se ganhar não ganhar do Fnatic, não vai ganhar da Aliança. Já ganhou do Fnatic. Já ganhou o primeiro da Aliança, esse segundo aqui tá equilibrado o bagulho, tá louco o jogo. Tem um SF, mano, SF tá fidado, Shadow Blade em 10 minutos, tá, matou um cara. Nossa, eu nunca torci tanto assim pelo Dota, tá ligado? Apostando é mais da hora, velho.
Eu também, mano, é muito da hora isso, velho. Eu perdi todos os meus raros, só tenho mais um raro agora.
Não, nossa, eu apostei em 3, eu vou ganhar muito raro, velho. Ih, vai morrer o galo deles.
É mó da hora isso, velho. Me deixa mó na adrenalina, velho.
2, matou. Filha da puta. Nossa, coitado desse alquimista, tá morrendo muito. Pra suporte, se fodeu. Se eu ganhar meus raros, eu te dou um, hein.
Porra, eu aceito, velho.
É
Senão
mentira,
não tem mais.
mentira! Mentira!
Cara, que eu não tenho mais como apostar raro.
É
Eu tenho que esperar.
Brinks.
Aí, ó, você pode fazer investimento, né, velho? Aí quando eu ganhar eu te devolvo.
O que? Que não me devolve, eu ainda tenho que cobrar o item do insano de ontem, vi.
Cara, você não quis G2, mano. Nós tava mó na fúria do G2, velho.
Eu vou cobrar assim mais pelo emocional, não é nem pelo item, tá ligado? Falar, me paga aquele item lá que você perdeu. Seu loser. Você acha que ele vai ficar bravo?
Ah, nem vai, é insano. Puta! Hã?
Vocês tretaram muito ontem durante o jogo?
Ah, pouca coisa, velho. O normal, né, velho?
Eu senti que o bagulho tava meio tenso, tá ligado? Mexendo Skype lá, os caras não queriam chamar.
Não, nós sabia que você ia aloprar, e por isso nós não.
Ah.
Aí você falou, não, deixa cair a poeira que aí nós chamamos o Def.
Não.
Aí você saiu depois, hein?
É, eu ia dormir, né, velho? Senão nós tinha ganhado outra de vocês.
Seu cu bem gordo.
Vocês não iam ganhar da gente não, mano. Vocês não
Acho
iam,
que é.
mano. Nossa, velho, eu vou ganhar, mas nossa, eu vou ganhar muito raro, velho. Vitor Pro tá unando, cara. O Loda não tá conseguindo nem fazer item, nem nada, só morrendo. Vou até diminuir esse peso aqui.
Começar a quebrar umas caixas agora, né?
Hã?
Começar a quebrar umas caixas porque vai chegar item novo.
Abrir uns slots. Como que faz pra colocar os itens no inventário depois que eu recebo de volta?
Como assim?
Ah, vamos supor que eu vou ganhar, né, agora os itens.
É.
Aí eu quero colocar no meu inventário da Steam de novo.
Você vai lá em My Bets. Aí vai aparecer os itens que você ganhou. Aí vai aparecer uma lista de vários bots, tá ligado? Quanto, tipo, vai aparecer um bot. Esse bot tem 80% dos seus itens, 70% dos seus itens. Aí você vai lá e pega os itens com ele. Aí depois você vai lá e pega com outro bot os itens que você não te pegou ainda, tá ligado? Aí você vai pegando de bot em bot, o bot que tiver seu item.
Ah, entendi.
Aí, tipo, sei lá, tem sorte que você vai lá, você ganha. Que nem, tipo, eu empatei uma e aí eu peguei um bot 100%, que ele tinha os meus 4 itens que eu apostei. Aí, tipo, teve um que eu ganhei, acho que foi 8 itens. Eu tive que pegar em uns 4 bots.
Saquei. Tomara que eu ganhe um item bom, velho. Eu já tô contando vitória já, igual você fazendo.
Ah.
Nem vou fazer isso, não.
Ah, mano, os caras têm certeza que a Aliança ia ganhar, eles colocam uns raros da hora, velho. Você deu sorte, velho.
É.
Os caras tinham certeza, a Aliança vai ganhar, vou botar aqui, sei lá. Uma totem do Ioneiro.
Mas não tá ganhando ainda não, velho. O jogo tá hard. Tá foda.
É, Aliança, eles já jogam pra caralho, mano. Ganhou do Nave, já ganhou do IG.
Ah, mas o Victor's Pro também não é ruim não, velho.
Não.
Pode perder alguns jogos, mas todo quando perde, velho.
Mas não dá pra postar. Mano, esses negócios de porcentagem a gente leva o bagulho, velho.
É, então, por isso mesmo, eu vou postar na zebra, mano. Eu coloquei 3 itens, velho, assim, ó, na rage mesmo. Falei, não tem nada a perder. Pá. Agora eu tô aqui, felicidade. Vou começar a torcer pro Virtus Pro só, velho.
Eu estaria triste, velho. Se tem um clã que eu odeio, esse Virtus Pro. Já me fez perder 6 raros.
Não.
Eu apostei 4 contra eles, depois eu apostei 2 contra eles. Não, eu apostei 4 neles.
Ah, você devia se apostar neles então, velho.
Não, eu apostei 4 neles e eles perderam. Aí eu apostei 2 neles, 2 contra eles e eles ganharam. Ô, filhas da puta, velho. Mano, eles perderam, tipo, eles ganharam do Fnatic, que é mó bom, e tipo, perderam pro Tiquinitos, velho. Falei, velho, se fuder, velho.
Caralho, não deixa se farmar não, velho.
Essa porra aí não tem lógica, velho. É igual.
Mata o Aush, mata o Aush. Ah, não. Matou. Ah, velho. Nossa, eles vão ganhar esse jogo, mano. Mata, caralho. Ah, não acredito. Saiu com 2 life, mano. Pior que eu acho. Caralho. Pior que eu acho que se o cara perder esse daqui, o Alliance ganhar esse aqui, eles não ganham o terceiro game nem fudendo. O Alliance vai apelar, né?
Não, a Aliança vai começar a pegar Nags, Laber,
É.
Bate Rider.
Ah, velho, já acho que vai começar a causar já. Ô, você não tem que tomar banho não?
Já vou, tô terminando essa partida do FIFA aqui, velho.
Eu podia ganhar essa cabeça da Weaver aqui, uma da hora.
Mano, só você olhar aí nessa aposta, só tem item da hora, velho.
Ah, tem uns itens bem porco também.
Ô, Bárbara!
Tava botando tanta fé nesse SF, mas ele pegou e me fez uma Dominator, velho.
Ele fizesse o quê? Madness?
DKB, velho. Nossa, eu não sei o time.
Você é louco, eu tava vendo o Dandy jogar, velho, no campeonato que eu apostei lá. Mano, o cara me mete logo Uma Lotarse Madness pra Lina.
Eu vi esse jogo aí. Eu não vi a Madness não. Foi
Mas
ontem, não foi? Esse jogo?
foi,
Eles
velho.
perderam, não perderam?
Perderam e apostei neles ainda.
Ah, tá ligado, velho. Também postei.
Putz, só tô dando zica, velho. Os caras
Nossa,
parecem que
mas
perdem
tem
de pro...
também os jogos zoados. Os caras jogam tudo zoado de jogo lá, velho. O Xbox tava de suporte. Ele não jogou de SD?
Uhum.
É, então, não vai ver, mano. Pode tomar um hardcare. Nossa, que jogada linda, velho. Nossa. A gente deu um swap com o cara quase morto aqui, velho. Que foi coisa linda, hein. Nossa. Eu só vi os carinha comentando aqui no bagulho. Nossa, velho, eles tá... Nossa, eles fazer merda. Muita merda. Pra que horas que vai ser em inglês?
Às 7.
Acaba 7?
Não, acaba umas 8h30, 9 horas.
Nossa, velho. Porque eu já tava inspirado.
Relaxa, velho. Amanhã é sexta, cara.
Nossa, verdade. Daqui já é feriado. Nossa. Férias, guys.
Aí, velho. Overdota.
É... Pô, eu já tava querendo entrar no espírito já.
De férias ou de overdota?
De overdota, claro.
Que férias? O que é férias sem Dota, né, velho?
É. Férias devia chamar Dota, velho. Não devia chamar férias. Só o que eu vou fazer.
Cadê? Comprar jogador.
Nossa, é o que me farma demais, velho.
Farma, velho. Mas
Tá morrendo, tá com item pra porra. Tá com mais item que todo mundo do time. Já vai roxando. De farmar, filha da puta.
o que foi que você tá bolado, cara?
Tô achando que a Aliança vai virar esse jogo, mano. Tô vendo que eles estão jogando melhor, tá ligado?
Ixi. Ixi, e a zebra? E a zebra não tá dando mais certo.
Calma, calma, ainda vai ter o G3, qualquer coisa, mas eu acho que eles vão ganhar esse. Talvez. Tenha chance ainda, não sei. Torcer, né?
Nunca, cara. Não vou vender o Neymar nem fudendo que eu vou vender o Neymar.
Vende, mano.
Eu nunca. Tá jogando demais. Tô com o Bayern de Munique. Não do Barcelona.
Ai, fudeu. Ah. Oh, você tava jogando de Luna ontem, né?
Eu tava.
Fortona, hein?
Vai se fuder, vai.
Quase me cansou. Ah, não. Oh, SF de BKV. Mother of Troll. Nossa, ele fez Madness, mano. Ah, morreu.
Esses caras pro gostam de fazer Madness, né, mano?
É, massa, velho. Foda que morreu o SF, acabou o time, velho. Os caras. Ô, falou.
Falou, velho. Quando eu voltar, eu te dou um toque, nós jogamos um
Beleza.
Dotinha.
Beleza.
Falou, velho. Um abraço.
Nice, velho, nice. Uou. Nossa, muito bom, velho. Jogo foda, velho. Mas eu queria que muito ganhar, só isso, mano. O resto legal. Nada, velho, não tiveram. Eu. Por isso, velho, deles, pô, não é que tô brigando com chuva. Não! Ih, vai ser que vai ganhar o bagulho. Valeu.